You ready, Bob?
I know.
Good morning and welcome to our department budget presentations on this beautiful Saturday. I think the last time we had a Saturday meeting, the impending ice storm came, so the weather is much better today. Thanks for those that are joining us in council chambers as well as those joining us on YouTube. We have a packed day. Hopefully we'll wrap up around the 4:30 hour, and looking forward to hearing from all of our department heads today. We will have some time at the very end for any public comments, so it's a good time to take notes throughout the presentation if you have anything you want to touch base on. So with that, I will turn it over to Rob.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Appreciate being with you guys here today. Couple housekeeping items. If you take a look at the agenda real quick, you'll notice we have a packed agenda. We do have the timed breaks in there, so we are going to take those generally around those times. However, we'll run this meeting a lot more like our retreat, very informally. So if you need to get up, get a drink, use the restroom, grab snacks, go punch a pillow, whatever it is that you need to do to get it out in here, just go ahead and do that during the natural course. We don't have that many breaks built in for that type of stuff. Also, Lee just showed me that we added the tab to the agenda. We always go through that in this meeting, constantly asking, well, what tab is this? Where are we at? So we'll have it right there on the agenda, and you'll be able to see, and we'll be able to see, because we're not sure who keeps that every year. So now we have it on the agenda. If there are any questions at any time, you don't have to keep those to the end. This should be real conversational. We built in plenty of Q&A time during the presentation, so feel free to interrupt at any point and just say, hey, what about this? What about that? That's really the point of this meeting. And then lastly, I do want to give as many accolades as possible to our staff on preparing this. Our department heads have countless hours dedicated to this. Really proud of the work that everybody up here and everybody in the back of the room has put into these presentations and where they've gotten over the last few years. I really think you'll see today as you kind of Q&A with our department heads that they are truly masters of their budgets. They understand them. They understand them intimately, and that's not normal in every jurisdiction. Most towns, it's very, I don't want to say, gate kept, but it is very isolated at the top. There's kind of a very tight budget there, but these folks understand it in and out. We have already went through and put them to the firing squad, similar to today with us, and they performed fantastically. So look forward to having them get in front of you. This is always, in my opinion, I think this is the best budget workshop that we have, because you really get to the people that are executing out there, and they really understand their departments better than anybody.
That darn clicker.
Okay. Good morning. You guys already have today's schedule there. Want to discuss a little bit about what we're not doing today. Certainly, this is not a recommended or a final budget, and this is not a tax rate recommendation. However, it is a balanced budget, is a preliminary budget. It keeps our existing tax rate, so everything that you see here is paid for. This does not require any additional resources and meets all the goals and objectives that we've already set as a town. Today is an opportunity to discuss those detailed operations and those areas for investment. We will keep a track of both the pulse of what we have in here, but also anything else that comes out throughout the day. We'll have those as items for discussion that we can then make decisions on moving forward. So this is by no means the budget, but it is a good template baseline budget that we can add to or take away from. And it includes a one-year operational CIP. So we're not really looking at a 10 or 15-year horizon on projects. We're really focused in this meeting on what are we doing next year. One thing that I wanted to hit on before we move on to our other updates is the North Carolina property tax reform that I sent an email out to everybody on, I think, Wednesday, and give you just a really high-level discussion point on this, because I think it is very important for us to understand, not only in this year's budget, but in the next 2 or 3 as they navigate through this, that we're flying as dark as probably any town management team and council team has in the history of North Carolina, not knowing what the future of our major core funding source is. Especially the way we operate, we include all of our core services in the property tax. So police, fire, streets, we go through this every year and we kind of break that out on what's spent on what. And without having an understanding of what does a revow look like moving forward, what is your ability to raise taxes look like? What can you do it every 4 years like we traditionally have done? Because we try to give predictability to our residents and say, hey, we're going to pass a tax and we're going to commit to that tax for 4 years until a revow, and then we'll discuss this again as a community. If there's limits put to that and you have to do that annually, it fundamentally changes how we approach everything. So that's going to be a little bit different in our conversation, and you might see that in some of our responses. Hey, what about? Well, we don't know yet, and we won't know until late 26, and they've asked for a 1-year extension on this, so this might be late 27 where we're still seeing changes come in. So very, very hampering to our forecasting. There are 4 bills, as you guys saw in the email that I had sent out, that are supposed to be proposed. One is a constitutional amendment for property tax levy limits. However, that would be voted on statewide. If that's going to be a constitutional amendment, it requires a referendum of the voters. So that would go on in November. They have not agreed on any specifics. If they're as effective at this as they have been at the budget, it may be a few years before we get some specifics. And I do think it's going to be very difficult because North Carolina is a very diverse state. What works in very rural parts does not work in very urban parts, and suburban is different than both of the other two on how we operate, how we use property tax revenues. It's a very complex animal. The 2 nonprofit potential nonprofit bill modifications or property tax modifications are actually, positives for us. Those are facilities we have in Harrisburg. So if they were to start taxing those at any rate above the 100% reduction, that would generate some more revenue for us. I think that does show some moderation in the committee of saying, okay, we recognize you need the funding. We're trying to balance that out and have less reliant on property tax. And then the 4th bill had to do with low to moderate income housing exemptions and making those a lot harder to get. That's kind of neutral for us, doesn't really affect us, but we'll be looking at Bill 1, 2, and 3 moving forward to see how does that affect this year's budget, how does it affect every budget moving through. What does it mean for us? Just uncertainty. It's going to be tough for us. We've seen everything from, hey, we'll put a 5% cap on, but then when they get through committee, everybody going, well, that's not it. What does that even mean? Like, we have natural growth, we have revals, we have rate increases. Are you saying a combination? And so who knows where this ends? But they've certainly been able to make, sweeping changes before that were detrimental without really consulting. So downzoning is a great example of that. And we have to make sure that we're ahead of this so we can get back to some type of forecasting. We're especially exposed because our rapid growth. In a city's growth cycle, you hit certain bars where you have to bring on a service you've never had before. For us, think, stormwater. There was some point where the metro grew out into Harrisburg to where the federal government said, oh, now you must comply with the Clean Water Act of 1973. And That's not something we provided before. How do you pay for that becomes all at once. That doesn't go in gradually over time at 5 or 6%. So as we grow much quicker in the high growth areas, we all experience this. There's a point where all of a sudden you have kind of police, you have 7, 8, 9, and then 29 overnight, right? And you start planning for that. Those things require an endorsement from the community, but it requires quick action and generally larger tax increases and then long pauses and then large increase and then long pauses, and you kind of grow into those over time. So we're especially exposed. We also have a pretty low tax rate for a full service community in a growing area. Certainly lower than our statewide peers and lower than the region as a whole. That gives us a lot of exposure. And then we invest a ton in public safety. So 50% of our property tax goes to public safety. So any restriction on that is going to disproportionately affect our public safety forces. It's going to affect every decision they make is 50% of that at a minimum is going to affect public safety, because some of our things that we have in that property tax are mandated services. And public safety, unfortunately, is not mandated. The state says that is an optional thing for us to do. Obviously, we don't think that's optional, but so we invest heavily in it. But any changes to this would dramatically curtail it to the point of, Representative Servania mentioning, this bill would essentially defund the police. And that's what you're doing here. And I think they are looking at that significant, change in Raleigh is, okay, this is really a public safety bill. The property tax is the core money that goes to public safety, so we need to be smart about it. But they do need to hear from us, so we'll be reaching out to them. In context of today's work, keep that in mind that just our revenue is uncertain when it comes to property tax. And so all of the decisions that we'll make moving forward will be wrapped around a lot of that uncertainty.
Rob, is there any discussion in that space where they would look at breaking out public safety away from property tax? So you would have two requirements. You would have your property tax, but you would pay into public safety.
I think everything's on the table. I don't think they can accomplish what they want to accomplish and not significantly hamper our ability to choose to invest in public safety locally. I think what the state's looking for is caps that kind of smooth the curve out so that you don't have, nothing, and then 40%, right? That's fair, but we never had housing inflation like we did post-COVID, pre-World War II. So it's kind of an overreaction in my opinion. And I've sent, you all this, certainly Ronna, you and I have talked about it a lot, that the state in that same time period has raised taxes 47%. And when I say raise taxes, everybody's going to go, whoa, what do you mean? They cut taxes. Yeah, so did the town. We cut taxes, but the revenue went up, and that's what the state is looking at municipalities saying, well, your revenue went up. Yeah, well, your revenue went up too. And I'm not sure what the difference is there, because our tax increases at the municipal level have averaged less than the states, and we've had to deal with the public safety labor cost increases and the equipment cost increases of all of those vehicles and radios, and it's been tough. And we've certainly in Harrisburg we've done better than the group, but as a group it's just been very, very difficult in general. So I think if you look at at the state budgets, they've just had this additional revenue coming in each and every year, and they don't have to wait every 4 years. Every year you got to, every April you get that income tax filing, and then it goes up and it goes up again the next year, and nobody complains because they say, well, that's just, I'm making more income. Well, we tax on wealth, really, and so your asset wealth is taxed, and that's what pays for local services. So asset wealth has also increased year over year over year. It just happens that we only get to take a look at that every 4 years here. So I think we get kind of an overreaction to it. But it all has to be on the table. I don't disagree that smoothing helps. I think when you talk to our residents or even us in this room, we're like, it just feels better if you do 3-5% increases a year and let people build that into their budget. It's what we do with our utilities. It's what we do with all our fees. And it just goes over better. It's just the way the property taxes work now. If we wanted to do that internally, we would have to raise the tax rate 4 consecutive years, and then when you get the reval, cut the tax rate and raise the tax. And that's a possibility, but not, there's thousands of municipalities around the state, and they all have unique circumstances. So it's hard to have a one-size-fit-all approach, and I think that's going to be the trouble we get in November, is how do you build enough flexibility in for communities to provide the core services that communities demand, but also have some caps so that you don't have a 50% overnight increase because you haven't raised revenue over a 4 or 5 year period. Moving on to property tax a little bit further, we're looking at about 3.9% growth in the county in the upcoming year. Our natural growth is easing. We did expect that with the housing number increase or decreases that we focused on. We saw that kind of uptick in 2023 as we built kind of our last grouping of approved houses there. We've seen that lower, but we have seen an uptick going into 2027, and we do expect this uptick to continue and it to be really focused more proportionately in the commercial industrial growth. However, we will see some uptick in that housing, as well as we have approved different types of housing over the past several years that are really starting to hit the market now from a building standpoint. And then we are forecasting in 2029 a negative revaluation in our modeling. That will also be very important when we talk about, is there a cap? Okay, what happens when you have negative? Like, what does a cap do to a negative number? I don't think that's really been built into the thought process. These are reminder slides of things that we went over in the previous, but to keep in mind, our reval period in 2025 is really at the peak of housing, and we do not expect to see that kind of peak reval again. We do expect it to continue to go down. We are experiencing some reduction in labor cost, which tends to help our budgets, but we are experiencing historically high healthcare increases, and the pension board is also increasing again, and nearly another full 1%. What are we at? 0.8? What is the increase in pension?
Oh, yeah, it's about a 6% increase.
To the pension?
Yeah.
The goal is to freeze it there for a few years, and then earnings to allow us to lower that contribution rate, but 15 is the historical high for the required pension that the state is telling us we have to pay into the pension, at the same time telling us we need to have caps on where we can get the money to pay into that pension. So putting us in a real squeeze there. And the last item that I have that you'll see in the public works side of budgets, and I didn't want you to see it there, as the first is a reclassification of, where's John back there? So John, our public works director, as a slash position, allowing us to bring a little bit more responsibility under him and giving him the ATM / public works title. No new position and not adding any more departments immediately. But as you can see of our departments there, this completes that build out that we had talked about of improving the redundancy and the support and management function, as well as that increased capacity for the mentorship and training of other employees. John has a lot of experience and has performed fantastically in that. He also, we don't have his departments on here, but really since I was down there at the Public Works Department, that's been a monster, and you'll see, well, here they are on the agenda. Streets, POW bill, environmental protection, building and ground, water and sewer are all departments in there now. John really doesn't run one department. He already runs 4 or 5. So giving us the ability to add more responsibility there, to train and mentor other higher level employees, and then to really add that succession planning so that we have some redundancy and that we can move people through the organization and promote up, is what we're asking for, that reclassification. The cost of that really is negligible. There isn't a significant financial, it's really just an organizational thing, and I didn't want to spring it on you in John's and show on his org chart the change without adding it here at the beginning.
Could I ask you a question on that?
Sure.
So, in all the years, we've always had just one town manager and one assistant town manager, and a resident did recently ask me, with Brian, you know, you've got an assistant, so how many assistants can we have, or is it infinite?
Yeah. It's 2. The way our structure that we had built out, and this is, you know, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, was to have, you know, CEO, COO, and then 2 kind of operations assistants, ATMs, and then divide everything below that, and that was our full build out. We've kind of changed that approach, that I don't think the way we're operating will need full-time assistant town managers for the next 5 to 10 years. We like this combined position approach where we have, like, Brian is finance director, like that is his core competency, and that's what he will continue to do indefinitely. Now, the assistant town manager responsibilities aren't the same as the finance director, so it's difficult to have him then expand out into, let's say, some human resource level things that are broad-based throughout the organization without having some assistant town manager responsibility and being able to train other folks that are coming up throughout the organization, or to get into some of our broad policy things, like, you know, for instance, John putting together the town-wide fleet policy. That's more of a town-wide thing. That's not necessarily specific to Public Works. He could very easily do that specifically for Public Works. But if we're going to ask him to go over and take a look at fires, complete fleet, and give us an analysis on theirs, there has to be some type of responsibility to say, okay, you have this level. So it's kind of, in the corporate world, I compare this to kind of, you know, senior vice president of marketing type things, right? It's an ATM of finance, ATM of, and I view John's role in this as the service umbrella. You know, I could very well see John handling overtime and working with Jim and their folks on, like, parks maintenance, instead of that really coming all the way up to the top and then going, okay, well, who's the expert between Jim and me on, like, a maintenance item? Who do we bring in? Well, Jim calls John now. That is how we're acting, right? So this really starts to become formalizing, okay, based on the talent pool that we have, where do you put people? But I think to answer that the most directly, that capacity number is 2. It's one for service and one for kind of the office side of things.
And pardon the sharpness of the statement, but it was pushed back to me as you're building in bloat. And as a council member, I don't know that I have a good answer to that, right? So, because we started out, we had a town manager, and we had an assistant town manager, it was you and Lee, and now we've got you, Lee now the deputy, right? And then Brian and John, so.
Yeah, what I told that former council person was that he doesn't pay attention enough anymore, and he would understand that we're not backfilling the positions. And so I never see somebody willing to do more work in the organization as more bloat. If somebody's willing to step up and broaden their capacity, I think you empower that, and then they can mentor and train people up to their capacity levels. So I don't want to get into that thing like you said, well, can everybody be an assistant town manager? No, I think it's limited to in Harrisburg with our population for the next 5 years, the number's 2. And I don't think I don't think we have a capacity for them to do full-time assistant town manager work, even if you were to just have one assistant town manager. I think you have to have a department that you're running. You have to be really good at that department and have gotten that department really far along in order to add those additional responsibilities. So currently, Brian has done that and done it very well. I think John has done an extraordinary job at that, and that gives us the opportunity to really build in more of that pyramid. If you look at our org chart as it is right now, it's kind of 2 years ago it was 1, 2, 12, right? And so now it's really 1, 2. Okay, now we have 2 more, and then 10. And so you're just starting to kind of pyramid that out rather than have a very flat org chart where one town manager has 12 direct reports. It starts to get that down to 4, 6 manageable direct reports.
That would be my question. This looks like the I formation on here. Can we reflect that pyramid? It looks like Lee's going to have to clone himself with 12 direct reports and then town manager.
Yeah, when we can get you kind of a better breakdown when we look in our portfolios. Now those can change year to year and even within the year, and we would expect some of these ATN portfolios to start having more than their departments. Like right now, Brian has finance, customer service. Right now, John has in public works, streets, POW bill, environmental protection, buildings and grounds, water and sewer. I have these 3, Casey, communications, HR, and economic development are my core
Okay,
grouping.
that's just not
And-
totally reflected on here.
Right, and so that's something that we can kind of show a little more direct.
Because context is there's no new hires, there is just a
There's
step
no-
up of responsibility.
Yeah, there's no new hires, and
what's
generally
needed.
there's cost savings because of not backfilling positions as we go up. We tend to just get more efficient on these. I think Brian's department, you've seen for years, went down, and now just with some reallocations and stuff, you'll see it go up a little bit this year.
I was just going to say, so just for clarification, so we shouldn't anticipate seeing any new additional assistant town managers being added?
No.
And so regardless of capacity or their ability to do certain things, you'll just rearrange your portfolio and?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Because I was asked the same question by someone, so I
Yeah.
was just like, let me ask.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
My question is, this assistant town manager reclassification isn't going to be automatic with those positions. Like, let's say Brian moves on somewhere, great.
No.
Like, if we get another finance.
That's not allowed.
That it's not going to be.
That's not allowed.
Second.
Yeah, no.
But, like, we don't want.
No, you
that
hit the nail
because-
on the head. They're very person-specific if you have a dual-titled role. And so, like you said, if Brian got hit by lightning and we had to hire.
He won the lottery.
Yeah, he won. Of those 2, I prefer lightning. I'm just saying. You wouldn't automatically have somebody capable of doing all that. You would probably hire a finance director, leave the / alone, and then we would reorganize those portfolios to kind of deal with it however we see fit. Or you may have somebody else in the organization. It just depends. So other towns, Kannapolis runs a very similar model to this, and there are times where it's like, oh, the HR director may have 25 years of experience, and they've gotten really good at running the ship, and they have a broad base of experience because of their access throughout an organization. So you have the ability to add some, town management level work. They might be able to review other people's budgets. They might be able to, again, mentor, policy set, some of the bigger strategy type thing.
Just so, for my understanding, is that totally in your purview? Is there anything that rises to this board that like I can make, you can come in tomorrow and make 50 assistant town managers without this board's approval? Or what is our governance like? I don't even know.
Yeah, if you set the budget, theoretically, a town manager can reclassify positions up and down
With the budget.
without
Right.
council. I don't like to operate like that because we have that arrangement as a group. That
I'm
it's
just
like
thinking if you win the lottery for the next guy.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
not allowed either.
Yeah, no, I think it's a, it's an important thing to understand, like reclassifications can just happen. They can, that is empowered within the town management's responsibilities. However, it's not good practice to just rearrange the town however you want and then use the money different than you commit to the board. So I think if we're gonna commit certain processes, long-term processes and plans, I like for us to be on the same page so that we're all understanding it, we're buying into it, particularly when you have kind of the reclasses at the higher level. Lower levels, should we reclass a sewer 1 to a sewer 2 operate? I'm not gonna bring that to you guys, but folks that you deal with and that you see titles and that you need to understand what you can ask from them and what you can't. It's very important that you understand those reclassifications.
And their controls are still in place that were originally in place. I mean, with these position changes, if you had a bad actor, say, one of those town managers, or assistant town managers became a bad actor and started doing bad things financially, there are still controls in place that would catch that, correct? Or
Yeah,
do some of those controls peel back?
Yeah, no, so the controls don't peel back. Our controls are multi-layered, multifaceted, and one of them you just saw Monday when you swore in. Maggie is another deputy finance officer, where those folks, when they take that oath, they're not taking it to us. They're taking that to the state. And so the great part about getting past that small town level is that you can afford competency in these. Most of those issues that you see in that realm tend to be in kind of poorly run smaller towns that don't have CPAs like these two do, where their license is on the line. Like, you can, I always use this from my engineering licensure standpoint. It's like, okay, my employer can take my job, but the board can take all my jobs, right? So it's really important that I do not violate any kind of oath or dedication to my professional engineering license, because that's above all. I might not be able to do what my employer asked me to do because it violates the professional standards for that type of work. We have two people in the building that both have that are a check on each other. Also, we hire an outside audit of folks that are all like that, who then are a check on these three. We now have a third person who is sworn to the state that does that. And then we have all of you that are looking at this every month, and we say, okay, here's our open books, here's our published documents, take a look at them, let us know what you think. It's not impossible, but it's very hard for it to go on past a very short period of time in a town like Harrisburg. But this does not diminish any of that oversight. That really comes from the top and even outside the organization in.
Thank you. Right.
And then I'm a little bit over time, so I'll rush through this. But this is just kind of a summary of this year's budget. And I really just want to reemphasize what we had talked about in the retreat, is that this is a very exciting year for us as we continue to move from that planning. We should wrap up our comp plan this year, this calendar year, and then really move into just performance, just execution at the highest level. Some of the things we talked about early on here allow us to do that, is to just execute at the highest level and make sure that all of those plans that our community has given to us, we come up with ways to execute and do that in a very efficient way. Without further ado, if there are no other questions, I will invite up the magnificent Captain Nash.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I had to slip Brian a little money under the table so I could go first this morning. But for the new council members and anyone watching on TV, and as a refresher to the sitting council, I'd like to go over the overview of the Sheriff's Office, everything that we have to offer. So first, we have over 225,000 citizens in Cabarrus County, approximately 360 square miles. And you see all of the blue on that map. That's a very large area that is patrolled by Cabarrus County Sheriff's Office. The orange on the map is Kannapolis Police. The yellow is Concord Police. And then the pink is Locust Police. Most of their jurisdiction falls in Stanley County, but they do have an area in Cabarrus County that they patrol. So the Sheriff's Office is one of the largest full-service sheriff's offices in North Carolina. We are in the top 10 in size. There's 100 counties in the state, 100 sheriff's offices, and we currently we vary between number 8, 9, and 10 in size. We have about 450 employees. So what do I mean by a full-service sheriff's office? By statute, we have to provide for the detention facility, civil, and courtrooms. That's all that we're statutorily required to provide for. But we have that and everything that a large police department would have. So some of our divisions, we have a patrol division. Of course, Harrisburg has 14 patrol deputies assigned. Crime reduction unit, there's a county and a Harrisburg crime reduction unit. We currently have 2 in Harrisburg. Crime reduction, they are proactively seeking out crime and trying to stop it before it happens. They're looking at trends, hot spots, repeat offenders. They're out proactively trying to stop crime. Criminal investigations, that's our detectives. We have 2 assigned in Harrisburg. Our Vice Narcotics Division, crime scene and sex offender registry. Crime scene, they are on call 24 hours a day to come out and process any crime scenes that we would have in the town. Our 911 Communications Center, our training division, records and civil, youth development, or our school resource officers. We currently have 27 deputies in that division. We cover most of the schools in Cabarrus County. Not all. Concord and Kannapolis cover some of theirs, but it's a very large division. We have an 800-man detention center, courthouse security, governmental security. The governmental security, they patrol all the county buildings within the county, whether it's in Concord or Kannapolis. They also patrol the parks, the libraries. We have an animal control division, animal shelter, and a community engagement and crime prevention unit. Our Sheriff's Office specialty units. We have a special response team, that's our SWAT team. They are highly trained. Lieutenant Helms is on that team. They train with the best. I've heard you train with ex-Navy SEALs, is that correct? So they receive the best training and are ready to respond to Harrisburg. We have our civil emergency response team. Anytime there's any civil unrest within the county, that's a 60-man team that is ready to respond to protect property and people. Our critical incident stress management team, I'm a part of that team. We're on call for any critical incidents or traumatic events that would be for our deputies, whether they're involved in a shooting, a child death. We respond to that scene. I don't have on my captain hat. I am there simply to take care of that person and make sure that their mental well-being is taken care of. And we also have 2 embedded clinicians at the Sheriff's Office. A long time ago, police were stubborn and we don't need mental health, we're tough and we can handle everything, but we do see a lot of things, and we have the embedded clinicians that we can talk to, and even if it's not about a call that we've been on, we can talk about marital problems or financial issues. They're there to help us, and a happy employee is usually a more productive employee, usually better for the community. We have a the Special Vehicle Response Team. That's the team that has the side-by-side and the ATVs. Anywhere we need to go where we can't get a patrol car and cover a large area, that team is available. Crisis Negotiations, our K-9 team, which is part of the patrol division. Lake Enforcement. We have a bomb squad. Most surrounding agencies do not have a bomb squad. Charlotte has their own, but we are contracted with surrounding counties. If there's a suspicious package in, say, Stanley County, they'll call us and we'll respond to handle that call. Clandestine drug team, and also we have a motor unit. We have 2 motorcycle officers assigned to Harrisburg, but they're also part of the overall Cabarrus County motor unit. They do traffic enforcement. Both of them happen to be traffic officers in Harrisburg, so they do traffic enforcement. That didn't sound good, within the town. A lot of people in Harrisburg don't expect to see a motorcycle coming up and pulling you over, but they are able to write citations and everything that a regular traffic officer would do. We also have an honor guard drone pilot program. We do have a drone pilot in Harrisburg. He was actually used this week in Harrisburg for a 12-year-old that had run away out into the woods. He was able to get that drone up quickly and find that missing juvenile. And if it's a day that he's not working, there's drone pilots throughout the county. We could easily pull one in to use. And then we have polygraphists who do our hiring polygraphs and also any criminal polygraphs. This is something the sheriff is very proud of, the North Carolina Law Enforcement Accreditation. We just received that award last week. It's a 2-year process. There's 116 different standards that we must meet. Everything from policy, procedures, operations. They come in and look at our use of force policies. And not only do they look at what we have in place, they look to make sure that we are following what we say that we're going to follow. And we did meet all the standards and receive that award. It just shows our commitment to being a highly professional agency, transparent. It helps build trust with the community, knowing that we say we're going to do what we say we're going to do. And what does all that mean for Harrisburg? You have the benefit of having one of the largest sheriff's offices, one of the largest law enforcement agencies in the community, well-trained, well-equipped. All of those teams, specialty teams, equipment is available to Harrisburg when needed at no additional incurred cost to the town. For Harrisburg, currently we have 29 deputies in Harrisburg. 27 of those are funded by Harrisburg, 2 are county paid. You have the captain and the lieutenant. We typically work Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., but criminals don't clock out at 5 p.m. and go home when we do. So we are on call 24 hours a day for anything that may come up in Harrisburg. Come in early, stay late, get the 3 o'clock a.m. phone calls. We have our detective and crew sergeant. They also work typically Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then 2 detectives with the same schedule. Again, they're on call. They come out to help with crime scenes. So they're here early and late a lot of times as well. We have 4 patrol sergeants. We have 4 squads in patrol, A, B, C, and D. There's 1 sergeant assigned to every squad. So barring vacation or sickness, there's a supervisor on duty at all times in Harrisburg. We have 14 patrol deputies. On a standard day in Harrisburg, the staffing that you're going to see is 2 deputies that come in from 6:30 a.m. to 7 p.m., 1 deputy that is 10 a.m. to 10:30 p.m., 1 that is 1 p.m. to 1:30 a.m., and then 3 deputies that work the night shift from 6:30 p.m. to 7 a.m. Those split shifts are to help cover the busiest parts of the day and make sure we have adequate staffing. And then the traffic unit. We have 4 deputies on the traffic unit. Their primary job function is to enforce the traffic laws in Harrisburg. Of course, calls for service are the most important, so they do, if they're the closest to an emergency call, they can respond to those. But their primary duty, day in and day out, is to enforce the traffic laws. And their shifts and times vary as well. Some of them like to work the earlier shifts, some later shifts. As long as they're here during peak traffic times in Harrisburg, we let them adjust their shifts accordingly. And then the crime reduction unit deputies, we have 2 of those. And again, they are out proactively looking for crime, the hot spots, the trends, and trying to stop it before it happens. They work a lot of overnight shifts, varied shifts to meet our needs. We work out of the Harrisburg Annex building, or affectionately known to us as the HAB. It's a 2,200 square foot building behind Harrisburg Fire Station 1. We have a conference area in the front, 5 offices for the admin staff, and then it's a place for the guys and girls to come in and heat up their meal, eat, use the restroom. And we also have 2 workstations in the common area for them that allows them to complete their paperwork. Our Harrisburg vehicle branding, I wanted to show a comparison between what a county vehicle looks like on the right and then the Harrisburg vehicle on the left. As you can see, the Harrisburg vehicles have more of the gray striping and the yellow. Also says Town of Harrisburg, and then has the Harrisburg logo on the sides and on the back. All of our vehicles in Harrisburg that are marked have the Harrisburg branding, with the exception of 2. And 2 of those are the county paid spots, which are the brown and yellow. And I personally think the Harrisburg vehicles look a lot better. I may be a little biased, but I like the gray on the cars. This information I stole from Chief Burchett when she gave her budget presentation for the county. I normally see all the Harrisburg stats, but I don't see the whole agency as a whole usually. So this is broken down into sections. The 2110 program, that's all of county patrol. And then of course you have Mount Pleasant, Midland, and Harrisburg. So for the deputies, the 2110 calls for service was 9,660 for last year. Harrisburg had 4,614. And then the number of self-initiated is what come out. The county had over 35,000 self-initiated activity calls, and Harrisburg had close to 45,000. We are a smaller division than the county patrol unit. 35,000 is still a decent number, but almost 45,000, I'm very proud of that number. I think our first line of defense to deter crime in this community is to be out and to be seen. And self-initiated calls are anything a deputy would bill themselves, whether it's a security check, a traffic stop, seeing a suspicious person, that's calls that they bill. So they are out and about, being seen, and very active in the community. Our 5-year trends show our continued growth and expansion. And then our organizational chart, of course, again, the captain and lieutenant. We have the 4 patrol sergeants who oversee 14 deputy sheriffs, and then Sergeant Fry also, in addition to his people, oversees the 4 traffic deputies. Our detective sergeant, who oversees the 2 detectives and the crime reduction deputy. Our build out, we have been at 29 deputies and will continue with that many into the oncoming year. And then our capital improvement plan, there's a storage building on there that I will get to in just a moment, but the rest of it is vehicles. The contract shows we replace cars the lesser of 7 years or 100,000 miles. So this is the best estimate of when our cars will need to be replaced. And the way the vehicles, in case you weren't aware, the way they're purchased, the county purchases all of those vehicles. They outfit them, register them, insure them, and then they just send an invoice to the town for the price of the vehicle. So it takes all of that out of your hands. It used to be that Harrisburg bought some cars and insured them, the county did, but now it's all under one roof. The county handles all of that. And then when a car is surplus, the county takes care of that again as well, and whatever amount they get for the car goes towards a credit to the town for the purchase of the next vehicle. Again, showing our vehicles in the future. And then our needs. We need a storage building to house the 2 golf carts and the side-by-side that were purchased. It will get them out of the elements and keep them from getting legs and walking off. Also, we can hang things on the walls, our road closed signs, we can get those out of the back of the annex building. This will be a joint purchase with Harrisburg. We would have a 12 by 40 section for the sheriff's office, 480 square feet. You see here there's 3 sections on the picture. Harrisburg Fire would have 2 sections, the bigger middle section and one of the side sections. and then we would have one of the end sections. It would be walled off in between, and you see the door on the side. We would have our own entrance. Chief Dunn and I have talked. We both know that if sheriff's deputies had access to the fire department's equipment, they'd be over there and have their equipment on, walking around and climbing on fire trucks, and they would take our side-by-side out doing donuts in the parking lot. So that way, that removes all temptation from them. We have our own side exclusively to us, and then they have their side.
Captain, where are they now? Those vehicles, they're not out in the pollen, are they?
They are currently at our installer. We've already got them branded with the Harrisburg logos. The person is installing all the lights and everything, but then they will be moved back. I don't want to leave them out back of our building, so they've been stored at Public Works. And then also Corey has moved them at some point to a water tower somewhere that should be enclosed and out of the elements. Those are very nice assets that I would hate to have sitting outside.
Is there money to accelerate that and do that this year, or is this got to wait till next, June?
We could accelerate most of the projects that are low six-figure projects or five-figure projects, certainly. Traditionally, they've kept these outside with covers on them, and so obviously we have the need. Fire's done this pretty successfully already out there, and this tends to be a really good value. So.
Where is it going to be located?
It would be behind Fire Station 1, but kind of behind our building and then also Fire Station 1. So it would be easy access to us if we needed to get the side-by-side out and respond to an incident in the woods in Harrisburg. It would be easily accessible.
You'll see
to us.
later in Fire's presentation where it is, but there's an existing building there that's, how old is it, Chief?
Early 2000s.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's like a wood shed that's 25 years old, and it's in disrepair, so Fire wants to tear it down, build it. We would make it a little bit bigger so that they could share one of these 3 slots with.
Controlled burn exercise.
Too close to the station.
When you see the picture of it, you'll
We can do a
agree that the
controlled,
control burn would probably be the best
sledgehammer.
option for it. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions that I can answer?
I just have one question. If we have a school incident, God forbid, is that SWAT? Is that the school
That-
resource officers? Is that a combination?
If it's something like an active shooter, it is every deputy, every officer close by is going to respond. It doesn't matter if you're a captain.
And you guys have keys and radios that
Yes.
talk to each other and you rehearse this?
Yes, we have keys, we have access to the buildings, and it's not one of us waiting for a group of other deputies to come. Our job is to get to the scene and stop the threat, whatever it is. We don't wait for SWAT, we go directly and try to stop the killing, basically.
Chris, I can attest to that because there was an incident at Hickory Ridge High School after a basketball game, and the fire department, everybody showed up within minutes.
To me, that is just, your list is so impressive, but that's job one.
Yes,
is job
it absolutely is.
Yeah.
We have them dropping out of the ceilings and coming in from helicopters. I mean, you would honestly be amazed at some of the incidents that I've seen and shown up on even a couple of minutes after it started. There are deputies everywhere, and that doesn't, if Concord's close by, they come. We have mutual aid agreements. Of course, we have jurisdiction in the whole county, but if we need Concord or Kannapolis or Highway Patrol, all we have to do is make that phone call and they're like, we're on the way. So you can have a large officer presence in an area in a short amount of time.
And are the school resource officers in touch with social media? Little Johnny's acting weird and, we're seeing a little chatter on, are we into that, or are we just waiting?
They absolutely are. It's amazing how well the school resource officers know their students. We had an incident one time where we were looking for a certain type of book bag that had a distinguishing mark on it, and they had about 1,400 students in the school, but we called that school resource officer, and he's like, I know exactly who that is. Went straight to the student and was able to get that. We have any tips that we come in, the school resource officer investigates those. We have if someone sends what am I trying to say, like a text tip or social media, anything they see that's concerning, they address that. So we are very active. Even if it's something we don't see, we have a great community that, hey, this doesn't look right on this website. So they typically forward it to us and we investigate. We take those threats very seriously and deal with them accordingly.
Thank you.
I just want to say, we don't get a chance to say that like during our monthly meetings, but, really appreciate all the work you've been doing for Harrisburg, and I feel like residents of Harrisburg are very, like in good hands that you're in charge of the division.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I
Have
really
you
do.
seen our survey?
I have, and I take full credit for the residents feeling safe in the town of Harrisburg. But that just shows the commitment that all of you have and the sheriff's office has to this community to make it the safest place for its citizens. That's a team effort, 100%.
Any other questions for Captain? Thank you, Captain.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
All right, good
Mr.
morning,
John
Mayor.
Young. Manny, I already got his introduction.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was just sitting there counting up. I've got 60 slides. I got to do those in 30 minutes, so that's it's going to be challenging. So we're going to be feeding through a fire hose here. But dude, welcome. Glad to be here and excited about our Public Works budget this year. So as Rob mentioned earlier, Public Works is made up of 4 departments. You can kind of count 5. I really put POW underneath the streets department, but streets, environmental protection, buildings and grounds, and water and sewer. We'll go through each one of those departments. Here's our org chart. We've got 32 positions currently in Public Works. We do have 3 vacancies. We actually had a retirement at the end of February. Miss Donna, our custodial worker, retired. So we are we're in the process of actually reclassing that position into a building and ground maintenance worker. We'll go over that a little bit when we get to that department. But we'll jump into our initiatives, innovations, and efficiencies. We talked about these last year, and then this is this year's. The first one is refined organizational chart to create growth opportunities. What does that mean? Right now in Public Works, we basically have, if you come in as an employee in Public Works, everybody starts in the maintenance, and then really the only opportunity for growth is on our water and sewer side. So what we're looking at doing, been working with HR and our management team of actually creating opportunity within each of those departments that you just heard me talk about. So if I don't want to become a water and sewer maintenance worker, I have the opportunity to build myself up into a buildings and grounds person, or potentially into a streets department where maybe I can be a crew leader in that department. Second one is develop an informational page on town's website outlining common causes of elevated water consumption. So this is actually one of my staff members' suggestions. I thought was great. We're actually be working with the communications team to do this, but essentially if you look, we obviously every day we're talking to somebody about, I got a leak or whatever the water consumption happens to be. It's amazing what just a small drip or anything in your house can cause as far as water consumption. So really want to get that information out there from a transparency standpoint, and hopefully it'll help to get our citizens to understand, where some of their consumption is coming from. Third, collection and prioritization of infrastructure needs. You're going to hear this actually a lot. This is going to be a common theme. This is a GIS collection. So we did have a GIS assessment, and I know our folks over in planning and engineering will talk a little more about it, but Public Works is included in that. And really the goal there is that we can be more proactive on, getting out and addressing projects. Right now we've got, we get calls from citizens or our teams are out, but the goal here is that we go out and basically are, riding the street and picking up the streets and picking up these issues and having a list that we can go out and start doing the work on. And then the last one, implement in-house backflow testing program for all town-owned backflow preventers. So right now, or in the past, we were actually contracting this service out. We've got about 30 town-owned backflows. We actually have 2 folks in our water quality team that are qualified, and we actually have already switched this over and are testing it now, but to where they're actually doing all of our testing on our backflows, and that's a state requirement for those to be tested every year. How we do last year, so we'll talk a little bit about, this is our second year really of this innovations and efficiencies. Last year we did have, as Rob mentioned, our fleet assessment program. We were able to get that policy established. All of the equipment and fleet budget purchases this year were following those policy guidelines. So if you see one in here, like I've got 3 requests in mind. I know there's several others. They were based on that policy and have been scored by that policy. And then the second one with the payment management implementation, we're going to talk a little more about that. But we did establish that program last year. We actually just went over it, I think, in late summertime. We talked about, what we got out of there. I'll go over a little bit of it. And then we did implement the first year of that 3-year program this year with our PAL money. This was the objectives of the payment management program. Develop an accurate payment network, inventory, capture HD videos, which we do have actually on our website or on our ArcGIS platform of all of our streets. We talked about the distresses, so basically cracking, anything, potholes, whatever. Those were processed through that system. We got a PCI out of that, which is the pavement condition index, qualifies. And then we started talking about treatments, which we applied this year. And then we have that 3-year working program. We do have an ArcGIS platform called Road Insights that we use and we'll be utilizing for the next 3 years. And as long as we keep this program in place, we'll be able to basically look at that, assess it, and then next year apply it. And then, of course, we do have that continued consulting support from the folks we're working with. This is the payment deterioration curve. We talked a little bit about this when I went over all the things as far as payment. Again, just a real quick summary here. Typical payment at about 10 to 15 year range is when you lose most of the integrity of the payment. Our goal is we want to be in that green and applying preservation techniques to the payment to extend it out past that 20-year lifetime, and it really gives you a lot more value that you can use out in once you get that payment established. And you've kind of got to start that early. You see that 5-year and even before in that 2-year range and that rejuvenation, you can't just let it sit. You got to really be on top of it and make sure you're putting those techniques in early. This is some of the payment preservation techniques that we talked about. Crack sealing, which a lot of y'all have already seen in your neighborhoods, or if you're riding on DOT. DOT utilizes this a lot in their roads, but typically in a neighborhood, as far as we have here in Harrisburg, we want to apply this along with some other one like a micro paving or some other treatments that go along with it, and kind of, for lack of a better term, it hides that crack sealing. But this is probably the most important pavement preservation there is, because it keeps that moisture from out from under the pavement. Basically, it keeps you from having a lot of potholes and then alligator cracking, which you can kind of see in that middle picture. This is one that has not been treated on this left-hand side, and this has been treated essentially that same roadway. So this is a test case. This is our payment management program dashboard. We do have this. Actually, I can make it accessible to anybody. It's got 4 or 5 tabs on there. What you're looking at right now is actually the tab that shows what condition our payment is in. This is just a snapshot, obviously, of that. But we did utilize this year to do our paving program. We have a very good PCI, which you can kind of see there at the top. 78 is extremely good for North Carolina. Done a great job of keeping our roads in good shape here in Harrisburg. We only had one bad section, which was actually this one over here, which is our Harrisburg Industrial Park. Actually, where the Public Works facility was, that's the only one that's failed, oddly enough. So we addressed that this year. That is no longer a failure. And we'll see that in this next slide. That is our Harrisburg Industrial Park pre on the left-hand side there, and then Harrisburg Industrial Park post is on the right-hand side. So we were able to come in there, mill out these sections and address it. We do have a lot of heavy trucks on this road. We're really proud of all the work that we did this year with our PAL paving and pavement management. Just a quick benchmarking, current overall PCI is 78 here in Harrisburg. We do have roughly 83 miles of streets that we maintain. Mooresville's overall PCI is 74 and Concord is 75. Again, PCI of 78 is really high. It's rare to get into that 80s here in North Carolina just because of our conditions of our roads and the amount of traffic that we have on them. Start into our streets. I think you can go to, your tabs are already on your book there. But streets is our first department. It's one of our larger departments. This year's opportunities and obligations, we're balancing the needs of a growing town. So again, we're adding to those streets every year. We know that. We're taking on new subdivisions. You guys approve those. That does require us to go out and have maintenance on each one of those, along with sidewalks, curb and gutter, stormwater maintenance. There are multiple things that are part of the streets department. Implementing those strategic plans and new strategies to enhance transparency and customer satisfaction. And then our big one is continuing the wayfinding and Welcome to Harrisburg sign program. We'll talk a little more about that here in a few minutes. Some of the changes you'll see in your packet. Refinement of the greenway maintenance, we actually pulled that number down a little bit. We've got brand new greenways. They're in good shape. We have not had to go out and do a lot of work on those greenways. Obviously, we're looking at installing new greenways, working with our engineering department to do that, but this is really focused more on what that maintenance looks like and making sure we can keep them in good working order. You're going to see a common theme as far as increasing in utilities, not only here, but in our water and sewer department. We are seeing increases from our partner agencies, pretty much to the maximum extent, and this one is no different. Our utilities here is really focused on energy and street lights and things like that. So we've seen significant increases in those numbers. Addition of new wayfinding signs, phase 2 is actually a program started a couple of years ago. We're bringing that back into this year's budget, and these are what I call the medium-sized signs. They're not the small signs; they're the medium-sized signs that gives you directions around town. We actually this past year were able to go in and update those signs. We actually are doing the last section of them now. They'll be back installed here in the next week or so, and then this is phase 2, and I'll show you a map here in a few minutes. Roberta Road and Highway 49 recommended improvements. We talked through this in our board meeting a couple of weeks ago, council meeting, sorry, when we were doing our transportation projects, and we'll have a little more on that here when we get to the projects. And then the last one, Stallings Road roundabout improvements, is really focused on landscaping and art in the 2 roundabouts on Stallings Road. Here's our day-to-day operations and streets. We talked about just over 83 miles that we maintain. These are last year's statistics. We had signs repaired of about 168, traffic marking 361 feet. Sometimes anything beyond that, we typically will contract out. Again, a lot of this is thermo. We don't have a thermoplastic machine, so we do bring in contractors to put in new street markings in a lot of instances. Asphalt is similar. These are really just potholes. Anything above and beyond that is going to be through our POW program. We actually, when we do our street resurfacing, we include in there some major repairs. Pepsi is probably a good example if you've been on it. The contractor that came in and did our work for the POW program this year actually did a major repair on Pepsi. So that actually, we do that fairly often. We build some of that into our POW program. And then concrete, again, these are really focused on bad areas in town where we've got a lot of deterioration. A lot of it comes from tree roots. And some of it is related to the ones that can't be addressed through our ADA program, where we're going in and just grinding down those asphalt. We'll actually have to replace panels, and we do that fairly often. We tend to do it in batches, so it's not like we're doing it every day. We'll come out every couple of weeks and make repairs around town. We do mow here in town. That's actually started up already, which is crazy to think. But we've got about 13 acres of town-owned properties, roughly 8 acres in our pump station and other property. We do have an agreement with NCDOT. We maintain about 34 miles of their existing right-of-ways here in town, Harrisburg, and then roughly 45 miles of outfalls. Outfalls can be challenging, obviously, especially depending on the weather, but we maintain those. We have to be able to get in and access those just in case we have any failures along the outfall sections. Some of our projects here in streets. As I mentioned, wayfinding phase 2, welcome to Harrisburg signs. intersection of Roberta Road, Highway 49 improvements, alternative 2. We actually had 3 alternatives we discussed in our council meeting. We'll go over specifically alternative 2, and that's the recommendation that staff has for the budget this year. Stallings Road roundabout signage and landscaping. Wayfinding Phase 2, the map you see here is actually the map that was created several years ago when this program was initiated. These signs were not installed at the time. We'll likely have to update this a little bit. So these are not going to be the exact locations when we get it done. But if it does move forward in the budget, we'll be looking at putting those medium-sized signs in some other locations, specifically along Rocky River Road there, and then down along some of the other areas. You see Stallings Road, Hickory Ridge, some of those that'll really focus and give anybody that's coming into the town direction. Second one is Welcome to Harrisburg signs. We're trying to get our first one installed over on Roberta Road now, working with DOT to get an encroachment permit there. It'll be right now the location is just before you come into Harrisburg, where the Purple Heart Community sign is. These signs are a little smaller versions of our existing monument signs. Congratulations to engineering on getting the third one in. I know it's over on Rocky River Road now, but the other 2 are along 49, but these will be smaller versions of that, and they will be lit as well. A couple of other possible locations: Rocky River Road, Tom Query Road, and Moorhead Road. Again, not exact locations on there, but those are the entrances we're looking at. Our alternative 2, again, we talked about this in our transportation improvements. This is a feasibility study. We just wrapped up with RK&K. There were 3 alternatives that came out of this. This is the staff recommended alternative. Just a reminder, the Quadrant Road does come behind the Publix. This was, again, our staff recommended alternative. And there are a couple of other things that go along with this, a couple of turn lane improvements that would happen, but in general, this gave us the best opportunity for traffic to be mitigated here at Roberta Road and Highway 49. What you see in your budget reflected this year, and I think Rob mentioned this a little earlier, is the design dollars. There is a construction dollar. The design dollars is roughly $1.2 million, I believe. There's a construction dollar in the FY28 budget. That's a little more flexible. Our goal here is we get this, what I'd call shovel ready, and then search for some other dollars from whether that's through grant processes, whether that's through our new, lobbying, any of those things would be where we'd be looking for some additional funding there. So I would, whether that comes in FY28 or FY29, that again has some flexibility to it. And then the last one here in streets is our art and signage. We don't know what that'll look like. We actually included some design in there for that, along with some landscaping to complement that art and signage. Staff did apply for a grant through Duke Energy for this as well. Actually, we'll be notified whether we receive that grant here in the first part of April. The grant will not cover the whole thing, but it was, I believe it was for $20,000 that we applied for. So don't know whether we'll get that or not, but hopefully we do and be able to apply some of that grant money to this project.
John,
Yes, ma'am.
can you go back to the overview slide really quick? So for that dedicated turn lane, does that just take the grass at CVS? Like, I don't understand how that works.
This is this is actually we've got enough room there right now that we can shift it over, but we're going to utilize some of the existing pavement there right now. So right now it's got I should have pulled up Google Maps, but right now there's an existing straight through there. So we would be making that just a dedicated right on that side.
Just one lane to go.
Yeah, the only one that actually is incorporating some additional work along there was our, if you remember, alternative 1. It had some requirements for taking over, and that was one of the other things we were trying to do here. The major work here is actually just associated with that backside. What our goal is to try to eliminate any of those property takes and not, I shouldn't say takes, but property acquisition. And then along with trying to eliminate having to get some additional payment there. But yeah, that's why this Quadrant Road, again, was a staff recommended one, because it really takes away a lot of the need to affect any of these businesses along that corridor.
Okay, thank you.
Some other projects that we do overlap with engineering on. These are our annual projects, so our annual ADA program. This year we did Kensington Forest. We actually have one more major subdivision that we're going to be working on next year. We kind of know where that is. And then we still have some ADA assessment work that that's got to be done on our ADA assessment report. It was done, I believe, several years ago. And then annual Greenway program. I know Devin and his team worked through that one a lot, and we do assist them in that. Raging Ridge Road sidewalks, I think Devin will talk through that a little more. And then the pedestrian connectivity improvements will be in his presentation as well. Capital improvement plan for streets. You can see there in 2027 there's a lot on there. But again, this overlaps into our transportation. So this is not only streets, but it's transportation as well. So some of those larger improvements you start to see in this budget, which is why it's not just streets, it's really transportation, with that being our number one on our on everybody's radar as far as things to happen. We want to make sure we keep that in mind when we're looking at CIP projects. Here's our trends. I wanted a good idea to put these operations and capital together. So basically, you see a drop in the operations side. Really, that's because a lot of those projects have been switched over to the capital side. So it's not like we're not utilizing or not spending money. We just have taken these projects and moved them into a capital project. Now, again, y'all want to jump into questions? I'm going to jump over. I'm going through several.
I got,
yeah. Figured you might.
Yeah, I got a question. I have a question. So, first I'll say that the signage looks great. I came in town the other day from a trip, and coming through other towns and then coming to Harrisburg and seeing that, it's a difference. It's sleek, it's nice, and so that's well done. But my question is about the striping in the neighborhoods, and so does that fall on streets, and what's the process of that? I've been told that some of the striping is coming up into some of those neighborhoods, and people aren't satisfied, and they want to know how to get that done, and what's the best way to get that done in an efficient way.
So really what we do is it's a maintenance thing. So for example, in our PAL, when we do our PAL program, if there's existing stop bars, we replace those. If it's something that it's not on our radar, so if we're trying to think of a good road, Pitt Road, for example, is actually on our radar next year for PAL paving. So if there's an existing stop bar there, we'll replace all that at that time. If it's something that is not on our radar, they can put in a request through our quick fix program or any other one, and we'll go out there and take a look at and assess it, and then we come out.
Is that something that you outsource, or is that like?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't do thermo. That's thermo work,
Okay.
So that's what I was talking about. So basically, the only thing that really the town would ever do is maybe put some paint down, but the thermoplastic is actually, it's its own machine. It comes out, spray it on, and then it gets heated up and put into the system.
Because I think in this particular neighborhood I'm talking about, not to belabor an issue, but they did that, they used that technology and it didn't work. So I don't know how often that has to happen, or if there's a threshold on how many times we can budget for that. Like, I don't.
Yeah, it really depends. So thermo is actually the best treatment you can put on the ground. It lasts the longest. The problem is traffic, snow plows.
And when they do it.
Yeah, if you saw, I'm trying to think, Odell School Road is a good example. That's the way I come into work. It actually, the snow plows that came through this year, because it is a raised system, it actually will pull that off the ground. We had a lot of damage done by snow plows this year with all the weather we had, but that does cause some damage on some of it. But again, it's not something we can't.
Okay. But doing that, however many times we need to allocate it in that budget.
Yeah, it's really a maintenance thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the smaller ones like that, really more just a maintenance budget.
Can you report that in quick fix?
You can.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, is this the time to talk about the budget allocation for ADA program and the annual greenways? Because those numbers have been the same for like many years now. And I feel like, especially, well, with ADA, we're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel. Like, I feel like spending so much money every year on improving that, but then they're just benefiting, certain people in those neighborhoods. But with the greenways, it would be benefiting you know, all the residents, can we do some sort of rebalancing or maybe look at straight, like, increase in the Greenway program? Because I know, you know, prices have gone up, but we're keeping it $250 every year.
Yeah, so great question. So as far as the Greenway, so as far as the ADA program, it really is focused on obviously addressing those issues that we contract out. Going back to what I had mentioned earlier, we actually do a lot of work as far as ADA in-house as well throughout the year. So that's in the general maintenance line item that we are going out and doing those. The ADA, the annual ADA program is really more focused on, again, bringing in contractors to do work based on the ADA assessment. We're actually fairly far along in that ADA assessment. Now, obviously, we'll have to come back around, but we've wrapped up most of the original work that was part of that ADA assessment. And we're still getting a few areas where you've got tree roots or you've still got some trip hazards, whatever it happens to be, that we will have to address. But that I would say is fairly well budgeted on the Greenway program. This is not necessarily projects for Greenway, so this is smaller things. I think this year's Greenway program, we used the bird work out there was actually part of that. So where they were doing where they just did the parking lot there at the Bird Church. So these are smaller, more, just smaller sections of a Greenway, not necessarily related to actually installing more and larger ones. Those are more capital projects. I think that's the question you're asking.
Yeah. Can we, like, if we're so far along on one but not the other, can we maybe take 50 from that and put that towards Greenways, or does that make a difference?
That's a finance question.
John peeking over at me. We'll take a look at those different amounts. They're certainly in here. Also, as part of the council exercise process, we always have those kind of ads. Like you said, we could take it somewhere else. You can allocate some kind of one-year funding, but yeah, we've got options there that we'll be able to look at. And I think we did increase, or I think ADA is the same. I think Greenway is increased in this one a little bit, and the tree planting annual amount was increased.
It doesn't have to be 100. I know it was related to, like, we had to have for some sort of compliance with ADA rules, right? But
You have to have a reasonable program in place.
Okay.
And
So it doesn't say like you have to spend 100,000 on it.
No, you have to have a reasonable plan. I think when we originally did this plan, the total build out was tens of millions. No community really, can address all their ADA requirements immediately upon adopting a plan. But our requirement is you have to have a plan adopted and you have to have a reasonable approach. And our reasonable approach is let's attack the most, first of all, the low-hanging fruit, but then the most egregious ones, and then go through and just, we started out with 100. 100 has seemed to have been adequate as we started the program. We are better at it now, and we might be able to scale that up if that is the wish of the council.
But it doesn't necessarily mean you have to, if you increase Greenway, you can pull that money from another, it doesn't have to attack.
Yeah, all of this is general fund money.
Right.
So
Okay.
it's all that
I just
property
wondered,
tax money that the state wants to
I
cap.
hear what she's saying about it being like neighborhood specific and
Yeah.
beneficial to them, but accessibility is always important.
Yep, it could come
I'll let
from,
that go.
Yeah, but some
Okay.
neighborhoods, they have no sidewalks at all, but some
Right.
neighborhoods have a sidewalk on both sides. And the town spends a lot of money to improving them and, smoothing them out.
and some neighborhoods tell us they want sidewalks, and then we go to build them, and they
Yeah.
tell us they don't, and
Or if some neighborhoods don't have any sidewalks, so they're not getting any money from it anyway. So what, do you want them to drive to Kensington and park by your pool and walk your neighbor? You probably don't want the whole
They pay
town.
taxes and Harrisburg. But I mean, my question
Watch
though
out
is
for your
like,
neighbors.
just trying to figure out how to, you could do both.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah, you can, you guys will have kind of that complete picture of the revenue at our next one, but really, all that general fund revenue is available to be allocated however you guys see fit. We kind of have a pretty good established pattern, and then we can, kind of move the levers up and down in different pots, depending on what's a priority and what isn't in that year.
John?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned in one of your slides early on application you use called Road Insights. And my question is more around, how are we, if we are, using any automation, meaning AI, in today's efforts?
That program actually only uses AI.
Okay.
So if I kind of skimmed through it because I have a lot of slides, but if you're on that payment work, when they're doing the distresses, it's actually using AI to do all of that work. So that's why they take the HD video, and then basically they have their own programs they run through. Ours is just a dashboard portion of it,
Right.
but everything, actually took out a couple of slides because it was a little bit too long. But the dashboard portion of it actually shows a little bit of, how they utilize the AI to go in and assess those based on what the existing ASTM standards are. So, all of these programs now, anything related to like that, where you're looking at distresses, whatever it happens to be, even work on sidewalks, back to your point, council member, when they're going out, that's what they're using. It is, I will say one thing on that though, and again, I know we got to move on. It's one thing to have AI, but the one thing I love about this actual consultant is they also have a boots on the ground portion, because AI can go so far, but it really sometimes will skip over the important things. And we had a good example of that back when I was still in Mooresville. We had some of the first implementations of AI, and it did not work very well. I know it's gotten better these days, but you've got to still have that boots on the ground to go out and address situations as well. So everybody's utilizing it, everybody's doing it, but that Road Insights is definitely, that's how they code their distresses and get those PCI ratings.
And Rob, is there, from a town perspective, a capacity to kind of capture how we've moved into AI and what it's saving or how it's improving the town efforts?
We don't have a capacity to capture that right now, but it's on the radar.
Okay.
It's something that we're talking about internally, because AI is moving so quickly.
Right.
Within the past, I'd say, take the arc the last 2 years, and a year ago, Lee and I were experimenting with AI and going through some, and it couldn't read a document, right? Like you put a document, and it just did not fundamentally understand how to just create a Word document. Fast forward to now and understand how quick it is at word processing and document creation and things like that. Where is it 6 months from now from a usability standpoint to the average worker? So what we're seeing, what I think we'll see in government, which is probably significantly different than the private sector, is because we move slower, we'll adapt a little bit slower to it, but also we'll be able to fold it into average capacities across an organization better to see that kind of tamping down of growth rates. So you guys will see in today's presentation, we've proposed 0 full-time employees added to the town. Last year was a very small number too. I don't remember what it was, but it was not a significant amount. I think those are efficiencies from our employees who are able to fold in new technologies, new programs, new trainings, and get more out of the very high quality folks that we already have. So expanding your capacity and not replacing your capacity, I think, is what we're seeing in the public right now. But again, with Claude Cowork and what we've seen with like OpenClaw and things like this, where agent creation is a significant impact to the private sector already. Who knows where that goes? But we don't have like an office of AI innovation implementation that can track this stuff and report it back and do all that. Now, can we have a AI agent that can capture all that? I don't know. We're gonna be on that, but we're certainly, I think, as far ahead as any other city is in that space.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move into POW. Very short, actually only 2 slides here, I think. But again, I love in Harrisburg, we utilize our funding for payment. A lot of municipalities utilize PAL management or PAL funding for other opportunities in the town, which there is the ability to do that. State agency, I think, calls for you to do 75% roughly, but we use 100%, which is important. We did, our allocation did go up a little bit this year. It wasn't quite as much as we thought, but we're going to continue to utilize that funding for our payment management, and we'll be implementing year 2 coming in the fall. So again, you kind of see that in that trend where we did increase that amount. We do expect that to kind of level out over the next year. Jumping environmental protection. Again, our opportunities and obligations, we got increased service delivery with the use of our new equipment. We got some new equipment last year, and we're still trying to figure out some of those things. And then continued refinement of our town old cart rollout procedures and maintenance. So we're getting better. We've rolled out a significant amount of carts, obviously, last year, and we are maintaining those now. And you'll see that here, increased maintenance costs for waste cart care. And then we also are looking at purchasing a new bucket truck. Our bucket truck is a 2012 model, I believe. And we utilize that for other departments, not only for Public Works, but that will be split with Water and Sewer. And I'll actually talk about it a little bit more when we get to Water and Sewer. Here's our day-to-day operations in our environmental protection. Yard waste collected every week. We do have standard routes that run Monday through Thursday. Essentially, they're behind the sanitation routes, if that makes sense. They're a day behind. And then FY25 numbers, we collected about 1,350 tons of grass and leaves, 1,100 tons of limbs and brush, and then our street sweeper ran 702 miles and collected about 93 tons of debris. Again, we did have an incident this week, actually, with the storms that came through where we had to go out and clean up a tree on Farmington, but that's part of this work. And again, as I mentioned, these are really all hands on deck when we have major events, but our Public Works crew, typically our maintenance workers are running these pieces of equipment. Continuing on, our sanitation, we do contract out, as you are aware, our service with Waste Pro. We did roll out just about 16,000 town-branded solid waste and recycling carts in 2025, March last year. I think the rollout went very well. I think Brian mentioned just the other day, we're getting very few calls now for maintenance. We do have brand new carts out there, but we also maintain those. So if we do have a damaged cart, we'll pick it up, replace it with another cart, and we can actually make those repairs in-house. We've got a lot of the parts outside of something just getting completely demolished, which we have seen. Somebody may run over one or some other, complete failure. We can pretty much fix it, put a new lid on it, put new wheels on it, just about everything, and have it back out in the system pretty quickly.
Have you noticed a lot of those, a lot of repairs and maintenance on those so far?
We have not. We've got probably 25 sitting over in our yard right now, Councilman. And we got actually the folks we deal with, our cart manufacturer, sent us a bunch of replacement parts, and we'll get our guys out there and fix those and put them back out in the system. We also have a 10-year warranty on them, so if something does get damaged, we can order a new cart.
I saw one on Hickory Ridge the other day, one of the great carts with the lid was already hanging off the side of it.
We've got a couple out in our yard right now that basically need to go into a fire pit because they are destroyed. And it's amazing. You look at them, it is insane. I don't even know how they could get this destroyed. But it's, like I said, people hit them. You have a couple of other things that happen. I mean, even some of the Waste Pro trucks have done some damage to some of them as well. But it's rare. It's rare that they're that bad.
So, in saying that, what are the increased maintenance costs for the carts then? Like
we have to clean them. It's not much. We're doing some cleaning programs because we do. So, for example, last year at our 4th of July event, we actually took about an additional 100 carts and put them out there. We wanted to make sure we could use those, not just all of a sudden they're dirty. And if I ever want to put one out into the system, I don't want it to be dirty. So it's really just cleaning.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a small fee. Here's our capital improvement plan on environmental protection. You can kind of see not a lot there other than the bucket truck we talked about, which is a split cost. And again, not a lot of change in the trends here over the last couple of years. Other questions about environmental protection before I jump? All right, we'll go into buildings and grounds. We are continuing to expand or plan for our expansion in the second floor town hall. That's really, in this focus is more maintenance driven, not necessarily any of the other things, but as far as any expansion, we got to go up there. We'll have to obviously maintain that. Evaluate services, maximize efficiency and quality. We'll talk through some of those. And I mentioned one of them specifically related to our buildings and ground maintenance worker position. Speaking of that, the additional contracted custodial services for better efficiency. So what we're trying to do is, we originally were going to make a request for an additional position this year, which is in line with our capital improvement plan for personnel for an additional building and grounds maintenance worker. What has happened with the retirement of our custodial worker is we're wanting to reclassify that position, actually working with our team right now to do that here in management and HR. Both of those B&G maintenance workers, we currently have one focused more here at Town Hall. The goal is that we'd get that second position that would basically be maintaining the rest of the facilities here that the town owns, which we're over a little over 100,000 square feet right now. So you'd be looking at basically about 50,000 square foot per B&G maintenance worker. And that's, I mean, general maintenance, light bulbs, you pick any of the things that go on. Right now, I have a public works supervisor, or Corey, y'all probably see him. Corey's the one sometimes jumping out and putting a new lock on somewhere. That is not, where he needs to be spending the majority of his time. So we really want to get that to where we've got somebody focused on moving and taking care of our facilities. They also will be overlapping in the custodial side. So again, the current building and ground maintenance worker we have here in Town Hall does look at those things. But the custodial services we're actually already utilizing here in Town Hall. Our custodial worker last year was actually out of the office for about 6 months with a medical related injury. And so we actually utilized the same kind of system during that time and really had good results from it. So our goal is to kind of wrap that up into this year's budget and continue that service with the retirement of Ms. Donna. And again, reclassify her position into a B&G maintenance worker, which we feel like is the best opportunity for moving forward on as far as our efficiency here in buildings and grounds. Increase in water and electric utilities, I said that's going to be a common theme. We'll see that in water and sewer as well. Lime and department supplies, we've really got everything back into this buildings and grounds department now to where everything that's related to a town-owned facility is focused in here. You'll see that a little bit in the trends. It's kind of leveled out now. Decrease in general maintenance, again, as we can keep our buildings and ground maintenance workers here and keeping things, being proactive as opposed to, reactive. It does allow us the ability to keep that general maintenance number in check. And then replacement of aging vehicles. So both of the vehicles, currently we only have one vehicle in the building and grounds maintenance side. It's an older vehicle, we won't replace it. And then with the new B&G person, the one that was our custodial, we have the oldest piece of equipment we have was a custodial one, and that is actually recommended for replacement. The day-to-day operations, repair and maintenance of town-owned facilities, and then again, the management of those contracted janitorial services. Here's our two vehicles that we are requesting. Again, both of these are part of the fleet policy, and they do score into our policy to be replaced. This is what I'd be replacing them with. Again, these folks are going to be moving around our system, so we kind of look at this as their mobile office. They don't necessarily have a space that they sit, and so they're going to be keeping all their equipment in these vehicles as they travel around working. So they'll basically be getting work orders through their computers or their phones and going around every day and making sure they address those situations. Here's our capital improvement for those. You can see the two vehicles, and you see one other thing on there is access and surveillance. I think James and IT will be talking a little bit more about that when he gets to his budget. Again, I told you the trends have kind of leveled out. We've gotten those supplies really leveled out as well, and so this has been pretty consistent for the last 2 years. Still got water and sewer, so I don't want you to think it's done.
I do have one quick question.
Sure.
To jump back there. We authorized some studies like Robinson Church Road and through. Are there sufficient dollars if there's a next step in there that we don't have to wait? That we get this looks great, let's go forward? Is that CIP or what?
Yeah, you're actually going to be seeing some of that in Devin's budget a little bit on his, but he'll be talking through some of those projects. But right now we've got recommendations. If you saw it in the, that's why it's a little bit difficult. It's hard because our streets really contains all that transportation dollars as well. But you'll see if we're making sure we're moving forward on those.
Okay.
Any other questions? I'm going to jump into water and sewer, our big one. All right. So water and sewer, it's the fun one. We, kind of some of our opportunities there, implementation of capital improvement projects. We don't have a ton of recommendations this year, but we do have a couple in this year's budget. And then, again, replacement of aging vehicles. We actually only have, I believe, one vehicle, and it's the one that we had talked about a little bit earlier with the bucket truck. We are, across the board, seeing increased water and sewer treatment cost. We have actually already reached out to our partner agencies. We know those are going to be the maximum numbers. So basically, our agreements allow for a certain percentage of increase. They are incorporated in this budget, though. This is not something we'd be changing. So right now, what you see is the anticipation of having those increased costs. But we know that they're going to go up. And we know that, again, I just want to be very aware that that continues to rise and has for the last few years. Then we've got mobile lift columns. I'll talk a little more about that, what that is. Replacement of aging vehicles we discussed. And then AC refrigerant recovery machine. Basically, our AC right now inside of a vehicle, if you want to work on that, the refrigerant inside of it is very expensive. So this machine allows you to take that refrigerant out, work on it, or replace it, and you can put it back in. The current machine that we have does not work on the newer vehicles, so we're looking at replacing that because the refrigerants have changed inside the vehicles. And then we did remove our water and sewer tapping contract. So essentially, we've very underutilized this. We don't need it. It actually, most of the time, any of the new taps we've got to make on water lines are done by developers. So if we do need one, we can pull this out of maintenance. We have not utilized that in the last couple of years. Water and sewer by the numbers. So last year, just shy of 4,300 work orders that we completed. We do have one team that does those. They actually do all of our meter installs as well and our locates. So that team is busy. But anyway, we that's a good number of work orders there. This does not include Quick Fix, by the way. These are FY25 numbers. We'll start to see some of those other numbers in next year's budget. Cutoffs due to non-payment, roughly 552. Again, we typically have those restored back most of the time that same day or the day after if the payment is made. And then locates, which is starting to tick up a lot. Anytime you got development, you got fiber along all of our corridors, our locate numbers really start to trend up. And again, the same crew that does our work orders actually does all of our locates as well. This is our installations for FY25. About 6 sewer services installed, 364 water services installed. That's basically your new residents. 392 water services repaired, so that's basically your smaller lines, any service lines. That's where you're looking at that repair. And then our water mains, we had roughly 10 major breaks on water mains last year. Got 147 miles of sewer main. We are required to clean 10% of that annually. Our goal this year is actually to increase that to, I'd like to get up to 15%, but it'll probably be closer to 12 or 13%. And then we have 15 sewer lift stations that we inspect daily. We actually, if everything goes well, we're going to have at least one of those offline this year with the Callaway development. We'll be taking one offline, and if we can get our Moorhead West project in, it actually takes the second one offline. So getting those offline is really helpful because it's a lot of work to go out and inspect those and keep everything in order. Water sewer maintenance, day-to-day operations. Again, we got 132 miles of water main, 2 elevated storage tanks, 3 wells. Right now, we sample about just shy of 1,500 samples every year. Almost 800 visits to those tanks, making sure everything's going well with the well and tank. Almost 1,500 fire hydrants and water lines flushed. New meters installed. So this is again some of the work that's going on as far as new developments. And then the meter repairs down there, that sounds like a lot, but that's really replacements of our old meters. So right now we're switching, and have been over the last few years, to our digital format of meters. The Camstrup is what they are, going from Neptunes, so that's what's included in that meter repair. So it's not necessarily a broken meter, it's a replacement. And then last, our fleet, again, maintenance of all our rolling stock and equipment for the town. Got 63 light and heavy duty vehicles, 14 snowplows. Y'all should have saw our Citizens Academy when they come over to they were so amazed that we actually had 14 snowplows. We got to utilize all those this year. But yeah, we had several of our citizens are like, we actually have snowplows. I said, yes, we do. So anyway, we do maintain those. Got 15 trailers, heavy duty equipment, 20 vehicles, and then various other equipment, around 30. That our fleet maintenance. We have 2 staff members in the fleet. Some of the projects, again, not a ton here. Rockbrook Drive, Greenville Drive Water Loop, and then our annual sewer rehab program. Here's the Rockbrook Drive, Greenville. So this is an extremely important connection. Right now, we have 3 neighborhoods that are only served by one, basically one dead end line, if you want to call it that. Including the neighborhood including Grantham, and several other along that corridor. And this actually was identified in our CIP that was completed last year. We have some low pressures along this system right now. So this is an extremely important connection that we need to make between these 2 subdivisions. And one of the things I did want to point out is this is actually part of a developer project as well, so there is a bond for this project. So this is kind of our plan B. We really need to get it to happen. It's actually been on a developer-driven project for a while. There has been some movement on this project lately, so there's a possibility that would be part of a subdivision that's coming through. But again, it's extremely important for us to get this in place. We actually had this year we had to shut down this line that feeds these 3 subdivisions there. Of course, we can only do it at certain times. We don't want to leave anybody without water, but again, just an extremely important connection to be made. And then our rehab program, we kind of generate these as the years go along. This year, we're actually working on replacing a couple of existing aerials. And those do tend to deteriorate when you've got floods and things along there. So we're actually going to be replacing our 2 worst ones, and then continue maintenance on our manholes. I mentioned this earlier, our mobile lift columns. Right now, we do have our piece of equipment, the combo truck. It's actually dual axle, our first dual axle. So these mobile lift columns actually give us the ability to service that piece of equipment. Right now, we cannot pick it up. We only have 4. We got 4 lifts. You need an additional 2, and so for us to be able to service it, we need these 2 columns to be able to help us pick it up. And our vehicles, we mentioned this a little earlier. The bucket truck replacement, again, it's a 2012. It was actually used when it was purchased, and we are replacing it. We do utilize this piece of equipment not just for public works, but a lot of parks related things. We go out and install speakers for the work when we do movies at the park. All kinds of stuff is utilized with this bucket truck, and that's what you'd be looking at, essentially replacing in kind with what we've got now. There's 4 pages of capital improvement stuff here. But again, it's same as reflected of what we talked about already. And here's our trends in water and sewer. Again, the trending up is generally related to the increase in our water and sewer treatment cost. Capital, again, I know you see that trending down, but that's really because of projects that we've got in the hopper to do and are working on right now. So we're not necessarily looking at a big capital number this year.
I do have a question about
Yes.
the water piece. We've talked a lot about the contaminants and the testing of the water.
Mhm.
And I know we purchase our water, but does any part of that, the testing, like any of the interventions, what do we pay in as a cost for any part of that? Or is that lumped into what we pay for water?
We're required, so once it gets to us, we're required to test it.
With the what?
Once it gets to us, we're
Oh, gets
required
to us.
to test it. So essentially, you saw some of the PFAS stuff that came out a couple of weeks ago. So right now, we buy all our water. Obviously, I thought Concord did a great job in talking through that, and because PFAS is an issue. I mean, and everybody knows it's an issue. But we are required to test our water and meet certain qualifications. We meet all those all the time, and we did in this instance. I mean, there's an implementation schedule that Concord is working on. We're working with them on it. What we do is essentially all those testings you saw there are related to that. And then, of course, our consumer confidence report that we put out every year, that's what those things are. We are required to test that. The only ones that we are responsible for, how do I want to say it? I shouldn't say it that way. Well, the only ones that we're mainly responsible for are wells, the things that are generated directly from here, which our wells are in, we have very, very good water that actually comes out of the wells that we have here. But we actually do above and beyond that. We want to make sure our citizens, like right now, we're actually going to be some independent PFAS testing throughout our system that is not a requirement of the state. So we're going to do that just so we can, keep a handle on what's going on. We work directly, again, with City of Concord on their work that's going on in their system as well. And we do have 10 places that we take in water. So what we try to do is balance getting the ones that are, if you saw that article, the ones that do have some of the higher PFAS levels, we're trying to balance that out with some of the ones that are on the lower end of that spectrum. So, we test more, at least as much or more than any of our other agencies around, because again, it's very important for us to put good water out in our system.
But I guess the question, and I don't know if you got the answer that you were looking for, but the question I have for clarification is that's already included in the budget. Those ongoing tests and right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's part of our maintenance. Actually,
Okay.
there's a line item in there. You can look
Okay.
in it and see where our testing is.
Okay.
But yeah, it's already in that. Yes.
That's already in there. One of the things that I think we're going to see over the long haul locally, and this isn't unique to us, everybody in the country is going to see this, but we'll certainly see it here, is that the cost of removing this from your water supply will become, higher and higher. So, for instance, we don't treat it here, but that doesn't mean Concord doesn't have to treat it.
Right.
Well, we pay a rate to Concord, and that'll be passed along to us in rates. So I think that's what Brian is foreshadowing when he says, Concord says expect maximum rate increases. I don't know what our maximum is, 5%, I think, 4. Expect 4 for indefinitely, because they just spent $30 million to upgrade that plant, and that has to go out to the ratepayers. And I think over time we'll get better at finding forever chemicals as well. Just we historically have done that in water treatment, and then we'll find new ways to treat it, which these are all good things. I don't want to act like they're not, but you're always paying for these types of industrial issues at some point along the chain. I think it's cheapest, and you guys hear me advocate for this a lot, to regulate it out. If you don't put it in the water, you don't have to get it out of the water. That's the cheapest. The second is, okay, now it's in the water and we take it out. If you don't do either of those, then you pay it in healthcare and loss of life and things like that. This isn't a sprint, but just like anything else that ends up in our water supplies. Over a long period of time, they cause health concerns, and you don't know the full extent of them until you have a generation of people exposed to something, right?
Yeah.
Asbestos and lead, and so, PFAS is no different than that. PFAS, like lead, is not just an exposure for your water, though. Much of what we consume in the water bottle, I have my stainless steel one here. I don't know if that's helping me out any or not, but Teflon and all of our plastic products, the shingles on these roofs, anything that's water repellent has this in it. So this is something we've really integrated into our lives. So we didn't regulate it well at the source, and now I think throughout the nation, and certainly here locally, we're going to have to use our technologies to get it out of as many things as we can, and there will be a cost to that in consumer water rates, which is a good thing. However, if you've gone to our website, I think one of the assurances is that activated carbon filters and some of these readily available, relatively cheap filters for your water work really well at eliminating that and giving you peace of mind.
Okay, thank you. All of that answers my question, that it's already incorporated into what we're spending.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. No, you're good. All good information.
I have a quick question, and maybe this is more for Brian. I see this kind of throughout presentations as far as CIP sources of financing. Like, it looks like we have capital reserve fund, we separate into capital project fund, operating capital, or revenue bond financing. What are they briefly? Can you tell us?
Oh, sure. That breakdown between capital reserve and capital project fund is for me. Where those projects are classified, they're either in the multi-year capital side or they're in the operation single year side. So that is completely for me. They're both coming from the same capital reserve fund balance that's funding all of our capital projects. And then if we plan on financing it, we'll go ahead and label that as revenue bond financing, so we're not deducting it from the reserve in the financial model. And then we have a grant line there as well that we always have to deal with.
However, if you are interested, capital project fund means it's multiple year.
Okay.
And the operational capital is 1 year. Everything else is a Brian.
Yeah, like for this one, I see revenue bond starting next year. Does this mean we're gonna have to have bond referendum or anything, or is it just we issue a bond?
Not for revenue bonds, those don't require a vote on the enterprise side, but that is what it is signaling, is that we would be going out for debt on one of those projects in the coming years.
Any other questions for Jonathan? Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it, John. Why don't we go ahead and take our 10-minute break now, and then when we come back, we can start with town clerk and then HR, planning, and engineering. How's that sound?
Correct.
All right. Let's come back here at 10 after.
course he's got that taken care of.
All right, everybody, in the interest of time, we will get started. We will have Janet giving our town clerk 2 quick things before we do that. I wanted to make sure that we were keeping up with our action items so we weren't stuck with a long laundry list of things at the end. So I just wanted to double check with everyone. I've got on action items 2 things. One was further breakdown of the manager roles on the admin chart. And the second was looking at the ADA and Greenway budget allocations. I know you mentioned that's part of our council assignment, but those are the 2 things I had. Did you have anything else on there, Rob?
Also, Councilman Fald asked to look to see if we could do the combined fire building, police and fire building in this budget rather than moving forward.
Okay. And then the second quick thing is on your slide handouts, they are going to send us a digital copy of that. So before you reference any numbers in that, make sure you get it because there is one discrepancy we found on the slides. I think it was on slide 13 in the packet. The operating budget is actually 52 million. I think it says 30 and change on that one. So just wait to get the digital copy of that if you're going to reference those numbers.
Yeah, there could be some minor discrepancies. We did find that one. So just the digital is the correct. And we'll email that out to everybody. It'll also be cleaner if you have the digital rather than trying to snap any pictures here.
Perfect. All right, Janet, we are ready.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
So we're going to talk about the town clerk budget. So what is a town clerk exactly? Well, if you go to different towns, you're going to get different answers because we kind of have our hands in a little bit of everything, and it just depends on each town's preference. But there is a core set of responsibilities that all town clerks have, and those are things like serving as the official custodian of town records, including ordinances, resolutions, contracts, meeting minutes, coordinating town council agendas and meetings, legal notices and official documentation, maintaining the town seal and ensuring compliance with applicable statutes and ordinances. Because I have been here as long as I have, I also include a little bit of town historian in mine. There were 7 employees when I started here total, so seen a lot of change in almost 26 years. But in town of Harrisburg, I also administer the property and liability and workers' comp insurance administration is part of the duties. As part of my duties, we maintain the records of town vehicles, facilities, and equipment, and serve as liaison between the town and the insurance vendors and claimants. Also, as Assistant HR Director, I support all HR operations and assist with safety and wellness programs, oversee the performance evaluation program, maintaining records, reports, and operational data to support town operations. My 5-year trend, I think, is looking pretty good, pretty stable. There are no asks, no additional asks this year in this budget, so no big changes. We're working on a digital records policy, and this is a multi-year project, really started last year. And when I say multi-year, it will really be most of the towns and cities that I've talked to, some of them are 10 years into it and are still getting through all the departments because you can't do all of it at one time. They generally do one department at a time because it is such a big project. But the first part, we have to identify and a secure digital platform, whether we're going to do that internally or whether we're going to find a platform externally to do that, to store all of our records. We have to develop a very detailed digital records policy and submit that to the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources for their review and approval. And once we get that done, which will probably be in next year, we'll have that approval, then that policy will come to you all for consideration, and then we'll start to develop and execute that implementation program, which what I'm seeing in a lot of places is they start with the finance department documents and then HR, and then just kind of move through departments year by year, because it is, you not only have to digitize as you're going forward, but now we have these 50-some years of paper records that we've got to get digitized. So, and that's my
You You win today so far.
That was the goal.
Are there any questions for
Any
Janet?
questions?
I do have a quick one, and Rob, maybe this is just an action item. Janet, a while back, you sent out the council reference guide,
Yes.
and some of those things probably need a scrubbing or an update, and Rob, that's not houses on fire stuff. The left hand doesn't agree with the right hand, we just need to do a little hygiene there.
Yep, I
I
got you.
will get with you and find out which ones you're thinking of, because they should be updated. Okay. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Taisha with our HR update.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here with you this Saturday morning. So for time's sake, I'll skip over my agenda, but I'll go through all the items here. So organizational chart, I'm excited to introduce to you our HR team, which is myself as the HR director, Janet Rackley as our assistant HR director and town clerk, and our two HR specialists, which really they're the meat and potatoes and they make it happen for us, Jaleesa Nichols and Taylor Martin. Our 5-year trend, we're pretty steady with our budget to actual, so we're really excited about that. We've been doing a lot this budget year to make sure that we're staying consistent. So in everything that we do in HR, we try to strategically align it to the mission, vision, goals, and values of the town. I think that that's really important. And in us doing that, we develop programs for high-performing, engaged, and future-ready workforce. Rob speaks a lot, and you guys see a lot of the things that's being done and presented to you all. And we have a great team behind us that do it. And so part of our job is making sure that we're showing the value, the appreciation, and maintaining that culture. So we do that by promoting well-being and professional development. And our ultimate goal is to create initiatives that make us that employer of choice. And those are guided by our town values. And we work strategically with our department heads to create a workforce-ready, operational, excellent, and long-term organization for success. And in doing so, the programs that we come up with, we make sure that they're cost effective, but we also want to make sure that they're meeting the goal of being engaged in support and recognizing our workforce. So you'll see that throughout with some of the initiatives that we offer and that we're asking for. So our organizational impact, this is not a complete list, but I felt like this was some areas to highlight. For recruitment and retention, we're very strategic in our talent acquisition from our frontline staff to our executive leadership staff. We have targeted outreach and we have an enhanced recruitment marketing that we do with our communications team to make sure we're getting the best of the best. We administer our classification and compensation program, and that's supported by annual market benchmarking. We're probably one of the only ones I know in this area that does it because it's a big undertaking every year. But it allows us to make sure that our positions are staying within the market and we're not lagging behind 3 to 5 years and then coming to you all for this major catch-up. And then from an administrative standpoint, my staff, we manage the employee life cycle. So from the time of hire to the time of separation, everything in between, it tells a story within their personnel file, and there's work to be done with that. Under the leadership and workforce development, we oversee the performance management processes. We promote leadership training and career development opportunities. And we're currently looking, it's going to be something down the line, but to actually do our own in-house training. We've been going to some of the Cabarrus County trainings. Thanks to Ellie, we've connected with their training coordinators and how to develop your own in-house program. So that's something that we're looking for down the future. But right now, we provide webinars held by our partner vendors, and then one of the things that I think is important is we're doing a lot of great things here in Harrisburg, and so I was invited by Central Lina to come in and actually do a presentation to other HR professionals about our healthiest employer, how our wellness program, how do we do it, how are we highlighting it, how are we being recognized, and so that was kind of nerve-wracking but fun at the same time. And then our staff, both our HR specialists spoke before the youth council, and they talked to them about recruitment and retention. They gave them some tips on how to interview, how you should dress for that opportunity. And it was really cool because hearing from me, they're like, she's a little, maybe up there. To have someone that they could relate to really talk about the things that we're doing here and how to put themselves in that position, I thought was really cool, and my team was really excited to be a part of that. Our other two topics is our employee benefits and well-being. We've put a lot of work into that. HR is part of that executive management team that shape and execute our innovative benefit programs. And then we get to implement it and administer it and come up with any strategic enhancements that's necessary. We've talked to you guys ad nauseum about our flexible employer contribution program, which we're all really excited about. And so we manage that from beginning to end. We promote our well-being program, which is our 3P program, where employees get points for going to get their wellness visits, eye exams, dental, for attending lunch and learns, attending our wellness fest. So anything wellness related, there's opportunity for them to get points and then get a day off for that. We host our annual employee appreciation event, and that's just a way of saying thank you to our employees for all that they do for us. And then this year, we've actually have helped to organize the breakfast with the town manager, which based on the feedback from Rob has been going really well. It's an opportunity for us to talk with them about any hot topics that we might have going on at the time or any initiatives, but more importantly for them to have an opportunity to talk directly to Rob about anything that they may have or want to see within the organization, and he can respond directly instead of having that middle person. So that has gone really, really good, and we're really excited about that. So we do that on a monthly basis. And then lastly, no one loves this about HR, but we do have to do the compliance and risk management part of it. And so we develop and implement personnel policies and SOPs for our department. We maintain personnel records. And I'm really excited about this, and you'll hear about this a little bit later in my presentation, but about our safety program. It helps us to reinforce a strong culture of workplace safety and also accountability. We mitigate legal, financial, and operational risks to the town, and then we make sure that we have our compliance training done each year to make sure that this is a great place to work. So HR by the numbers, we have 131 full-time employees, 10 part-time, 101 active and inactive seasonal, so they kind of rotate in and out. We've hired 19 employees full-time this year, 2 part-time, 23 seasonal. We currently serve 11 departments with our staff of 4. We have 10 benefit vendors, and we administer 19 benefit programs. Our accomplishments and accolades. So administration, this is our 9th year winning gold for the safety awards that's presented by the North Carolina Department of Labor. This is Fire's first year as gold, and I'm really, really excited for them because I think in my 9 years of being here, I think this is the first year we've hit gold, so this is a big accomplishment for them. We were the first in Cabarrus County to participate in the Hearth Safe Workplace, so besides Chief Dunn, I think we all can save. If anybody, is not feeling well, I think we can help out a little bit because we've all been trained in that regard. We applied for the North Carolina League of Municipalities Risk Control Safety Grant, and we were awarded that for 2026. Thank you to you all. We were able to do the Christmas Angels this year, and we made a lot of little kids happy, and a lot of families just in general, and brought just joy, general joy, because a lot of times for parents who can't afford it, it's a lot of pressure, and the holidays are not as happy as you would think. And so we took a lot of pressure off of those families and had a lot of smiling faces, so I'm excited about that. And then as we talked about, we won the healthiest employer, not just for the Charlotte region, but for North Carolina. And I can go on and on, but Lee told me I only have a certain amount of time to talk today. So one of the new benefit offerings that I would like to talk about is a shift in some of the things that we're currently doing, and I feel like is a more modernized way, is an employee recognition platform. And some of you may have it at your current employers where You get accolades for different things that you do, and it can be peer-to-peer, it can be manager, and you receive points. And after you receive so many points, then you can purchase items. And items can be personal to something that you may like. It can be an air fryer, it can be a gift card, it can be luggage, a variety of different things. And so right now, we have a traditional STAR, an annual service award, where we do an award ceremony. And we give out crystal awards, and they're really nice, but a lot of times people feel like, do I really want something else that's going to catch dust? We noticed that our award ceremony is not attended as much as we would like, and so we put a lot of funding and time into that, and so we felt like that was only reaching a small population. This program would reach everyone. There's a lot of positions within an organization that don't get the big recognition, but they should get some recognition, and so this platform will allow for that. In addition to this platform, we feel like it'll improve our internal communications through like reminders, announcements, visibilities into people's accomplishments and their accolades. It'll better align with their lifestyles and individuality, like I said, as far as being able to pick out something that they feel like is rewarding. It allows for that peer-to-peer manager recognition that align with our town values, so we can push everything back to the town values. It allows for benchmarking across departments, so we see who's doing what and against other agencies that's like ours. And it allows for us to have an engagement scorecard that shows participation, the retention, and most importantly, the overall employee satisfaction. So our next innovative benefit offering is, if you look at our FAC plan, the whole purpose of that plan is to say, okay, wherever you are in your phase of life, if you're just coming out of school and you have these student loans, childcare, and you need help, you have an elderly parent, you need that financial assistance, it covers. The one area that we knew that it didn't 100% cover, and we're finding just from our research and doing, seeing what others are doing, this is one area, the retiree medical, is where we're not competitive with our peers. And so do we like that? No, I don't like that. But it's an opportunity for us to really kind of, explore. So one of the things that I talked with Rob about this year is, of course, we want to make sure everything is cost effective. And so we came up, this is conceptualized and it can be adapted, but we came up with what we felt was a modest tiered retiree medical contribution for employees that's based on age and service. What we believe it will do is strengthen our workforce continuity by promoting longer tenure through our employees, and it'll help reduce turnover costs, which is about 50 to 150% of salary. And the strategic retention target here is our mid-career employees who host most of the institutional knowledge for the organization and the experience for it. And the good news about it is it's designed to be capped, predictable, and fiscally responsible, and phased in over time to protect the town's budget. So the eligibility, you have to work for the town for 15 years and be between the ages of 55 to 65. You must retire directly from the town of Harrisburg, and the retiree medical benefit will be paid up to 10 years. So you may have somebody who retires at 55, they would get 10 years, but you may have somebody retire at 62, they'll get 3 years because they'll be up to that 65. And then the retiree medical payments are issued in tiers. So if you look to the right, if you're 15 to 19 year, you'll get $300 a month, but if you're 30 to 34 years, then you would get $600 a month. Now, the only difference here is you'll see where we did grandfather a group in because we didn't want to, if this program is approved, to roll out a program that negated our current tenure folks that may already be age 65 and who has given their time and life to the organization. So in saying that, anyone who turns 65 within the first 5 years of the program, they'll be paid out that 10 years the same way if somebody had retired at 55. And if you look over to the right, for 2026, the annual budget would be almost 38,000. And if you look down at 2030 to 31, it's 86,000. Now, that's assuming that everybody that is eligible to retire retires, which we know that is not generally the case. So, okay. Next,
Tanisha.
Yes, sir. You want me to go back?
Yeah, go back to that for a moment, only because I know like the county is facing they have a large, later in life, we have a large population of retirees. Would this be written in a way that it could be phased out? I mean, when you look at where we're at today, 7, 8, 12, 18, you're not gonna go bankrupt in that regard. 10 years down the road, you got 50, 60, 70, 100, whatever. Now you're talking about some significant dollars and how that works. So
Right.
is there any direction to write it so that it could be challenged or phased over time based on participation?
Yeah, absolutely. I think in every policy we create has that out, so that you can phase out, you can grandfather people in. And so nothing is concrete. It's going to be based on what we can budget for, what we can pay for. And it may be, we get to the point where it may handle, we might say 10 years from now, because we did do a 10-year, to see what it would look like in 10 years, and it's not much different from what you see from the 5 years, based on our current employee population right now. But like you said, if it went to a point where it wasn't affordable, we do have the opportunity to look at it and say, you know what, we're gonna cap it. The people that was here before, they have the opportunity. The people, sorry for the people that's coming in, but that's not unusual within organizations.
The easy way to fix that would be just everybody who's in is in, and then have it come up for renewal every year and say, do we want to continue this? And then have Brian, you run the ROI to say, hey, it's easier to recruit somebody than it is to make them sticky. But on the surface, this seems pretty reasonable. If we lose somebody, this is pretty cheap. But I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean, because, the financial company that I work for, I know like in 2008, they came to a decision, we're no longer doing pensions. You got what was there, it's sitting somewhere, who knows where, but it's there. But from that point forward, as what you're saying, it's no longer viable, it's not an investment they want to continue.
Right.
And I just want to make sure that while this looks great at the front end, 15 years down the road, it could be quite cumbersome.
Yeah, that's how this is built, is that it can be eliminated at any given year. There were a couple of parameters that I had on this when Taisha and I were building it out that finally got it, to this program. One, it had to be a defined contribution, not a defined benefit. So not a pension, right? Not an unfunded liability. This is something that you get a certain amount per month, and these numbers are even subject. This would be the initial program, but obviously council could make these numbers higher or lower as part of an annual budget process. Also that it's already has a very defined cap. This is for folks in government who tend to, especially in our public safety realm, they tend to retire earlier than private sector employees, and they generally have to retire earlier. They physically can't do the work. And so when they get in their mid to late 50s and they retire, there's this gap between when they retire as a government employee and Medicare eligibility. And so getting folks from early retirement to Medicare eligibility was really what we're looking at. After that, then you have retirement options as far as this. So it was capped there, but also just the annual amount when we went and looked at this over the long horizon, you kind of have the same amount of people falling out as falling in. So there's a ramp up that you see here, which is why she kind of shows it in this regard. It kind of just levels out if you keep these same monthly numbers at that 100,000 a year and just kind of stays there. And so my thought with this program, if it's approved, would be just to pre-fund the first 100, whatever we got, first 10 years. I think it ended up coming out to be about 250, and just create a set-aside account. Brian will work his magic and make 4 or 5% on that. And for the first year, I don't expect anybody to take this. So that 37, all of a sudden, you're not having to spend that out, and that 40, you're probably not having to spend out, and you're adding interest to it. So this becomes almost a self-sustaining fund. On the back end of this, the people that retire at 58 who are kind of really high performers and have done a great career, we don't generally replace them with people that also have 30 years. So you save money on that side of it. So this tends to pay for itself very easily and actually be a cost savings to towns if they're structured the right way. What you tend to see towns do, which I'm very fearful of, is say, we're going to promise you a benefit. And then that's it. We'll fund it later when we owe you the benefit. And so those defined benefit plans tend to get way up there to where towns like Mooresville, I think they have like a $20 or $40 million unfunded liability on theirs because they have a defined benefit that they promised people. Kannapolis is even higher than that. This is a defined contribution. We know exactly how much. It'll never be more, and it's subject to council approval every single year.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
Yep.
Two questions. for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So we call it medical benefit, but it's really just like a monthly payment, like a guaranteed direct pension.
Yes,
type
ma'am.
payment. Okay. And as far as the number of eligible to retire, it's cumulative, like 7 in the first year plus 1 more in the next year? Or is
Yes.
it every year 7?
No,
and then
no,
8?
it's cumulative, so
Okay.
the people that would be eligible in 2026, they're included into
In
the next 5.
years?
Yes.
Okay,
ma'am.
okay.
Yeah, we had discussed a requirement to turn in proof of payment for some sort of insurance premium to get this reimbursement.
Mhm.
So I'm considering it a reimbursement, and that helps on the tax and the pension side as well. Because otherwise, it's just a deferred compensation.
Yeah,
So,
I like that idea
It's important
better.
that we structure it
Yeah.
to target medical premiums.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Any other questions on this benefit? Okay. So next, succession planning. I think Rob talked about this a little bit when he was talking about John and moving into the new position. So we're looking at this as a new strategic initiative where we can do this across the town. It's proactive, it's a structured approach, and what it'll do is help us identify critical positions that we have within the organization. It'll allow us to assess our current talent, develop that talent, and then build leadership and technical bench strength based on that talent. And the goal really is to reduce the disruption of having that critical position and then now they're gone and then what do we do from here? So it's really looking at the town's long-term vision, looking at operational continuity and strengthening our internal talent pipeline. We often speak about our high-performing employees. Well, high-performing employees want to see some action. And so this is our way of saying, hey, we're investing in you. You keep investing in us and being productive and doing the things, and now we're investing in you because we know that you don't just want to stay here in your career, you want to continue to elevate. And so this will help us with increasing retention and employee engagement and advancement and being transparent about that and making sure that we're aligning with the future organizational direction as far as staffing needs are concerned. So coupled with that, and John is going to help me with this, whether he knows this or not, but I know he's done this with his former employer, is a mentorship program. And so we feel like this goes basically hand in hand with the succession planning is you're identifying those employees, and those employees are identifying themselves that, hey, I want to learn from Rob, I want to learn from Lee, I want to learn from Tahisha. And what they do and how I can figure out how did they get where they are and how I can figure out to do those things. So it definitely, again, it's all about employee engagement. I know a lot of you probably within your own organizations after 2020, employee engagement kind of went down, and we've been strategically trying to figure out how to ramp it up. And so we think that this is a good way for us to do it. We're creating leaders, we're building skill development, and there again, my idea, Rob's idea, is for us to be that employer of choice, and this is just another way and initiative to help us get there. So now let's talk money. So we talked about the retiree medical. You won't see that within my budget right now. We just wanted to present that to see if that's something that you all are interested in, but I've had conversations with finance and they say, yes, we can afford it. So it's just really what your desire is in regards to the program. But changes to our operation budget as we proposed, we've included the breakfast with the town manager into the HR budget. We did do an increase for the holiday party, just because we have way more employees now and the cost of everything has gone up. To include the recognition program, right now, that's at $14,800, but if you look to the right, we're spending about $3,000 now on the awards and the reception that we have for the service awards and the Star Award and all the special recognitions. And so if you look, the net cost to the ads and the program is at $15,800. But if you look at the net savings per employee, it's $52 per employee, because if you look at our employee recognition program, for 140 employees, the cost is $106 an employee. If you look at our awardees, that's just 19, and it's about $158. So I feel like we're getting more bang for our buck. We're including more people into the fold and recognizing more people. And I think that it will add more value to what we're trying to do as an organization. And with that, I'll take any questions.
I just have a couple of questions because I'm having a hard time discerning the difference between the employee appreciation event, the holiday party, and the awards.
Okay.
And my question is, if we can get this calendarized, I think it's great if all of us could be there for the appreciation, just to say hello and thank you. And
Yes,
all
I
that.
think Rob planned on sending out an invite this year for the employee appreciation event, but we can do that. I'll work with Janet to make sure that these things get added to your calendar. Huh? Yeah, I think it's June 12th.
Okay.
So we do an annual event, and it's been great at the Cannonballers baseball game in Kannapolis. And so we do a buffet spread there, and the employees enjoy the game, and they bring their families out, and it's really, really a good time.
Because all these things get, I don't know if it's the Star Award, it's the appreciation, it's the year-end thing, but I don't want to miss a chance to say thank you to
I appreciate that.
And then as far as employee, like I know they wear like branded shirts and all, are we paying for those, or do the employees pay for those if they wear a shirt that says Harrisburg Town, and are they required to wear that? or-
So I don't know if Parks is required to wear it. I think it's recommended that they wear it at our events so that they can be identified. We do have a bucket for new employees that they get to, I think it's a certain amount allotted, and they get to get new swag. For us, a lot of us have swag already that we've had budgeted over the years, so we still have that, a lot of that clothing as well.
Well,
I don't know anybody buying their own branded stuff here, so.
I don't want them to get accosted at the Publix, you know, with, hey, how come the water's low or whatever, but it also speaks to, you know, what you're doing with the signage and everything. I mean, we have 100+ employees who are ambassadors of our town and should wear it with pride, and I think of the question. But I don't know if they're on the hook for that, or we're on the hook for that, or if
No,
we're required to wear that.
you'll look through the detailed budget. Everybody's department has a branded material.
Okay. And we pay for that.
Yeah, it's stuff that we buy. I think the chief's like $2 million a year in T-shirts or something. There's more Harrisburg Fire T-shirts out there than Hanes.
No, this is wonderful, and I think there's only so much we can do with money, so these other programs, the mentorship, the succession planning, the awards, all of that makes us sticky in the place that people want to be, so
Absolutely.
applaud you on that. So.
Thank you very much.
Daisha,
Yes.
I think it was, February, March of 2021 when you came to us on all this?
Yes.
You know, and we pushed back to you that night to say, we'll step up, we'll give the extra cash and the bonuses per se for working during COVID and everything else, but we realized we had such a big gap. For me, see what you've done over the last 5 years is amazing.
Thank
You took this, and it wasn't that you just said, okay, I'm going to do it. I mean, and I get it, there's others involved. I know finance is involved, Rob's involved. I give you the accolades today because you took this boulder and truly carried it up the hill for everybody else and said, I'm not just going to do this one little thing or one little thing here. You owned it, and thank you.
It was a big ask. It was a very big ask that I think we
Yeah.
had to be creative, so.
Well, thank you guys very much. I'm passionate about what I do. You know, Robert and Leo tell you I'll sit in their office all day and champion behind, because I believe in the people here. I believe in what we're doing here in Harrisburg, so it makes it very easy to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Shelley with our planning department.
Good morning, and I appreciate the opportunity to present the planning department's budget for this next fiscal year. So although a small department, like many of our other departments in the town, we are mighty. We push out a lot of work in assisting the organization meet the vision and goals of the town. We have 6 positions. The planning director position not only leads the department, but is responsible for long-range planning in the town. My position of assistant planning director handles department operations. We have 2 planners, a senior planner, Matthew Gallman. His responsibility is to be a project manager on more of our complex cases. He's also the lead of the development review committee meetings. Our newest member is Parvis Masubi. He is a project manager. He handles more of the administrative, smaller, less complex projects for the department. He is also our pre-application meeting coordinator, and he supports the planning technician duties when Carly is out. Our veterans in our department are Carly Bedgood, who is our planning technician. She's the department admin. She's also the secretary to the Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Adjustment. And she also handles and reviews, issues all of our over-the-counter administrative permits. Then last but not least is our code enforcement officer, Tom Lesser. He is responsible for all the code enforcement action of both the municipal code and the Unified Development Ordinance, and he is also our field inspector for zoning compliance for all new development. The department's mission is to provide the highest level of planning to our community in order to ensure sustainable growth and development consistent with the town's vision, mission, values, and goals. So our planning department responsibilities really fall under 2 umbrellas. The first would be the long-range planning umbrella, which guides growth over the next 10 to 30 years. This is done through visioning and adopted plans. We are responsible for the oversight of the development of the plans, maintenance, and implementation. The most important plan with regard to development and land use is your adopted community plan. The town currently has an adopted Harrisburg area land use plan, which was adopted in 2018. So this is the guiding document for growth currently. We have embarked this fiscal year on our first strategic comprehensive plan, or One Harrisburg plan. As seen, this is a very community-driven plan that requires a lot of public engagement for success. Plans are not good if they just end up sitting on the shelf. They are not implemented, or they're not developed by the community. This is a blueprint for development and land use over the next 10 to 20 years. Other plans that we implement are small area plans, corridor plans. They include transportation plans such as the Highway 49 corridor plan, Town Center overlay plan, and the Moorhead West plan. The other umbrella of responsibilities in our department are related to current planning. That is implementation of codes, plans, and permitting. So we take all development from pre-application conference all the way through to building permitting. We are the gatekeepers for development and land use within the community. We are the lead for the Development Review Committee. We work with all the other departments in the town, depending on the department, to ensure that we are meeting our vision and goals of our town. So we handle administrative permits. They include over-the-counter permits, construction documents in coordination with the Development Review Committee, or the DRC, final plats. We handle quasi-judicial petitions, which include special use permits, variances, and appeals. All of these go to the Board of Adjustment. We are also responsible for legislative applications. These go to the Planning and Zoning Board for recommendation and ultimately come to you for decision. They include zoning map amendments, text amendments of the Unified Development Ordinance, plan adoptions and/or amendments, and annexations. Now, one of our most important responsibility is for the maintenance, enhancement, and implementation of the Unified Development Ordinance. This document houses all of our development regulation and land use regulations, and it is the primary tool for implementation of our adopted plans. We are also responsible for the various board meetings, the Planning and Zoning Board, the Board of Adjustment, and of course presenting any development applications to the town councils. We also host the neighborhood development meeting. This is scheduled once a month, and it gives an opportunity for applicants and development teams to present their proposal to the surrounding community in which the project is proposed. Code enforcement includes, again, nuisance violations, zoning violations, and inspections for certificate of zoning compliance. And we are responsible for ensuring that information on our website, such as the development map, is updated weekly. I want to provide a few statistics for Ellie. So if you look at the upper right-hand corner, this represents calendar year 24 and 25. These are over-the-counter permits, 513 in 2024 and 495 in 2025. The pre-application meetings, this is where applicants or developers reach out to the town just to pitch a development. This is our opportunity to determine whether their proposal will be in keeping with supporting our vision and mission of the town. They do not always move forward and translate into an actual development that is successful. So development reviews, plats, quasi-judicial, this should be low. This is when people are asking for appeals or variances from the code, so having small numbers is very good. Legislative acts are primarily rezones or zoning map amendments. These type of projects actually straddle calendar and fiscal years. They sometimes take over a year to process, as well as annexations. Our 5-year trends, we are on task with our budget and actual trend with the uptick this year that represents the plans currently underway. Capital improvement plan, we have 2 assets in our departments, both related to vehicles. There's nothing proposed within this next fiscal year. So our fiscal year 27 budget initiatives, again, everything we do, we are looking to support our vision and mission goals and values within the town. So this current year, we embarked on a very important initiative, and that is the initiation of developing the town's first strategic comprehensive plan. So we'd like to stay on task to ensure that we get all the way through implementation. So the purpose and goal of this is that the One Harrisburg plan supports the town's vision and roadmap for development. The outcomes of this initiative is to clearly understand the town's vision and goal, transparency of the town's direction as it relates to development and land use for our residents, development, and business community, and to identify initiatives to guide the town through the implementation element that will be within the plan. Measurables will be the adoption of the plan this fall, and the number of initiatives incorporated into future CIP or budgets and annual reporting on the implementation element of the plan. The next initiative is titled the UDO Reform. We embarked on this project again this year. We have successfully completed a UDO assessment report that was presented to the council earlier this year. We need to take the final phase 2 action through next year, which will be the actual updating and reorganization of our Unified Development Ordinance. Again, this supports it will support the One Harrisburg Plan by establishing regulations that implement the plan. It also supports the mission of a community by choice by enhancing development regulations in areas of sustainability, housing, land use, and design. Outcomes of this action would be to ensure that our development regulations are consistent with North Carolina general statute. We would like to add development regulations to enhance our tree protection ordinance, sustainability, housing, and subdivision design. It also provides us an opportunity for a more clear communication with the development community. Measurables on this initiative would be the actual adoption of the UDO. It should result also in the reduced development review and permitting process and times, and ultimately should result in a savings of about $11,000 per year when, after this is adopted, we can disengage with we currently house our UDO with Encode. And so by doing this, we're taking back control of our UDO. It will be manned within our website, and we will no longer need that service. Another initiative would be the Downtown Small Area Plan, the development of this plan. This is actually already budgeted. The purpose and goal of the development of this plan would be support, again, the One Harrisburg Plan by establishing regulations that implement plan initiatives and vision of the Harrisburg downtown area. The impetus of development of the downtown should also be a goal of this action. Outcomes, we'd like to help facilitate the downtown as a place of commerce and gathering, further establishing the community's character. And within the plan, there will be an implementation component which we can target actions. Measurables for this initiative would be annual reporting on its implementation, tracking new businesses and development with the Economic Development Division of the town, as well as CIP projects that are identified within the downtown area. The last ask is related to expanding GIS resources for the town as a whole. We'd like to have on-call services with Centralina. This ask comes out of a assessment, a GIS assessment that was done for us earlier this year, and it's still being vetted out, but it gave us two pathways, one for on-call services, another identifying what, if we were to take it in-house, what staffing needs would be. So this is an ask. It would support the goals of providing well-maintained, dependable public facility systems and services by supporting planning and operations of the town. Outcomes, better infrastructure, tracking such as greenways, sidewalks, roads, aiding in project identification as well, and provide readily available data and reporting through GIS, through the GIS system, which is visual mapping. Measurable would be tracking the actual amendments of our GIS layers and how we use our data for reporting and applying for grants to support the town as a whole. So that concludes my budget presentation. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
I do.
Go ahead. Okay.
Okay. On the development statistics, when we look at the applications, understanding that sometimes they don't move forward for whatever reason.
Right.
Do we track why they don't move forward?
We
Like,
do.
regardless of the reason.
Yeah, so sometimes they're withdrawn. Sometimes they propose something that they're not willing to, I'll say, get in sync with the vision of the town. So we work very hard in ensuring that every project that comes before the elected body or that we're approving upholds our vision of a community of choice and distinction, whether it's the architecture architecture or transportation improvements. And some developers just may not want to meet the expectation of the town. So, and that's okay. They typically will just withdraw early before it gets before the elected body, and that's their choice.
And that information is housed in where? Like if they just.
Of
want to move forward,
why?
if we- Yeah.
It's typically, if you would, we have that information, and if you would like to meet with us, we can go through every project that's been withdrawn or so forth, and explain where it stalled out.
I mean, I'm just curious if we're tracking, like, what the why is, and if we're seeing a lot of something, how are we addressing that?
It's
What
not
does that
really,
look like?
once they apply, we've already vetted out through our pre-application process whether it's in keeping with our long-range plan. So we get phone calls daily on proposed developments, and if it's just not in keeping with our already adopted plan or our values and goals of the town, we are very direct, we let them know up front, and it's their choice if they'd like to proceed.
I guess my question is also if that information is housed in a digital space, right? So let's say in a year or so, we want to say, you know what, a couple of these things have stalled, right? And we want to know why. And is there something that we as a council or we can do to figure out why and why so many are stalling, especially since we're trying to grow in that economic development and commercial for our town. So I guess that's why I like data, and I like to look at it to see why, are there themes that we're seeing, are there trends that we're seeing, so and if so, where is that housed digitally? Because at some point, God forbid something happens to you, we want to know, where can we go and find this information online, or who's keeping that information?
It's typically in the notes if they actually apply and withdraw, it's typically within the notes of the project. So we don't keep a separate database just for, why someone removes themselves. And again, sometimes we don't know 100% why. They just may decide that the financials aren't working for them and choose, it'd be easier to go to another jurisdiction. They may decide, there's multiple reasons. It could be that as you know, we are doing important projects on Highway 49 to ensure that we have good access management and enhancement. We may not meet the business model they want for access into their site, and that's okay. Some projects, we don't know the fine details, but we generally get a gist of why they're withdrawing.
Yeah.
We saw something like Hickory Tavern was wanting to go in over by Publix. Everybody was excited, but during that time, from when they started to where they made their change, it was based on a financial decision.
Right, sometimes.
Right? Their company looked at their overall landscape, realized they were growing too quickly. They scaled back and said, something's got to go. Harrisburg, unfortunately, was a victim on that one. I mean, I think we're probably in the same situation with the old pizza place.
Hawthorne.
Yeah,
they have approved plans. So we have approved plans sitting there that, due to their own personal reasons, they could be financial or partnerships, they don't come back and pull the trigger. We do, especially projects that have gone all the way through the system and we know will really benefit the town. We do keep in contact with them, reaching out to them every few months to say, checking in, is this still a viable project? Are you moving forward? Because it helps us keep track of if they would need to resubmit, or are their plans going to expire? So we do track that way.
And Farmington. Farmington was approved in, I think, 2006, 2000, somewhere in that time frame. I'm looking back to you guys. I mean, it was on the books long before I even got here. And it was because they hit, when they were ready to go, the housing crisis hit in 2008.
And then COVID.
It's like, get out,
Right.
And then the economy didn't really start to turn until 2021 when they really came back to us. So a lot of these things that get pulled back is nothing negatively here as much as it's financial impacts.
At Farmington was exactly what I was thinking about, is that's been kind of like stop and go, and you wonder why.
Right. Well, that's primarily the private sector on that one. We've entertained, we're starting to see an uptick again on their plans. But financing in the private sector has changed as well, that they're not going to do a lot of spec buildings unless they already know they have leases in hand. So a lot of the delay on the projects are based on the private sector and their financial and business model. So we have some great buildings in process coming up in Farmington. They're just trying to ensure it fits their business model.
So just a couple of things. I know we have Ryan's back there somewhere, and we want to accelerate economic development. The
Yes.
answer can be no, by the way, but if the quicker we get them to a no, they can go move on somewhere else. So it would be interesting to see the metrics and see after we clean up our hot mess UDO that it's easier and that we're
Yes.
less sand in the gears and before and after. So I'd be interested in seeing those metrics. You know, time to process was 65 days. It's been cut to 45 days. And again,
Right.
not asking you to compromise our standards or lower the bar or any of that, but if we have a way to see those metrics, similar to what we see the response time for the police and how many fires we put out, here's how many permits we processed, here's the average turnaround, that would
Okay.
be very interesting.
We could
Chris
produce
read that
that.
line, because that was the second part.
The
of my
metrics.
question.
Exactly,
Yes.
exactly. Are we
timing
improving?
Start to finish.
And two more themes. You said annual reporting on the downtown. I'd love to see that quarterly or every 6 months. I don't want to wait a year to find out that
Okay.
downtown is abandoned again, so. And then the third theme that I would bring up is as we get bigger as a town, and what did you say, Rob? Grow into our shoes or fill out our pants or something?
Who knows? I'm always throwing something
You got to
out
go
there.
in there, but I think it's probably thematically important for us to start leaning on each other. I mean, if you're not an IT expert and you say, I don't know how to run a CRM or metrics or a website or anything, we have resources where you guys can start to pair with each other and say, they've asked me to produce this report. I don't know anything about AI. Can you show me how that works? And yeah, lean on each other.
Absolutely.
And then, I mean, that's a natural progression. You used to be jack of all trades, but, you know, right down the middle.
Yes, Ellie has helped us quite a bit in producing data.
I would just be really cautious and let's be thoughtful as far as like tracking the number of days and how quickly they turn around and approve things, because I really want to make sure that we're being thoughtful in what being approved and what it looks like, and details matter, you know, and like once we have something already there, approved and built, it's going to be too hard to turn that around.
Dig it up.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's already like existing things that people don't like about certain like things in the 49 corridor. So you know, maybe it's good to know how many days it takes on average, but I don't want to push them to, you know, hurry up and approve this and let's get it done, and then people will suffer. So
For clarity,
you know.
that was not my ask.
No,
My
I
ask
heard
is
you
just-
loud and
I just
clear.
want to
Yes,
understand.
metrics,
I want to know
yes.
what that looks like, not asking to compromise anything.
Right.
Okay.
But Alcine, to counter what you're asking, the builders lobby is pushing so hard against the municipalities right now because exactly what you said, we're being methodical, we're taking longer. Builders are getting upset because it's time and money for them. I guess they have a scenario where they figure they can capture lightning in a bottle at this, you know, specific time frame, and if they can't get in sooner, then they go back to the state and say, you know, you guys need to push on these municipalities to let us come do what we want to do. So it's a fine line that we have to walk.
Yeah, one thing I could say is that, you know, it's nice to work in a community, I've done this for 30 years, that has a clear vision and expectation of quality for its resident, fights very hard for its residents. We have a great development review committee, which touches every department in the town, as well as we worked with NCDOT and the school district, and so we are methodical in our plan review, and every department touches the project because nothing worse for planners to drive by a project going, oh my gosh, oh, I missed that. So everybody here does lends their expertise to the plan review process and what you see before you in making your decisions.
Yeah, I remember, now that you brought it up, I think police mentioned Like when, I think, Hawthorne was being kind of proposed, they looked into it, the original plan was gonna be straddling both counties, and they said, okay, from like police perspective, this is gonna be
Right.
very complicated, yeah. So they kind of shifted it, so it's all in Cabarrus County, like the housing and stuff, and just makes it so much simpler for that department to manage what they need to do from like security point of view. So, yeah, that's a good point. It's important that every department reviews for what they're looking for in that development.
Right.
Any other questions for Shelley?
Thanks, Shelley.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Devin, you're up. Just a little behind. We got time.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council. I stand between everybody and lunch, and we're a little bit behind, so I'll try to engage ludicrous speed and get through this. And if you know that reference, please help yourself to a piece of candy. You deserve it.
Spaceballs.
All right, so I'm proud to be here and present to you the engineering and stormwater budget and what we do here for the town of Harrisburg. So start off here with just a quick overview of some of the things we do through the engineering and stormwater departments. And you can see those green tabs here, just general project management for most of the projects that go through the town. Construction services and any of these projects, be it private or publicly funded, we do most of the construction inspection and making sure everything's good to go through that, enforcing those infrastructure standards and field engineering services. We participate in the development review committee, working very closely with planning and the other departments to make sure that the developments are designed and everything is happening according to our standards as well as state and federal standards. Stormwater services, we administer the town's stormwater MS4 permit. I will not try to pronounce that, but there are for the stormwater, separate stormwater sewer. See, I can't say it. There's 4 S's in there and I always mess it up. It's a tongue twister. But we administer that. There's 6 main criteria that we are adhered to, and there's a lot of administrative and field work that goes along with that. And then permitting, we go through the stormwater, the water and sewer permitting process through NCDEQ with that, as well as all the permits that go through NCDOT that need to be done. And then GIS, we'll go through the next slide, which I'll highlight the GIS technician. We did have that position filled shortly. It unfortunately did not quite work out with that candidate, but it was an eye-opening experience for us as a whole, because we did learn that that position was very in demand. We need a lot of work from the GIS position. That triggered the GIS study that Centralina did for us, and we are still working to see what exactly we do want. So before we fill that, we want to make sure that we have our bases covered and that we do it the proper way. So we want to make sure we have everything covered. So that'll stay until we figure out exactly what we want to do there. So moving on to here, you can see our budget in engineering just kind of stays relatively steady for now. And those are the numbers that go along with that graph. Our 10-year CIP just for engineering is pretty simple. We really only have the vehicles that we account for in our department. And stormwater, again, just pretty steady. And the numbers that go along with the graph there. And in our stormwater CIP, we do have the 2 main CIP projects, the stormwater area improvements, and then you see the stormwater spot drain improvements. I'll get into some more detail of those as we go through. The capital projects fund, the 5-year trends, that graph looks a little bit funky. I'll explain that here in a bit once we get to the main reason is the Piccadilly project, and I'll get to that once we get a little bit further down. So this is the big fun, right? We get to talk about the capital projects coming up, and John alluded to a couple of these. So this is the Ragin Ridge project that is proposed. So the main CIP project here is to add sidewalk on the western side of Ragin Ridge Road. If you're familiar with this road, as you drive down, you'll see there are 5 catch basins that are kind of floating out there. They're curb inlets. You can tell that this road is not in a complete finished state. Those curb inlets are actually loose and they're kind of just floating out there. It's not built to the original design state. And we did take that road over back in 2020 and it's been there. So we want to bring that up to a safe state and make sure those basins are safe so nobody ever falls in them for whatever reason. And we want to add the sidewalk along the side to bring it back to more of a town standard, make it look a lot better and more pedestrian friendly. As part of that, the CIP itself is to add the sidewalk, but in going up towards that, we would like to move forward with getting those storm drains corrected with current stormwater funds this year. So we're approaching that as a couple of different angles. I've got a couple of contractors that are working to get me quotes on that. And then there's the possibility that stormwater may have the ability, and potentially Tom, they are busy, but we're looking at that as 2 ways to see which one is most appropriate and if we can handle that in-house this year. And then you can see also at the top of the screen, you see the pink line, the existing greenway that goes through there that connects to the Camilla neighborhood and then also over to the Berg Church. We would like to connect that over to Ragin Ridge Road and then over to the sidewalk that goes, the existing sidewalk. So there's a complete connection up to Stallings. That would be great. That would include a pedestrian crossing. We're working with a couple of contractors to get quotes to build that connection with current year annual greenway funding that we have. So we're working on those quotes. That would include a pedestrian crossing there. So that would add a lot of value to this sidewalk project and get that. Once all of this is completed, that would be a great addition to the sidewalk network and greenway network in this area. The next capital project is the pedestrian connectivity improvements. This is not a specific identified sidewalk or pedestrian connection project. This is what we intend to do is do more of a study of the town overall and identify gaps and areas where there are opportunities to improve pedestrian connectivity throughout the town. And from that, we would develop, be it a single project or multiple smaller projects throughout the town to knock out some of these areas and provide sidewalk projects or potentially smaller greenway connections throughout the area. That would be the most benefit to utilize this funding that we're proposing for this year's budget. There's some design and PE funding that's proposed as well as some construction funding there. And just to point out, this is with the comprehensive plan that went out, that's been going on through the last year. Greenways and trails was one of the top 4 things that was pointed out for most emphasis in the next 5 years. And then satisfaction, the walkability of Harrisburg is one of the things that had one of the lower scores in that category. So this is aimed kind of at satisfying some of those survey respondents. So that's one of the things. And so we'll work on making some recommendations as we move forward. And once we have some identified, we'd move forward with recommendations and see which ones we would move forward with. One of the next is the stormwater area improvements that was shown in the stormwater CIP spreadsheet earlier. This is a capital project fund. So to Brian's explanation of the difference between those funds earlier, this is a multi-year fund, so it has the ability to grow as opposed to having to spend that smaller amount in one specific year. Some of these projects will very likely cost more than that one single annual amount. You can see 2 of the projects that are potentials for these and just some of the things that we've found that need attention over the next couple of years. Some of them need them sooner rather than later. And on the next, so this is proposed at a total amount right now of $600,000, and that's spread out over 4 years. And so you see these 2 that are done, and on this next slide, you can see Piccadilly, which was just completed about 2 weeks ago, and you can see the before and after pictures there. And this goes back to the slide where you saw the gap with the funky graph and the flat bottom, right? The reason for that gap is because we had multiple years of that funding wrapped up in this project originally. we had gotten with a stormwater consultant, and they gave us 3 recommendations. All 3 of those recommendations were very expensive. None of them they weren't bad choices, but they were just expensive, and they weren't very feasible necessarily. And John came from Mooresville, and he's like, well, hey, we had something similar, and this is what we did. Why don't you give that a shot? So we reached out to a few companies, and they had this innovative idea. Kept us from having to open the road and close down access to 4 houses. Saved a lot of money, so we were able to save a lot of money. And this is by all research and everything, and by their saying, is a great product, and it provided great results, and they were done in 3 days. So that's way better than anything we could have hoped for. So kudos to John for bringing that to our attention, and it opens us up for a lot more work that we can get done with that. So moving on to our innovations, initiatives, and efficiencies. One of the things that I would like to do, that we're proposing to do, is if you see kind of blurred out in the background, this is a dashboard that my staff and I in Concord created in the Transportation Department. And this tracked all of our assets, from bridges to curb and gutter to streets to you name it that was transportation related. We had done a comprehensive inventory and just tracked it in here, mapped it and everything. It was extremely useful for anybody internally that wanted to see what we had and where we had it. But it was great for planning. It was great for insurance and reporting purposes. So if it, I know finance has annual reports they have to put out, and risk has insurance requirements that have to note out all of our, it's, instead of it being, let me look here in these different places, it's all in one place. So staff will do this comprehensive inventory. We already have a lot of the data, but we'll put it all together and do a final comprehensive inventory of all of it, put it in one place. And then, depending upon the final results of the GIS study and needs, whether that's in-house with our staff or if it's on call with the GIS study, we'll develop this dashboard, and then we'll keep it updated and everything. And that'll be a great efficiency. So we'll use that. And that doesn't really have, other than depending upon how it winds up with the GIS tech in-house or what that position is, that won't have any budget impact. The next one is to modernize the town-wide stormwater control measure and inspection tracking. Currently, this is the neighborhood has their ponds and their SCMs throughout their neighborhood. Currently, they are required to email us a annual inspection every year, and my staff and I, we receive those emails, we log it in a spreadsheet, and then there's a line item that says, is there deficiencies, is there not, and we have to follow up with that, and did they pay their fee, did they not? It's cumbersome, and they have a form, whether they updated their contact information. It's just cumbersome, and we keep it up. We don't have it identified yet, but there's several different systems that we'll research to develop which one will be the most beneficial to the town, for which system will allow them to more readily input their information in an electronic, more sustainable system and get that information to us so that we can track it more autonomously and more effectively. So the budget impact is, once we finish our research and everything with that, and based on our recommendations, we'll develop a budget, and then that'll be recommended probably for next year's budget, next budget cycle rather, to be implemented then. The next one is the culvert inspection process improvement. This one won't have any budget impact. This is, last fiscal year we were able to eliminate an annual contract for $80,000 as part of our MS4 permit requirements. We have to inspect 1/5 of all of the outfalls throughout the town, the stormwater outfalls, so that at the end of 5 years we've inspected 100% of them. There's about 650. And just because of staffing, how it's worked out over the last years, we had been doing a contract to have that done each year. And since we're back up to full staffing in the inspection department, we were able to get rid of that contract. But as they were out there, they realized, hey, we can be looking at these culverts too, since we're already visiting most of them. So we'll add that in. We'll add in a separate inspection so they can fill that out, because that's not part of the requirements. So that'll add in that efficiency, and then we'll step it up a notch and since not all culverts are attached to real outfalls, we'll visit all the other ones as well. And just loop it all together to mimic the outfall inspection process with a culvert inspection process, so that there's two kind of concurrent. So we can identify problems that you see in these pictures more proactively and make sure we're covering our bases and not missing anything. And again, the budgetary impacts there are really just staff related and time related in developing inspection programs and stuff like that, so. And I think that's it. I don't know if that was ludicrous speed, but I think we're good there, but I will take any questions if anybody has anything at this time.
Any questions for Devin?
So the modernization pieces that you were talking about, those are just for our awareness that you're gonna be bringing them to us for the next fiscal year, not fiscal year 27?
Yes, ma'am, and if we can find something that fits
Yeah.
and is inexpensive and works, then we'll implement it as soon as we can. But if it's something that requires us to come forward with something for the budget, then we'll bring it.
I just really like the idea of doing that sooner, especially with the risk component that you addressed as a part of your presentation. Just as the way that we're seeing natural disasters and the intensity, like the amount of damage that we're seeing after those. I mean, I think that helps protect us as a community.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
I like that a lot.
We're having the first step of that process is to make sure we have contacts for everybody that has SCMs. We're months into whenever a property changes ownership, that new person, if they're not told they have to update us, they don't. And we have properties every year that don't update us, and so we spend 3 or 4 months before they don't reply to us, and then we spend 3 or 4 months trying to figure out who we're supposed to be to. And then it takes them another 2 months to comply. So it's just a long process. So that's our first step, is to get that, and then we can move forward there too, so.
Awesome, thank you.
Everybody's hungry. They're giving it to me easy. Okay.
All right, if there's no other questions for Devin, I think we can wrap a little bit early. Look at being back here at a quarter after to start back promptly, where we will have the incomparable Chief Brian Dunn lead us up for the afternoon.
Perfect. Welcome back from lunch. Hope everyone's bellies are full. Thank you for that delicious meal from Olive Garden. And next up, we have our esteemed Chief Brian Dunn that's going to give us our fire budget proposal.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The fire department budget proposed for next fiscal year. We'll briefly go over an overview just for our 2 new members on the board. The rest of you have probably seen all of this many times, so I apologize. Just a brief history. You can see the patches that we have gone through over the years, and Harrisburg Volunteer Fire Department did celebrate its 50th year in 2004. It was established in 1954 as a Harrisburg Volunteer Fire Department, as were many volunteer fire departments formed around that time. Excuse me. First paid fire chief was in 1996. We transitioned to a paid staff in 1999, hiring 10 full-time firefighters. As many of you are aware, we became a municipal fire department in town in 2006. We opened Station 3 in 2016. We were able to relocate and build Fire Station 2 in 2019. And then, of course, our signature specialty program, our North Carolina State Water Rescue Team, was established in 2020. But as many of you know that have been in Harrisburg for a while, we've done boat operations locally for quite a while. Just an overview of our fire stations, pretty pictures that were taken. Station 1's on Moorhead Road, which houses 18 fire personnel. Station 2 has 15 fire personnel assigned to it, along with Station 3. And those are over a total of 3 shifts. Also, our fire administration building is on Moorhead Road, located directly across from the fire station itself. And then you can see a picture of our training grounds that is by our water tower behind Fire Station 2. So some brief numbers from 2025. You can see to the upper right, we responded to 3,146 calls. And the chart below that shows the number of the nature codes that we were dispatched to. So say medical call is that number, public service, hazardous condition, and so forth and so on. Dwelling fires, you can see we responded to 47 of those. The chart to the right, you've seen that like you saw Monday night. That is an overview of 2025. So of those 47 dwelling fires, 18 of those were actually working fires or fires that caused property damage. As far as our 90th percentile performance or response times, you can see total overall that was at 6 minutes and 54 seconds. So pretty good. And also reminded that we do have mutual aid partners in Cabarrus County, City of Concord, and Mecklenburg County. So budget overview, you can see our 5-year trend, about like everybody else, steady and strong. As far as our capital projects fund in 2024, we did not have a project, but you can see 25, 26, and then 27, that is the ordering of the engine company that should be delivered in March of 27. Here's our organizational chart. You can see the fire chief along with our deputy chief of operations, and then our admin chief, fire marshal, and logistics lead our management team. Capital improvement plan for buildings and grounds. And we'll go over these as later in the presentation. And for our vehicles, we have no vehicles in FY27. As far as equipment, again, we'll go over that. Again, some building and grounds and fire apparatus. We do have one coming up in FY28 or proposed. So going into our capital projects. Oops. So our storage building, as this was alluded to earlier by Captain Nash, the picture at the top right, you can see our 2,000 air wooden storage building. Many of you have probably seen that, visiting our open house or whatever. So at this point, you can tell just from the aesthetics of it that it's seen its better day, structural issues, wood rotting. It does have a second floor in it that we're not able to use because we can't get a rating on that. So the same picture to the bottom right that Captain Nash showed, again, this will be about a 44 by 40 metal building in a partnership with the Sheriff's Office for UTV storage and other storage for the fire department. We'll have a concrete foundation and insulated and climate controlled, like Rob mentioned earlier, that we did for the Turnout building a couple years ago. So our portion of that funding is at $76,500. The total of the building is about 1,760 square feet. 1,280 of it will be used by fire, and then 480 will be utilized by the Sheriff's Office. Station 1 apparatus pad repair. So you can see from the picture to the right, our apparatus pad was replaced, I think about 18 years ago. So you can see when you have large fire apparatus, they go over it daily, multiple times. Eventually, in the weather that we have, eventually you're going to have cracks in that nature. What we do have is an opportunity maybe for partial funding for this project through the Duke Energy Bank project that's going along Moorhead Road. We'll know more about that in the future, but that's certainly an opportunity that might exist. The total funding for that at this point, if funded, would be $30,000. And again, less if Duke Energy takes on some of that project. Next up is our SCBA replacement. So these were purchased in 2012, and they were actually, and I forgot about this, but they were actually purchased with a Assistance to Firefighter grant in 2011 that the fire department did receive. To the bottom right, you can see what a new fire pack to the far right looks like, and another air pack to the left is what actually we have in service today. So 3 new updates have changed in NFPA standards since the purchase. Of course, these are critical to our employee safety while operating in immediately dangerous life and health situations. It'll give improved interoperability with other agencies, and the total funding for this would be about $450,000. We will apply for a grant for these again next year. We did apply for a grant this year. We're not awarded that. But those grants have to be given out from the federal government by September 30th, so we'll know pretty soon whether we got that or not. Next up is gas monitors. So we tried to change this a little bit. So there's 2 different monitors to the right. One is a 4-gas monitor that monitors 4 different types of gases. And the one to the bottom right is a new style, which monitors 5 types of gases. So the ones at the top right, we purchased those in FY14. Of course, at this point, parts are harder to obtain, battery license limited. So for the new gas monitors, you can see some of the combustible gases that it will dictate. It's designed to give personnel more information during emergency response, and again, providing more safety. And we did apply to the HR safety grant, as Taisha mentioned earlier, and we were able to secure one of these through that grant as well. UTV replacement. Many of you have seen this vehicle to the top right, what they call a high-jet Japanese truck. Again, we purchased that with grants through our Firehouse subs. The work was donated by Hendrick Motorsports. Of course, as being a 1999, the parts are harder to obtain. It's a manual transmission, and a lot of younger folks don't know how to drive a manual transmission. And it's only designed for 2 personnel. So the new UTV is similar to what you saw last year with the Sheriff's Office, very similar, designed specifically for emergency response, greenway responses, and things of that nature, with a budget of about $35,000. Extrication tools. So to the right, you can see the department's first generation battery tools that were purchased in 2017. As everybody in the room knows, if you're a car person, vehicles have changed as far as the metals that are used and the composite materials that are used. And so you have limited capabilities with our first generation tools. The new tools are designed for newer vehicles and have greater capabilities, shorter extrication times than older tools with these new ones, and again, about a budget of $100,000. So take, if anybody's ever heard of boron steel, that's pretty much what they're using today in these new vehicles. And it's much more difficult to cut. The cutting power of our old tools is about 60 tons. These new ones is about 175 tons. So a big difference. And last but not least, in the capital, is we want to add another SRT trailer, Special Response Team Boat Trailer. It's a deployment-style trailer designed to carry additional equipment. You can see it's a double-stack trailer for 2 boats. If the bottom boat doesn't have a motor on it, for whatever reason, if we needed to put a third boat on there, we could actually do that without the motors being attached. If you can see towards the front area is for boat motor storage, and the cost of that particular trailer is about $49,000. The advantage to this is that you'll read in the justifications is most teams in North Carolina are using something similar or this particular brand. So if we went on a deployment and we had some issue and needed some piece of equipment from another truck or a tire or whatever it may be, you can have those interchangeable while being out in the field. And that takes up capital. So just a few operational changes we wanted to note. Yes.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
The pad replacement that you talked about, and there's a potential for a grant for that. What was the timeline you were waiting for a response?
So it's the Duke Energy Duck Bank project along Moorhead Road, where they go in and do something that I'm not aware of. I think Rob knows. They do something with electricity. But anyway, they'll have to take part of that apparatus pad and tear it up anyway.
Okay.
So their obligation is to put that back so that it would be new concrete.
Yeah, so not a grant. They're putting that, extending the electric line underground on Moorhead. So they're going to go through and cut that up. So if we were to do it right now, they're going to come in and tear it out.
Okay,
So we're just trying to coordinate. They have to tear the old stuff out anyway, have them put new up to whatever they destroy and take out, and then we would finish the rest. If we had to do it all, it would be, I think, 30 grand is what you had in there.
The proposed cost is the difference of what we would be responsible for.
Now, the proposed is for the whole cost, like if they were just to not come through timely enough. But potentially, we'll coordinate with them and maybe cut that in half, so. No.
Okay.
I-
No, that's
So-
fine. I just wonder if that creates the potential for damage to one of our very expensive trucks, or what the risk is in waiting.
Yeah, that would be there isn't a risk right now, but that's the condition that we're looking at. If we were to start to see shifting, right now it's just kind of cracking and spalling. It might be able to go a very long time. If you start to see settling and move, then we just got to do it, and then they would have to come in and saw cut brand new concrete out and put brand new concrete in, but.
So along those same lines, since we paused there for a moment, when I got the book last night and I was going through these requests, I miss on why we would charge the fire department for repair work to concrete that's part of our building and maintenance. I mean, when I look at what needs to be done, in my opinion, that's not Chief Dunn or any of his staff's issue, and it's not an item to do their work. It seemed like it would be no different than like a sidewalk repair out here or whatever, that we would take it as a general issue, building maintenance type issue, as opposed to charging it back to him.
Yeah, so there's no chargeback, but the only way you would have that is if you put all your facilities into one facility line item. So for like Public Works, like they built their building, they paid for their building. We assign it to their budget.
Right.
Fire, like Station 2, when we built it, it was a fire project. This is the same. This is Station 1's parking lot entrance pad. So that's why it lives in there. But, from an accounting standpoint, you could have one fund, really. You just say general fund and we put everybody's stuff in it. It's just a matter of saying, what is this spending for? If you had no Fire Station 1, would you otherwise be spending it? No.
I just, when I do the quick budget where I scan and look for the big numbers, and I'm like, okay, take me right there. Why are these numbers big? And then I see in there, one of those is that we're repairing a cement pad, and I'm going, that's not really him. I mean, I get it, but I think it's unfairly crediting or increasing their budget, yeah.
Yeah, there's 2 more slides, and he gets to all their maintenance and repair, building and grounds. So if you look in fire, it does split out, like what fire is spent out. So you know how much is for salaries and personnel and those type, and then you know what it costs for them to maintain and repair their buildings and vehicles and all that good stuff. I think it would be, well, I'll let Brian speak to, what the industry standard is. It would certainly be we'd be diverging from anything we've ever done at the town to have one united facility fund.
Yeah, there's a little wrinkle in that we have to classify all general fund activity into either public safety, general government, parks and rec, or transportation, or environmental protection. Those are our buckets that we're allowed to put cost in the audit report. And so while we could break things out and hold in buildings and grounds, we would eventually have to, that was a fire-related benefit, and report it as a fire expense in the financial statements. So it is, probably more appropriate to make sure you always keep those costs budgeted and reflected in that area of spending.
Thank you.
I got a question. For the $450K for the scuba, is that for a specific number? Is that just for in general? Because I think you showed it, but you didn't have, it was for replacement of, is it a certain number?
I think it's about 40.
40 of them?
Yep.
Okay. And then if there's a grant you said you applied for that specific?
FEMA has what they call Assistance to Firefighter Grant, which we've received several over the years. And these air packs that we have now were actually bought with that in 2011 or 2012. So we applied for that again in last fiscal year, but we didn't get it. But they have to give those grants by September 30th. So, this budget won't become effective till July 1st. So, it's not that immediate where we would need to order them July 1st. We could order them, after we find out if we get this next round of grants or not.
So ideally, does that grant cover the whole 450, or is it a portion of it, or what?
It's an 80-20, so
okay.
80% federal, 20% local.
Okay.
A lot of times on those grants too, they want to see that we have put the expenditure in our budget and committed to it on our own, and then they feel good about coming in and funding the 80%.
Gotcha.
But it's really hard to ask for something and not already have it in your budget or your plan.
Okay, thank you.
Did you all get a reason for why you didn't get the grant last year?
It's a very generic letter. Too many applications and not enough money.
Chief Dunn, how many of these gas monitors?
So that would be 3 additional. So we were going to get 4, but that's for 3. So one of them came through the HR safety grant.
Okay.
Before we leave capital, that new vehicle, are we able to, the mission of that vehicle there, yeah. Would that change at all based on the functionality of this and the fact that it's not a straight drive? And I'm thinking about all the events that we do. Would you deploy that differently and say, yeah, it's going to be out at 4th of July, and would it need any extra equipment, first aid, first responders, stuff on that's not included in this price?
No, everything's included in that price. The bid actually came in at 34 something and some
Okay,
change.
I'm just thinking at the airport, I see, the golf cart with a stretcher on the side and all that, but this is fully functional, and I love the one at the top, but it looks more like a clown car compared to the one at the.
That one, that's great for the 4th of July.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not actually surplusing that.
Well, that's like, being Japanese, I'm sure it's very reliable. And also, you guys are learning all the other life-saving skills. I think driving a manual is a skill you've got to have. So I can do it.
Come save you.
But the newer ones are not from our generation.
Yeah.
They're paddles. Yeah.
The one at the below is the best generic picture we could find.
Okay.
So,
But it'll be fully outfitted with
correct.
lights and buckets
Correct.
and all that stuff. Okay.
We'll do that in-house, but yes.
Okay.
I don't mean to but 1,000 here, 1,000 there, and it's going to be millions of dollars in budget. But as far as the boat trailer, is it really a necessity at this point? Because I think you guys already have one.
So we currently have 2.
Two, okay.
So what we've committed to is we're the local resource for Cabarrus County for water rescue. We're also the resource for the state of North Carolina. So this would be a second deployable trailer that we would take with us on deployments. A lot of times what happens on a deployment is you get there and we send 6 or 12, 8 people, and then the coordinator or command will want to split those teams up to better cover an area. So that would allow that team to do that and have the same resources for both of those teams while they're on deployments.
We get reimbursed when we go outside of Cabarrus?
Correct.
But we can't apply for a grant for it?
Or share those costs?
It's fully reimbursable from.
I mean, it's 49K.
No, we cannot share that cost.
I mean, it's a great thing. It's a wonderful thing that we want to do that, but we're just, going into these tough times where real estate's probably going to go down, potentially next valuation will be lower. So if we keep adding these things, then we're going to have to maintain it. I feel like we really got to be really thoughtful. Like, I want every department to have everything they want, but like we've been scaling, and maintaining at every level. So it's just something that I wish we were a little bit more thoughtful on.
I mean, to your question is, how often do we find that we need to if we're going outside and assisting like we did in the hurricane, I could see, right, there was a need to have more than one. But how often, and I asked myself that last night, was allows the team to deploy 2 separate teams, trailers simultaneously, different locations with different deployment areas. In our day-to-day, though, are we seeing that a lot, a little?
So day-to-day here, no, we're not seeing that a lot. But what we have seen when we went to Helene and when we went to Debbie, both times the teams were split up and went in different directions, partnering with other teams that were there. Okay. So we did see that on both of those occasions. The third time that we got deployed, we never left Harrisburg. So, but I would imagine same thing probably would have happened.
And I think that ties into part of what Devin, in our conversation with him, was just the readiness piece and the frequency of natural disasters and the intensity of the damage behind them.
Yeah, I mean, it just all depends on what the weather does, yeah.
It's just, it's great that we want to do all these great things for the county and for the state even, but, we're asking our residents to pay tax, and that's what we, like in the fall during elections, like that's all we heard about, like how much they're paying in, real estate tax. Like the state is going to be coming down and putting some potentially restraints on that. So we really need to be thoughtful as far as, what are all the things we want to add because we want to be these great citizens of the state,
So I don't have a return on investment, but every time that trailer goes out on a mission, it's reimbursable. So there's a daily charge, there's a mileage charge that we're able to get back. Now, is that 50 years out because it doesn't go anywhere for 20? I can't promise that, but there is some reimbursement there. All right, just a few notable budget changes in the operations side. As far as maintenance repair of vehicles, we did see about a $26,000 increase in that. And that's basically from the shop raising their hourly rate, just to the increase in basic parts. We did add a new line item of vehicle demobilization, which basically is when we surplus a vehicle, we have to take radios, lights, everything that we put in it, back out of it. So we wanted to capture that and be able to budget for that. Maintenance, repair, building and grounds. We did add a new line or Brian did add a new line for HVAC unit repair and maintenance. So that's going to be very well received. What we find is oftentimes we have those issues and we really didn't budget for that. We're also going to replace some furniture at Station 2 for $4,500. That's a new item. As far as contracted services and buildings and ground, John talked about this a little bit earlier. Cleaning services for the admin building, that's a new item. And then once we get the Station 3 warning light maintenance up with NCDOT, we'll have a new item there as far as maintenance on that project. Training, we are adding a initiative to have some in-house new hire training. So in order to do that, We needed to put them through an agility test, and this is just one of the events that they would go through. Call this a Kaiser machine. Basically simulates using an axe on a roof or some other event. But this is basically called a job-related physical ability test. And we also do this test if people are out on medical leave and they come back after a certain period of time. They have to complete this before they get back on the truck.
You're on the trading piece. I noticed, I think we used to have like 2 females, and then last time I saw was just 1 female, like you have a female here in the picture. Like, are you guys doing any additional outreach to make sure that you have a more diverse employee base?
We try the best we can. We partner with the C4 event, with the chamber and all of those folks. So, and that's a very diverse crowd that comes there. So we do have 2 females right now at this point on the fire department.
Chief Dunn, where is this training or like exercise completed now?
So all this would be stored at the training grounds and be completed down there. So part of what else they would do would be utilizing part of the training tower that y'all graciously gave us a couple years ago. There's some simulations that they do for that. So this is just one piece of the puzzle. This piece of equipment is not $8,000. There's several other pieces within that.
They should have gave you a better image. But like, where do they, like, do we get this training or like this activity somewhere else, like at Concord or Charlotte? Like, where do we all?
So right now we're really focused on lateral hires. So there's a few recruit classes out there, but the traditional way of we used to do it, where you would do a written test, an agility test like this, and then you would do an interview and a chief's interview. We're really trying to get back to that, because what we find is even on some of our lateral hires, they have some deficits in their physical training that we need to identify before we pull the trigger to hire them. And again, our special response team program, which is our water team, deployment uniforms, trying to get all of them to look the same. So that's a new line item in there. There is a conference we put in there that they did attend this year. We want to put that back in there for next year. We have added some Garmin satellite communicators and supplies and PPE. Basically what the Garmin satellite communicators do is just like a satellite phone. What we found on deployments, again, whoever the team leader is, trying to keep up with where the teams are if they go out in the field, because our radio systems that go off towers are not always reliable, and we certainly found that out at both Debbie and Helene. So this actually works off satellite communications, just like a Starlink or something like that. So there's devices to the bottom right, you can see in that bottom right picture, very similar to that, if not the same one. That'll track those folks when they're away from the command center, and we know exactly where they are. If they have to communicate back to us, they can ping their location that they are at, and we would know what that is. You'll see a lot of, my understanding is a lot of people that do running in wilderness areas or those types of races use those to track their progress. So we found that to be, Chief Wooten found that device, imagine that, so we thought that would be a good addition. We don't want to lose our people. And with that, that's it.
Any other questions for Chief Dunn? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank y'all.
Next up, we have our information technology with James.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Happy to be here to present the information technology budget, proposed information technology budget for FY27. Here's a look at our organizational chart in our department. Myself is Information Systems Director, and Frankie Flores is our Technology Services Specialist. So look at our 5-year growth trend. It's as you can see, it's remained on a steady growth path, nothing too drastic from year to year. This year you'll notice a slight increase, mostly due to technology security tools we're hoping to implement this year. Capital improvement, there's nothing on the FY27, but I think what you find is we tend to work with other departments within their capital improvement and their operational budgets. This year, there'll be more security-related access control, surveillance type stuff within other department budgets, buildings and ground, and those areas. So the core functions of the Information Technology Department, we are not really a public-facing department. We are internal, and we like to say that we support the people who support the people. So our main goal is to provide them, provide our staff with the technical tools and reliable communication that they need to provide the highest quality services that they can to our citizens. Beyond that, we pride ourselves in maintaining our electronic data security and the physical security of our facilities. Beyond that, we implement, manage, and monitor our network systems and all related backup tools that we have. And then another function we do is the audio-video presentations of council meetings. We archive those. Anything to do with other boards, planning board, those types of things. And in some town events, you'll notice a lot of upgrades in this room in particular this year. We've had an ATEM device for streaming, a new soundboard, obviously monitor upgrades, things of that nature. So one thing we did this year is we implemented a new ticketing system. This went hand in hand with moving away from our previous remote management and patch management software. It tended to be, or I'm sorry, solution. It tended to be a little unreliable from that standpoint. So we migrated from Kaseya to Atera and added a ticketing component to that as well. So that gave us integrated email communications with that, and that onboarding was just completed in February. But again, it also includes that remote management, pardon me, aspect, system monitoring, patch management, and it also gave us the ability to create a knowledge base, which is we're looking forward to growing that. Our inventory database is another thing that admin has challenged us to create this year. We worked with finance to basically create a CIP style workstation replacement schedule. So now we've got that broken down by department, by position, that scales out for about 10 years. So it really comes in handy. You know, previously you had me with a spreadsheet doing research every time someone asked me a question about it. It might take me 10 or 15 minutes to go find the answer. Now it's right there at our fingertips. And it's just a lot more conducive to promoting that lifestyle management, and life cycle management, and the usage by staff, keeping that tracked as things move between departments and things of that nature. So far this year, we have basically implemented 37 user account, computer, whether it's data and application migrations between new devices and things of that nature, onboarding, offboarding, and we've issued 15 brand new laptops this year. So our innovations, initiatives, and efficiencies, we've focused on the center goal of the town vision, mission, and goals. So basically this has to do with well-maintained and dependable and safe public facilities. So the two aspects we're looking at is the physical security. We're hoping to enhance that through the implementation of Ubiquity tools, which provides basically an innovative access control that integrates with surveillance. It adds AI tools, facial recognition, and a lot of things that our current system doesn't currently have. And then beyond that, we're going to implement Threat Shield tools, which will do deep packet inspections within our network, just to kind of try and get ahead of any breaches that may take place. And here's a look at the type of tools we'll be using. It'll have a pretty robust interface as far as monitoring and dealing with any security incidents that we might have. And so the remaining items we have for this fiscal year is that implementation. It was approved, a portion of Threat Shield was approved for this year's budget. That's the T-intelligence, the packet inspection, the security incident and event management is something that we're hoping to put in next fiscal year that will basically allow us to respond instantaneously on those anything that's detected. And then at the end of May every year, we go into Harrisburg Park and we kind of do an assessment of every piece of equipment we've got in there and see what we need to replace or upgrade or how we might be able to improve things just to get ready for the 4th of July. So our plans for fiscal year 27 is to replace all access control and surveillance throughout the town. That's basically 9 locations, 3 parks, 3 fire stations, public works, town hall, water tower. Then obviously the data security improvements through the security incident and event management tools. We're going to continue to migrate our in-house server resources, what we haven't done so far, to a cloud. And then decommission our in-house servers for the most part. That all aside from our financial system at this point. We hope to develop that Atera knowledge base that will basically give our end users answers to a lot of their very common questions, kind of right there at their fingertips without having to wait for a response from IT. Not that I think that that's a problem. But let's see, what else have we got? We'll work with HR, hopefully, to kind of streamline the onboarding process and any technology-related items that involves, and continue to manage the data life cycle to meet whatever needs staff may have. And with that, I will take any questions.
How many servers do we have now?
How many servers? We have 2 physical servers that run 9 virtual servers within it. We only have about 3 of those that are really viable. Most of our file servers have been migrated to the cloud already. We still have financial and Active Directory, account management, type tools and things of that nature. We still use it for in-house scanning, but we're kind of that's, I guess, something we always will keep, but we scan to a local file server rather than like directly to email and things like that.
So the goal is to move all of that into the cloud at some point?
Yeah. So it was part of last year's goals as well, but that was the beginning of moving our file servers in particular, into Teams and Office 365 and whatnot.
So are we going to move to Entra ID for AD, or do you know yet?
I'm sorry.
Entra ID, or are we going to move to like Entra ID?
Oh, Entra, yes. We currently have a hybrid setup with that. So we have most of some existing Entra ID is Microsoft's online account management.
If everybody
platform.
quiet down, I've been waiting for this. So it was like a pay-per-view ticket that
I've been looking forward to this a lot more than you have. Yeah. Okay, but yes, essentially we do many changes happen in-house on our server and just automatically sync up. We've got it setting to sync up every 15 minutes.
So you've got on-prem AD and we're using ADFS to sync?
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks.
So-
Are you sure that's it?
Come on, Lex. You got something else?
I just wanted to make sure I understood the architect.
We still
And the
don't.
rest of
We understand what you just said.
See me later. I'll explain it all.
I'll just trust that you got it.
It's
No,
a-
that's all.
It's
Good
a
deal.
nerd
Yeah.
smackdown. Here we go. Here we go.
Sounds like we're in good hands.
So when we do financial audits, is an IT audit included? And I'm specifically thinking about best practices.
Yeah, there's a
personal
portion
information.
that comes directly from our financial audit company that comes directly to me related to physical security of our systems, who has access to the room, and several other questions, that Brian and I work on a small portion of that together every year.
A lot of internal controls are dependent on IT systems.
Right.
And so, yeah, that's definitely a big part of the compliance part of the audit.
So we get that report as a board every year, and it shows vulnerabilities, findings, alerts.
Not for my audit.
Okay.
They only opine on the financial statements themselves, which have an underlying internal control and IT infrastructure that are successfully operating to give you that opinion on the financial statements. But we don't get any sort of detailed analysis on
Well,
IT systems from that audit.
In this day and age, if it's an extra, few bucks to add in that and let us see, what those vulnerabilities are, that could actually help you.
Yeah, well, that's a big portion of why we're beginning to partner with Threat Shield. They work with international airports and government agencies throughout the world. And the thing about it is that they will do penetration testing and give us the answers to that sort of thing.
Yeah, that would be helpful. We get that little letter back, and here are our findings and all that, and we see it on the financial side, but on the IT side, that's what keeps us up at night. And are we storing any personally identifiable information here or in the cloud? And
Yes, we are.
bills
We
on-
are, and we've taken a great deal of precautions and the necessary steps to make sure that that's protected. It's two aspects of that, mostly on the intake standpoint, that goes through our web host. And all of that has what they call a platinum level SSL integration just to make sure that stuff is secure,
Okay. All right.
All right, thank you, James.
Sure.
Next up, we have Jim Spina for Parks and Recreation.
Testing.
This I understand.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. You won't hear any of that technology out of my mouth. You should understand everything I say. The second part of that is just because we're early doesn't mean you have to keep me up here for James's extra time, okay?
We'll get back off time.
Okay. As I said, good afternoon, and it's a pleasure to be here. As always, I love talking about what we do, Parks and Recreation, for this great town of Harrisburg and all the opportunities that we give our residents. So, the first thing I want to just talk about is our connection and commitment to the town's vision, mission, and goals. We focus every day to make sure we help Harrisburg residents understand that they love this community of choice. And my staff and I are very connected to that. We kind of keep that in mind every day as to what we're offering has got to be the best thing we can give to our residents. And so I'm very proud of my staff for the efforts they make every day to make us the best Parks and Rec department in the county, if not the area, if not the state. We feel strongly about that. And so here's our 5-year trend. You can see it's, steady, kind of gone up, I think within that 4% that we kind of give. I think we do a good job of keeping that in there, and hopefully we'll continue to do that. Our 5-year trends for our capital projects, you can see last year was pretty busy, and a lot of that stuff is still going on. We're getting some things done, but a little less of an ask this year coming back down, so we'll get to that later. My organizational chart for Parks and Recreation, of course, as Parks and Rec Director, I'm up there at the top. Below me is Sean Marble, our Assistant Parks and Recreation Director. You'll notice to the right a reclassification of our administrative support specialist into a Parks and Rec support specialist. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a couple of slides from here. Then we have our new parks superintendent. We've had that position, but we have a new person in that. His name is Nate Strife. He's done a nice job. He's been with us since September. And of course, our events coordinator, Mackenzie Fernay. I keep forgetting she just got married in December. keep forgetting to change your name. And our rec manager, Aaron Kegley-Paris. And Aaron has, 2 rec coordinators below there, Matthew Lawrence and Avery Smith. And of course, the park superintendent has Matt Miller as our facilities maintenance supervisor, and then our 6 facilities maintenance specialists, our 4 part-time park attendants, and of course, I've asked again for a couple more park attendants, and again, we'll discuss that later on in my presentation. So our current programs, classes and camps, as you can see, we've got our baseball and softball, which are offered both in the spring and the fall. Our soccer, again, that's offered both in the spring and the fall. Our flag football in the fall, our Pop Warner football in the fall, as well as our cheerleading program that's attached to that Pop Warner program. Our winter basketball program, and then we have our adult programs of softball, which is offered in the fall, spring and the fall, as well as our flag football, which is offered in the winter. And we have other classes that we have. We have our weightlifting classes that are offered throughout the year, and our tennis classes and our football and soccer camps. Our tennis classes and camps are kind of throughout the year as well, and our football and soccer camps are in the summer. On this next slide, you'll notice...
Just before we leave that, are we going to pick up swimming as a result of the Y?
Yeah, well, we won't. The Y handles that themselves.
So it won't be part of Harris?
It will not be part of our program. The next slide is our youth athletics participation data. Thank you, Ali, for the help with the graph on that. It looks great. Got to make sure I give credit. You can see our numbers in there throughout. And interesting, as you look forward here from starting in FY 2020, and then, of course, the bottom out in 2020 and 2021, given the COVID effect upon everything that we dealt with. And then, of course, the jumps back up. And the interesting part to me in this is, yes, we doubled from 21 to 22, which is a normal thing because 21 and 20, we had COVID issues and nobody played anything. But then you see the double. But even bigger from that is from 22 to 23, 1,000 more young people involved. And then, another 300, and then another 300, and then finally in 26, a little bit of a level off. And if you go to the next chart, this shows our resident and non-resident rates for 23, 24, 25, and 26. And this is interesting to us because, a couple years ago, we felt strongly that our participation was growing at a rate that we were going to struggle to maintain. It was, with only really 2 rec coordinators and a manager, difficult as it is, they do a good job of keeping up with the numbers we have now. But if it was going to continue to go up, we were going to have a problem. And that's when we all had the discussion about caps versus maybe raising some rates. And we decided to raise the rates on the non-residents. And you can see it did have an effect. It has impacted our numbers and our rates. We've gone from 53% resident to 56, 25, and now this spring we're at 55%. And so there has been an impact. We have it's more or less plateaued, but kind of dropped a little bit below those numbers that we had. So thank you for that opportunity for us to do that. I think that has been a beneficial experience for both staff and the programs themselves.
When you say resident, though, that's ETJ, everything, that's Harrisburg.
Correct. Our resident is tax-paying residents. Okay, that's how Civic Rec will break it down.
So that's not ETJ.
So it's not ETJ.
That's not.
Correct. That's tax-paying residents versus non-tax-paying residents.
So Jim, in your experience, is there a best practice? I know it's going to vary with geography and place in the world and all that. Are we high, low, medium? Is 45% non-resident a best practice? Or, I mean, if I'm a taxpayer and I love all this stuff, I'm like, yeah, but half of it's going to the guy from...
I would prefer to be a much lower number, right?
Okay.
But we like the opportunity it gives to non-residents to come here because it does give us more teams to work with, better competition, a better flavor of the program itself at times. It also gives us access to some very good coaches and people that are involved in our program who feel connected to us. So to answer that question, Councilman Fall, I don't think there's a number there I could find, but I would like it to be lower. I'd like to see more residents where we could, have more impact directly on their experience here on our programs.
Well, at the same time, the non-residents going down, the participation going up, you're going from 2,500 to 5,000, so we are involving more residents. And non-residents at a lower rate.
You know, and for our own ego, right, you say to yourselves, why are so many coming here? Well, because we're the best, you know, and we feel that way. They have to pay significantly more. There's, you know, if you're in other communities, you can pay a lot more. I know Concord has some subsidies that are involved where they can offer a little bit less rates. People still choose to come to us. So, you know, we like to, you know, hang that badge, you know, as we can, but it does impact how the program runs, how it operates. It impacts facilities, fields, you know, with all those numbers. The turf is going to be a really big benefit for us, but it is trending in the right direction, you know.
Jim, got a quick question.
Yes, I got you both.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Just real quick.
Mhm.
Can you go back to that next slide before? I think there was a slight decrease
Mhm.
between 24 and 26. Do you know why, what was going on, why those numbers went down?
I believe it's the impact of the non-resident increase in the registration.
Because that number went down overall, it affected all that?
Correct.
You think that's all that was?
Well, I would hope.
Okay.
You know, I always like to talk about, you know, we have 2,500 kids on average, or, you know, ballpark numbers every season. We might get handful of concerns from parents, coaches, or whatever out of that. So a lot of times that's, you know, the coach didn't play, I didn't think the umpires did a good job, those kind of things. We don't get a lot of concerns from participants and families regarding our teams and how we're set up and our schedules and those kind of things. So if we were getting a bunch of those, then I'd say, okay, maybe we're not hitting some marks, but I believe we're hitting, you know, most, if not all of our marks. I really do believe that's impacted, that shows an impact from a registration increase.
So with that, the resident versus non-resident side, do you have any comparison, like, are we losing, when we did increase the cost, are we losing any of our residents? Because of, I mean, we might not know the why, but are we seeing an increase in our neighboring municipalities, like where they've had an increase in non-resident participation?
That's a good question. I don't have that offhand, but that's something I could probably reach out to the other communities out of curiosity. Sure.
I mean, in your free time.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, you know, because
Oh,
I
my
want to
free
make
time.
sure that
Yeah.
people here,
That's that's something to you know, pay
we're
attention
not
to.
limiting access to our community.
We are not,
It's a
and
tough thing.
because we didn't want a cap, right? So we're not.
Yeah, we didn't change the resident.
We did
Right.
not. The resident rate stayed the same.
Right.
And that was important, and when we were talking with Rob and Brian and Lee about, you know, what's our overall philosophy? And we've done this throughout our program, not just in our athletics, is to make sure we react to our residents, to make sure they get a benefit
Yeah.
from what we do first.
No, I'm just,
And we'll talk more about that with July 4th a little bit. So, you know, we're trying to be more proactive in making sure our residents get what they're paying for. And they're not getting squeezed out by non-residents.
yeah, no, I appreciate that. I
And-
think, you know, as everything else increases,
Yeah.
families are having to make decisions.
Absolutely.
So.
And we hope we're still that choice, right?
You know, just the big picture of what that looks like.
And even more so, we've also talked, we haven't come up with a final decision on it, but we've been talking about, as we register going forward in the future, to make sure we give our residents maybe the first week or two, where they're the only ones registering, and make sure they get in. Then we can work with our non-residents, and, you know, if we have to set some caps at some point, at least we would capping non-residents and not our own people.
Right.
Okay?
I'm wondering with the interest rates that went up the last, you know, few years, and there's not that many people buying and selling. I feel like, maybe it's just anecdotal, my experience, but not that many people move, so like this cohort of kids is kind of aging out of these programs. So I wonder if we're gonna see that kind of dip or leveling off.
Yeah, could be. You know, and we do talk, I talk with planning quite a bit and try to pay attention to how many homes are being built and try to stay with the national averages of, 3.5 per house or whatever it is. We try to pay attention to how many kids are coming in with that, and so we you know, we haven't seen that yet completely, you know what I mean? But that could be something.
Yeah, like I know, I think
experience.
Harrisburg Elementary, things are easing off there. Like I think it's just stable population and kids are just growing now.
Jim just resigned. He was tired of the questioning. He got right up and.
I had to talk so much, I'm dry mouth.
Yeah, he's like, I'm out.
Okay. Any other questions about some of that participation? One thing is important to note, those numbers here do not include Pop Warner football and cheer. We just started using Civic Rec for our Pop Warner football last year. So that's the first year we had where we can get these percentages in a report. So we are now using it. We'll be able to better speak to Pop Warner going forward in the future. Speaking of Pop Warner, now we're into, we do have registration numbers, and you can see those numbers are interesting there, where they've gone from 165, then it dropped a little bit, then 179, and of course last year's crazy boom to 257. And you'll see that reflected later. We have a slide dealing with that with our budget ask for that. But an interesting part of that, and with something that we need to pay attention, because it's an outlier from our other programs, is that we have 28% resident, 72% non-resident. So if we go to 300 kids, right, it's one out of four are residents. And so there's some indicators there, and there's some reasonable assumptions we can make from that as to how the program's getting out and getting kids and that kind of thing. So just something we'll be talking more about this in the future.
Jim, looking at this makes me think this shouldn't be a part of our Parks and Rec, because these are not our people. Like 1 out of 4. Well, I love our popcorn. I'm very biased.
You're involved, I know.
That's why. But 72% of these kids.
We have to keep in mind, though, we have ETJ, like we're in this special position where we have Harrisburg ETJ, and they are on the non-resident, so we don't really know how many are right here.
Yeah, no, we don't have that. We can, though. We can get that to you folks for sure, what the ETJ number is on that. That's a good point.
I probably got more, I don't want to say complaints, but just kind of a general, wow, this is weird. When we did all the social media posts when our Pop Warner team made it, we're like, come out and support. The tickets were ridiculous to purchase at our, and it was home, like it was at our facility. So I did hear a little bit of blowback on that portion. I know that is set at Pop Warner. That's a little unfortunate that they price out, because me and the kid, I want to say it was $25 or $35
for
a ticket.
And they start the games on their schedule, not the listed schedule.
And it's per game, so they checked you, like you couldn't get there early for a game, and it was a bit different.
You have your color-coded wristband and all the things.
Yeah, there was some concern just because they wanted to come out and support, particularly because it was in our backyard, and they're like, it's $150 for the grandparents and the family to go watch a football game.
Yeah, we don't control those Pop Warner costs. We also know we don't control the rules. We don't control the processes. One of the things I've said for a long time is that, it doesn't match our philosophy of our other programs. It just doesn't, and it almost can't, because it is a competitive youth sport. If they split the teams even like we do, or at least we attempt to, neither team would be successful. When they split it and go into A and a B team, the other team that would come in, who is generally governed by a volunteer board that does their own thing and makes their own philosophy of how they want to run a program, where we want to run our program where our program is about opportunity to participate, not necessarily about winning championships. That one is really kind of geared to that. So it's an interesting dichotomy between what we want to do and what they want to do. And so
who kept the $25?
That all goes to Pop Warner.
Do they pay for our field use?
No.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't, that blows my mind.
No.
Because they're charging all this, but they're not paying for any of the facility use.
So what's the benefit to the town?
It's the equivalent of travel sports in that regard. I mean, and travel sports, for their events, they don't generally charge that much, but Pop Warner wants to make sure they're making it up. And when I push back to our local organization, this information is made public to their team. They know that going in at the beginning of the year. If they make it, they know what the cost is going to be. And some of the families recognize they won't be able to take their kids. But Yeah, if we are pushing for it as a community to go attend, we've got to be fully transparent with the residents and let them know that the cost is what it is, and we have no say in the matter, even though it is local.
I'm just like, we charge to rent, our shelters and all that. I just don't understand why they get to come in, charge whatever they want to, and then don't have to pay a fee. And I know this was kind of a one-off year because the game was held here.
Well,
It's
which is
normally
usually not local, yeah,
Right.
and because our team was playing in it, it's their home field, where does that fit? Now, I'll be quite transparent, I wasn't aware of that whole charge, really, and I didn't realize it was that big a charge, to be honest
Oh,
with you.
it's
So,
significant. I
yeah,
remember
I knew they
attended
charged,
all.
I knew they charged for playoff games, I
Yeah.
knew that, but I didn't know it was that much,
Yeah.
so. That's news to me, it's just, I was not aware, so, like I said, I know they charged, I didn't know it was 25.
But as long as we're going to be in the competitive football arena, this is what it is.
Yeah.
We can hand wring and sit here and so we don't, but Pop Warner is an independent organization that runs it like this.
Yeah.
It continues to trend to be more of that competitive nature every year. We've put it forward of saying, is this something that fits in our sphere anymore? Or at what point do they run their own independent organization? We've offered that to them before. They say, hey, look, if you don't like our rules, we would support you running. They have no interest in running their own Pop Warner team. They want the town to continue to run it. So
my
it'll be us kicking them out, not them going out.
I just really struggle with, for our questions we've offered, the responses, we don't have control over that. Like so this is not a town sport. We know Pop Warner is its own entity. Is there a way we can support Pop Warner with
It is kind of Town Warner.
Yeah, I know. The prices go that way. So what does that look like? Like, has there been a discussion of what support can look like?
Yes.
With that? Because to your point, this is not
We-
Harrisburg Youth Athletics.
Yeah, I spoke with Rob about this 2 summers ago, I think, and Rob said, go talk to them and set them up. And so we did. We sat down with their organizers and their leaders. We offered here's what it could look like. We've got equipment, we'll get that to you. You can have the equipment, you can get that. You have our support we'll make sure you have fields to play on and practice on, and we would support in other ways that they saw fit. But basically I was saying to them, set up your own board of directors, run the league the way you want to run it, set up whatever odds and ends. They already have a fundraising group that we don't control. A lot of times people think it's us.
Mm-hmm.
We do have to try to get out in front of that sometimes, which we've been much better. Lee and I have talked a bunch about this. We've been much better about, hey, if you're going to go do a fundraiser, we need to know when, where, so we can answer to it if there's questions. They basically said they like to set up, and why wouldn't they, right? I mean, we do the registration, we do a lot of the dirty work, so to speak, stuff that,
Yeah, the hard stuff.
The harder stuff, right? And then they just show up, get the kids, and they go coach, which is great, I'm not knocking, they've been successful. Obviously, their numbers are growing.
Right.
So there's a desire for people to play football. But, again, we've had that conversation about the matching philosophies and those kind of things, so it puts a strain on staff a little bit at times to have to spend quite a bit of time with them, but we do it. We've gotten through it, they've had success. We've not had a lot of problems.
It's like 275. One of the flip side of that, of being part of Pop Warner, is that Harrisburg, nor Cabarrus County is large enough, in my opinion, to have the resources to run their own, like a large metropolitan area like Atlanta or something like that. So these kids from age, 8 to 13, yeah, are in the environment so they can have games. Even if you took it away from Pop Warner and just said, let's go just Cabarrus County, I don't know that you're going to get enough kids at the 8-year-old range to be able to compete, or the 10-year-old range, or whatever. Break it down however you want to break it down. So with Pop Warner, it is a name that is well known. I mean, you look at several of these star players that are in the NFL today started with Pop Warner. It's known. It's a trademark. No different than, I would say, travel sports.
Or Little League, for
Yeah,
example.
Little League, right? And there's another issue. If Harrisburg's been beat up years and years. How come we're not part of the Little League World Series, right? That's a whole different animal in itself.
Yes,
But
it is.
it's either, I don't think it's an issue of do you take Pop Warner or you don't take Pop Warner. I think it's either you have football or you don't, because there's not the means or the mechanisms in place in the area that could successfully launch a football program and expect it to survive the way this does survive. I mean, I think the nature of the beast is that it's Pop Warner.
I was just going to say, I agree with that, Ron, but I also think that it's a way to be truly collaborative, right? And so that when we're asked questions, we're not like, well, I don't know. You know, like if we are in a true partnership, then we should be able to have our voice at the table to say, well, you know, I know you all set your price, but 25 is a bit high. Or if you want to use our field, then you got to pay this. Like there has to be some kind of trade-off. It's not always, it shouldn't be a one-way, in my opinion. Right, I think we should, and I think that to Ron's point, I think it brings exposure and opportunity to kids. I think it's great because I did Pop Warner cheer a long time back in the day, right? But I think it's great, right? But I think that we should be able to bring our concerns to them, right? And discuss it. I don't think it should be just like, well, they just make those decisions. I just don't think that that's true.
Understand though, Pop Warner is not local to us. These kids are playing, when they get to their state, you know, if you followed any of these kids for the last couple of years, a lot of times they had to play out of their state first. They had to win out of the state.
Yep.
Then they had to win the region. So it's not like they're just playing Concord, Charlotte, Mount Pleasant. They're playing Virginia. They're playing South Florida.
Yeah.
We're a spec in regards to Pop Warner. We're not going to ever promise you get a voice at that table.
Well, I mean, like they're using our field, right? Like things like they're using our resources in any way. I'm thinking.
I go back to, it's a choice. You either have football or you don't. If you do, there's not another competitor in the area that draws what that draws. I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm just saying, if you're going to come down to it and make Pop Warner the issue, find them a solution that would provide them the same competitive environment that they have today.
See, here's how we look at when for us to charge for them for that playoff game. They would say, well, okay, we'll move that game somewhere else and won't charge us, and our kids won't. Our kids earn the right to play at home, our team, and so all we're going to do is everybody who picked up and go to the game are going to get charged at $25 somewhere else. So the benefit to us was to leave them here and let them play on their home field that they earned the right to do. And so that's the call. That's why we make some of those decisions. We do have a voice with Pop Warner. We have a league meeting. We have representation. We're a vote.
But your voice is regional.
Correct.
I mean, it's not even, the
Correct.
decision for the charges that came up today are made at the national level. That's not made regional.
100%.
So, Jim,
Yes.
can we just go back like a long time ago?
Sorry.
How much does it actually cost us as the town to, like, our tax dollars to run this team, support this team, not run it?
Last year,
Last year spent
they go Brian.
$75,000 on an $81,000 budget, and the proposed this year is $100,000.
Yes.
That's not tax dollars, those are registration fees, though?
Okay.
From the registry.
All right, any part of
The-
that tax dollars?
No.
Okay. All
Well,
right.
$2 million worth of AstroTurf.
Well,
They're not allowed to play on it.
They're gonna get limited access to
They're not
that.
even touching it, you can't put that in.
Well, the turf is tick marked for them to use it, but because of the size of our soccer program, they'll get a couple shots at it, that's about it.
Okay, so that feels better, knowing that it's not any of our tax dollars. But then it still leads to the question, why are they here? And I love our Pop Warner. I need to keep saying that. Like,
Well, it's back to Ron's question. If you want to be in this business.
Yeah.
And you trust them to
There's
be a
not an
nonprofit
alternative, yeah.
organization. Now, Virginia may be paying a little less than North
Yeah.
Carolina and, you know, all of that. But at the end of the day, I don't know what their admin fees or all that are. I'm sure there's some executive.
They depends on if they make postseason or
So
not.
what's a season?
8 games. September, they start in early July with practice, the games start end of August, goes through end of October.
So really, it's only costing us them using the fields?
Yeah, I'm all for it.
Yeah, and our kids have access to that, even though I don't have any kids in the program anymore. But
Yep.
I think it's a good opportunity.
And we're going to talk a little bit more about the budget number that Brian gave you
Kids to
later.
have something like that.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause it's not an alternative.
Used to be,
There's not.
used to be.
Okay. So Ron and I were having a sidebar about what this looks like. I mean, it shifts my perspective significantly, understanding that as long as we're clear that there are no tax dollars involved in this, because these are not our kids. And I want the kids to have access, all that. And I hear you. Either you do it or you don't. I mean, I'm all for doing it.
And then the education on the
Yes.
website to make it clear.
Yes.
You know, if something goes sideways, it's Pop Warner.
And so the question, why? It's been a part of Harrisburg culture since the 70s. I mean, you know, there were families, and I can name several of them, that the grandpa now, you know, he came up as a first coach of his kids, and now his grandkids are playing, and it's just been what this community.
And Dr. Banks used to cheer for him.
I know.
Right.
Not Harrisburg. I mean, I have a vested interest in this. I don't think, and maybe it's me, I don't know that we've done a fantastic job communicating that piece. So, and it could totally be Latricia, that just missed it.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
thank you, Jim.
You're welcome. We good?
We can move
All
on
right,
now.
next. Onwards and upwards. So our current special events. You can see we have quite a few, and most of you are very well aware of them, but we do have a couple of new members of our council that we want to make sure you understand the events that we have. So we have a couple of partnerships that we do with Movies in the Park with Venture Church. We also partner with the YMCA for the Run the Berg 5K, and we also partner with the Harrisburg Business Network with the Bags in the Berg. The rest of these you see here are Christmas lighting, Christmas tree lighting, our July 4th, our trick or treat on Main Street, which you can see that we're going to move that here to Town Center this fall and see how that looks. Rockin' the Berg series, which is our 5 concerts, May, June, August, September, October, second Saturday of each of those months at our amphitheater. They've become quite popular. Our Hop to the Movie, which is next Thursday night, our Easter program, and our Harrisburg Art Walk and Market on Main, which is April 11th, that's the week after that. And of course, our Multicultural Festival, which happens in the fall. We actually are moving that to November this year. In the last couple of years, we have competed against other multicultural events, both at UNCC and in Concord. It's always around that same weekend, so we moved it to the first Saturday in November. Weather is usually still pretty good, and so we're looking forward to that change. We think that will be a boost to that program, to that event. And our big one, Harrisburg July 4th celebration. It's held on July 3rd and 4th. On July 3rd, it's a 4 o'clock start in the park, 5:30 to 9:30 entertainment at the amphitheater, 9:30 fireworks, and a 10 o'clock close on July 3rd. On July 4th, it's all the same, except we have the 9 o'clock parade on Highway 49, hugely popular. First time I saw that, I was like, I can't believe, 10,000, 12,000 people get up on July 4th and see it. It was amazing to me. So if you've never made it down there, it's a really great sight. Most of you have ridden in it, and we'll do it again this year. And then the other difference there is we have an 11 o'clock close on the 4th instead of the 10 at this time. In talking about July 4th, one of our initiatives in innovation and efficiencies is to really look at July 4th celebration. Last year we had 27,000 people on July 4th, shoehorned really into our park, and it's quite a scene to see all those all that kind of participation and visitors from all over the area. But so in talking, listening to you folks last year when we gave our report on the July 4th, many of you showed some concerns about the size and the direction it was going. And so we've listened, and we've had a couple meetings. We met with Rob back in the fall, kind of get some ideas of different, Lee and Rob and Brian as well, to make sure that we start getting on the course of how do we want to go about doing that. So we've come up with some ideas. This is all conceptual at this time. We've done quite a bit of work on it, but we still have to get with Rob and get give him some of our concepts specifically, which we plan on doing in the next week or two. but we want to limit the access, right? We want to focus on our residents, as I spoke to earlier. I want to make sure our residents get the opportunity to really take advantage of the events that we're holding. And the other part is a non-resident entrance fee. Making sure that you can visit us, but it might cost you a couple of bucks to get in. The other big one is no unaccompanied minors. You know, we had some issues at times with groups of young people kind of bouncing around on their own, and we had a little scare last year with a potential fight, and kids started running, and we had no idea what was going on. So we're going to try to see if we can get ahead of that a little bit. We're going to move the fireworks site, which we brought to you last month, the February council meeting. And thank you for allowing us to do that. We're going to move it to the YMCA, which that's not only we think it's a great spot to actually view them from, but it also allows for us to open that third entrance at Harris Depot Park. Gives us a little bit more spread out. We can also use fields 1 and 2, our turf, to get people on and watch and do whatever they want to do. And it allows us to be able to use that exit going out. We've put in a brand new walking path through there, so you don't have to go up the hill anymore. Actually, we're going to close that off, and they have to use the one that goes around closer to the railroad tracks. It's much flatter and easier to get up and down on. And we've added 2 covered wagon shuttles that we will use to get people back and forth, especially from the Publix area and those areas, where we can get them on a shuttle, get them in, but we will drop those folks off at Harris Depot Park. So they would use that entrance and exit rather than going down Oakley. If any of you have gone down Oakley at about 8 o'clock,
Crazy.
it's really a sight to see. The amount of people coming into our park is just crazy. So if we can get some of them, a good chunk of them down Harris Depot and in through that entrance, it would really, I think, help us out an awful lot. And again, like I spoke, there's a hope for improved pedestrian congestion on Oakley and at our Sims Park entrance.
So Jim, I do have a question. When you talk about limiting access, help me with that. We're limiting access, but we're opening up other access points. So how does that work? How do you execute that?
We think it will limit some access as far as the number of attendants by charging an entrance fee.
How will you know that, though? Like, how will you know you have a non-resident?
They'll have to have a ticket.
To enter the park?
Yes, they will buy a ticket. We're working on it with Brian's staff. Brian could probably fill it in better, but the idea was they would buy, they get on, scan a code, have it on their phone, and they go. Residents will be able to come here, May and June is our hope, again, conceptual, we're getting there, where they would come here, pick up everything they need, free, and then they come in, and so they will have a ticket, but it'll be free for them.
So are you fencing in the park?
No.
Because there's so many ways to get in.
Yeah, we talked about that, but really the 2 entrances, Sims and ZMAX, we are putting some fencing in there, some bike rack and different things to channel people in so they come in. And again, we're doing the same thing at Harris Depot. The other entrances would be coming through the woods and those kind of things. For us to fence the entire park isn't necessarily, it's not, I don't think it's going to impact it that much for the cost it would cost for us to put that in.
If the goal's a limit, the people won't know.
If they're gonna go up through Henderson Circle and come down through, you know, but, I mean, there are gonna be people that get in, you know, nothing's perfect, but.
Regardless, whether you're a resident or not, you still have to have a ticket.
Correct. Correct.
And Jim, I think we talked about this last time contractually on the rainout policy. If there's thunder and lightning at 9 o'clock, if we can't get it in before 11, we get our money back, or we'll push that into a big show tomorrow.
We would push that into a show another time, whether we put it at one of our Rockin' the Bergs or do it Sunday night, you know, just have fireworks or what. That'll be a discussion we'd have with management as to what's the best.
Okay, but you guys already have a war room that says this is looking bad, we got to get everybody out of here.
Yeah, we've dealt with weather. We have Tim, Tim Wooten. I always call him Tim. Everybody calls him Wooten. I call him Tim. He mans the weather and watches, and he makes recommendations. We've kind of put it on him to say, hey, guys, we got a cell coming in. Let's get everybody out of here. Okay. And we're all listening, and we get it moving.
How simple is this ticketing going to be? Because
You can just pay at the gate, Ron. You can just show up and pay and get a ticket at the gate.
Not you
I'm-
particularly,
no,
the
I'm
royal you.
anticipating the pushback from the residents, that I'm a resident, why do I gotta go get a ticket, right? It's my park, I pay for it.
How do I know?
Well, and that's my thing.
Show
And
me
how
your ID,
easy-
we'll give you a
how easy is
ticket,
it
you head
gonna
on
be
in.
For that resident to get a ticket, are they gonna have to come to town hall to get it? Is it gonna be?
No, you can just go to the gate, just go to the event. And we'll-
So is it gonna be like TSA today, where you got a 2.5 hour line because people are checking IDs?
Depends what time you show up. You got 3 gates. I'm sure there's going to be some waiting. The flip side is you bust it wide open, but we are going to, we know the crowd amounts. We know what happened last year. We know what happened in Concord. We know what happened at Mazeppa Park. We know what's going on at Burkdale. We know why we have no unattended minors at Concord Mills. So it's going to be more inconvenient for people. I think our goal is, if instead of 27,000, this number is 27,000, if we can get this down to like 15,000, and most of those are residents instead, then you can kind of get in. You don't have these big crushes at 7, 8 o'clock. But it will, it is less convenient, for sure.
And here we go again, is it gonna be ETJ allowed or ETJ not allowed? They're paying,
Residents.
so ETJ's paying. God help us.
So go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, I mean, for volunteers, because I see all the youth council stuff, I don't see this on their agenda yet. It would be nice to head it off and say, we got 50 people up here with wristbands or tickets or whatever, so we don't create that frustration, like, geez, I'm standing here with lawn chairs and it's taking me forever to get in. And
Now, keep in mind, I mean, we'll let people know, arrive early, but you don't get into the fair for free. And they have a higher attendance than we do.
And their tickets are
But the
high.
fair's not been offered for free for years upon years upon years. I mean, there's a difference. I choose not to go to the fair because it's the fair, and I choose not to spend my money there.
Even if
I
it
come
was
to the 4th of
free.
July because it's been free and it's part of my community.
And it remains free.
Yeah, but now my free is, I gotta go get a ticket, I gotta go wait in line, blah, 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 blah. And you're gonna create the furor of, what do I gotta do to get the ticket? Oh, wait, you're not even though you're Harrisburg zip code, you're not Harrisburg because you don't pay city tax. Therefore, you're ETJ, so, hand me $5 and I'll give you your pass.
I'm open to this board saying, don't have any, I mean, well, it's easier for us. I have a real security concern at this year's 4th of July.
If we need, maybe you just need to bring a whole presentation on how you're gonna do this, because right now, just hearing it scares the living hell out of me. Thinking of just all the reverb from it, from the entrance to the days leading up to it, to the aggravation, all the way across. If we're comfortable in it and we can do a presentation in it, we can get our residents on board in as early as May, that would have a better opportunity. I know we can't continue to leave it open like we have for security reasons, but just kind of throw it out today and go, we're going to do this, and this is the first time we're hearing, scares me that I don't know what's going on behind the scenes.
Respectfully, I had more than a majority of this board complain the day, July 5th last year, that we need to make sure we don't have those crowds.
Today. You tell us this is coming, hey, guys, we know we're going to discuss this in budget. This is one of those issues that we've been working on for the year. We're going to give you a formal presentation on it. Hold what you got. We're with you. We've got you. But right now, when you tell me this, and I'm just hearing about it for the first time, and all the questions that are coming up, you can't help but wonder why.
I don't have any doubt in the next 5 months there's logistical issues to work out. I think these guys have done most of those. Nash and Jim and Lee and Brian have been working on this for months. There will be an adaptation for sure. But I think if we're thinking now, hey, maybe the juice isn't worth the squeeze, then let's pull it. But it's going to be inconvenient. No matter how good we get at this, it will be inconvenient.
I can envision 3 lanes. One is, I got my wristband in advance at Town Hall, express lane. I'm a resident, I have ID right here. I'm a resident, I don't have ID, great, I got the whole database here, I can look you up. I'm from Huntersville, what's that long-ass line? It's Huntersville, so.
We will definitely have a resident and a non-resident
Yeah.
lane for convenient, you don't have to pay, right? You just have a resident going through and,
Yep.
and
You know,
they're getting their ticket. And
And I did say, this is, a lot of it's most of it's conceptual, Ron. We haven't really, we've come up with some really good ideas and we think they'll work. We haven't gotten in front of Rob yet with those. So, but we wanted to, you had to introduce them sometimes, so we
No.
thought this was a good
And-
place. We all here that we could talk through it a little bit.
And I know you and I have had this conversation, and I brought it to you after having to hide behind not hide, but stand beside a piece of equipment when the stampede took place. So I appreciate all the effort that you all put into this to ensure that everybody is safe in our park. I do think that a presentation on what this looks like would be very helpful for everybody. And I think kind of what Chris was, and please correct me if I'm wrong, alluding to was it would be kind of like we gave out wristbands a couple of years ago. Was that the initial, like the foundational thought? Okay. So that part is helpful for what that looks like. But yeah, I feel
I'm sure
bad for
based on
customer
what
service.
Rob wants us to do, we can get a presentation whenever you're ready.
Yeah.
Rob will say, here, let's get it ready, let's get it done at the May.
I think we
meeting.
typically do these presentations in May and June.
Yeah.
And so when we did the wristband for the first time, that's when we brought it to you, when we did the, what do we call them, the Berg
bundle.
Berg bundle. That's typically, we bring it in May and June.
That's night and day different. That is night and day
I'm just saying
different.
that's our
And if you're
timeframe.
only getting to us in May or June, that this is going to be a new process, we've already missed the chance.
Chance
To educate your residents, because this is a big change when it comes to that. Whether you have to come to town hall to get it, whether you simply log onto a website, I don't care, however you do it, people need to understand it early so they can be prepared, as opposed to, we're giving them 30, 60 days.
People have short memory spans. They're not gonna care about this until July 1st. They're like, what's the weather look like? Are we going? Are we in town? Is it too hot? I think there's plenty of time.
How early would you like to see a plan rolled out to the public? I mean, we can get one now. I'll prioritize it and get it out. I think it's important that we understand a plan, and if we don't like the plan, that we know that we're not gonna be able to control access, because we have to then make some other plans. We can't do nothing.
Well, the only thing I'm glad that you just said was it was conceptual. So whoever takes this audio and runs with it and says, oh, Harrisburg's getting ready to do this, please understand it's conceptual. We're spitballing on this right now. It's not 100% done yet, and we don't know what it looks like. But, we find ourselves in all these kind of crazy situations at times. People get upset because roads might go one-way direction because we actually had a conversation of a potential solution. This is, once again, a potential solution. I don't know where it goes from here. If it gets, people go run with it and freak out, whatever, but I understand it's conceptual, but I think throwing it now and catching us off guard is a little bit unnerving.
Yeah, can we have like a further discussion on that? I don't know, April, May, or, maybe a little more conceptual if it's in April. Because like July 4th, it was so busy, like the lines are just snaked all throughout. I was not caught in the stampede, but I was caught in the, at some point there was one day when some teenagers posted on social media about like water spray guns or something, and a whole bunch of them descended onto the park, and my kids were just
That was
with their
last Good
friends.
Friday, last year.
They were there, and then I had to like get in, and I,
You and I
sheriff-
spoke that day,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm like, okay, what's happening, Then eventually just seeing that, like what kind of effort it took them to clear that out, even though it wasn't dangerous, it was just like masses of people there. It was kind of,
Is the next council meeting okay?
yeah, let's do that. We definitely need to do something, especially if you could start with
That
the
way
whole.
we can maybe come up with not a
Yeah.
final plan, but a 95% plan at the next council
And
meeting.
security being the biggest concern, now that you've kind of added them all together, yeah, there's like, you know, the Burkdale, the Christmas tree, all of the things, so we're just lucky that nothing's happened here yet, so.
It's a matter of time. And this, not to say that this is going to prohibit that, but it's a step in that direction of saying, okay, at least we know this will drive crowds down a little bit. It'll try to get that balance back like we tried to get with the youth athletics, you know, a better percentage for folks that actually pay taxes and live here in Harrisburg. This traditionally, and I've had conversations with some here, like this has traditionally been a kind of small town event. This is a very Harrisburg central event. I think we really went big on our 200, or on our 50th. And we've kind of never gone back. It's just we've stayed at that very amped up level, and we really can't have that many people in the park in a safe way anymore. Now we're seeing, you know, young people violence constantly. It's become a more cultural thing. I don't think that's going away. So, you know, that getting back to the more low key, smaller events that are focused on our resident is the goal here. So if we can somehow get some direction on that, we can present this in April, get feedback, and then be ready to kind of roll that out to our residents in May. I agree with you, Mayor. I think we can roll out in May, but
Nobody's gonna read it.
June 15th, people are going to say, hey, what's going on? I never heard about this, so we're going to have to continue to
I mean, we get all
to
the
repeat
time.
it.
I didn't know there was a concert in the park for Rockin' the Berg, and we've been doing that for
Yeah.
years and years.
But we want you guys to have, you know, an exact plan, right? Because a lot of people come directly to you, and we don't want you sitting there going, I don't know what it'll actually look like. So getting you guys a plan so that you can engage with your constituencies. Say, no, yeah, it's changing, here's why. But don't worry, here's what it looks like, and here might be the best way for you to approach getting there.
So I will just add, as you work on this plan, it might be helpful to reach out to the league because they have supported other municipalities in figuring out safety measures for large-scale events. We had that conversation, the same conversation we did about ensuring that your special events are covered appropriately with the right type of insurance. So they've done this, so that might be helpful to you with helping to come up with a plan of what this could look like. I don't know if that helps the entry piece, but you know.
Right.
I mean, it might.
That's a more of an umbrella
Councilman
coverage.
Frawl's thing, to me, just that's easy.
Yeah. So we'll.
But
get
for those
together.
listening home, we're conceptual right now. We will have details at a later date. Don't beat us up for details yet.
Right.
But we will have some stuff in April.
And we're, the conceptual, there's quite a few things that we have to make decisions as to how to actually put them into play. We've had conversations with Lee and Brian staff and my staff, what did we meet? Almost 2 hours one day, just how do we want to ticket this thing if we were to do it? And we came up with 2 or 3 options. So there's a lot of ways to look at it. So we have not really, we've come up with an idea we'd like to use, but until Rob gets his eyes on it and really sees it and chews on it a little bit, that it's conceptual.
Yeah. And I'll follow up with you guys individually as well. We at least have 2 that weren't here last year to have these conversations and get your guys' individual feedback on it.
And to the Rockin' the Berg comment, Jennifer, I do get that, but I've been hit up like crazy for the last 30 days. When are y'all releasing the schedule of who's coming? I got, you know, everybody's like.
We
and I'm
just
like,
got the final contract signed, so I think Thursday, Mackenzie said, finally got the final contract signed. So it'll be out here any day. And guess what? You'll be able to see Journey this time.
Oh, okay. There we
Last
go.
time you requested
Yeah,
it,
I
missed
was out
it.
last time, yeah.
We got them coming back. So yeah, that's, the final contract got signed. We don't like to release anything until all those contracts get signed. So that'll go out pretty much, well, probably next week, early next week. Okay, keep going. We good? Okay, let's get on to July 4th for a little while. Initiatives, innovations, and efficiency.
Okay, now July 5th.
Thank you, Council.
There you go.
We're really looking to improve staff efficiency. As our programs grow and our events get bigger and more intense, and we have more and more people using our parks, we realize that our full-time maintenance staff, in the past, we put 2 in each park, and they stayed there and they did their thing. And at times, they needed more of a team effort, right? We all know that strength in team, right? If you get 3 or 4 people in there, not only do they have more hands to do something, but they also can share ideas and their expertise. So we are working in teams now. Actually, we've already started this. We're working in teams so they can get them to be more familiar with more than one park and focus on that team approach. And again, that's for our full-time maintenance staff, our 6, 7 if you count our manager. The other part of that is to add more part-time help to assist with park maintenance, focusing on the weekends. We all know that really the big thing for us is Harrisburg Park gets loved to death all the time, but really on weekends it's crazy. And we have our part-timers that are bouncing between parks. So there's a time, there might be a time of 2 or 3 hours where they're not in Harrisburg Park. And so then now the garbage is built up, or the bathroom has become messy, or there's no toilet paper. So one of the ideas is to add a couple more part-timers to help us, especially on weekends, but assign one part-timer to Harrisburg Park exclusively. They would be there all day long. They would get there at 9 and 10 in the morning, stay till 4, 5, 6 o'clock at night, to make sure that we have that attention we need. Also, to help chase our ice cream men out so that Captain Nash can rest a little bit and not have to send the deputies over every time.
Could we not have like no soliciting signs at each of our park entrances?
We always talk about that. Yes, we have some, but I think we have to make them a little bit more
They gotta be
obvious.
bigger.
Yes.
But
And we're
to
working
be
on
clear,
it.
this guy's been told over and over
Well,
and over.
last-
This was a new
I will say
guy.
this, last Saturday I was sitting at home and I got a text, it was Captain Nash. And she said, "We got him." And they did it. And she's got one of her deputies is like, that's her goal now. She's gonna chase them all out. So we got that gentleman that we saw a bunch. Now we had another one on Thursday that we got. So we are starting to catch up to them a little bit. So trying to make sure that they understand what the rules are. And I told Captain Nash, yay, good for you, more, extra dessert for you and your deputy. But we're trying to get somebody directly into Harrisburg Park all day long, Saturday and Sunday especially, and just make sure that we have a little extra help there.
Jim, does that person have a vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, they've got, okay.
Yes, they can share vehicles. We have one specific part-timer, we also can get them one of the full-timers if we need it. The other part is fully utilize the Parks Management team via reclassifying our administrative support specialist to Parks and Rec support specialist. And the reason for that is that as we grow and we get different functions expected of myself, as we start to look at the big picture items, from the 30,000-foot view a little bit more, I have expectations really from Rob and Lee to really kind of look into the future. Where are we going? How are we getting there? It's taken a lot more of my time. And because of that, that means Sean and Nate have to do a lot more of the things. Sean has to do a lot more in operations. Nate has to do more in projects. He just has to have more hands-on. I don't have that time to do that. And so some of the things they're doing is a lot of financials, a lot of data collection. We're getting into monthly data collection that Ellie's reaching out for all the time, and which is great for us because it enables us to kind of focus on different areas. So because of that, we don't have that kind of time. So we're trying to reclassify Kathleen Green, who is our administrative support specialist, into a Parks and Rec support specialist, where we can give her some more financials, some of the data collection. She can help us with presentations and things of that nature. She's really good. She's excellent. She really is the nerve center, the control of our just like any good administrative support specialist is. Everything funnels through her. She knows what we're doing. She knows our programs, our projects. And so we're trying to do that. That should free up Sean to do more operations, get out in the field more. And it should allow Erin to jump out where she doesn't have to do as many financials, those kind of things. Make sure Nate, who has an awful lot of skill with projects, that he can get his hands on projects and push forward without me having to kind of be on there and driving those things. So that's one of the things that you see up here. I just explained the emphasis placed on assisting with higher level tasks and free up management team to handle the operations, projects, programs, and maintenance tasks more efficiently. Another one is to begin the process of adding new programs and events. Adult kickball, youth lacrosse camps, and like I put here, use the turf, right? The turf is going to give us so many more opportunities, especially in the winter when we have really nice outdoor weather for activities in the wintertime. And then partner with the YMCA to introduce volleyball, which they have already started. They've done that. We've worked a little bit with them. We kind of kicked out a spring kickoff to see how it goes, and so far it sounds like it's going well. We want to reintroduce our non-athletic programs like art and Lego camps. We used to have them here, but with our opportunities, our facilities shrinking, with more people using the room next to the rec offices, we kind of lost those and not have really good places to put those. So we're looking back out to try different places so we can reintroduce those programs and also introduce new opportunities in that area. One of the areas we're looking to do is to do art, working with some of the high school art camps, have art expos for those folks. And it wouldn't just be art, could be music, could be whatever. And also to explore the addition of new events, particularly those with an international flavor. We have a large group of residents now that are very international, and so we're talking about adding some of those kind of events throughout the year. Another initiative is to allow some areas in our passive parks to grow naturally through pollinator gardens, similar to what the Youth Council is doing. Add wildflowers and other native grasses, attract native species, more birds, butterflies, those kind of things. But then also take advantage of those areas for new trails and paths. Get some new trails through there. One of the parks we think about an awful lot is out at Farm Mill, where they've got a lot of green space that we just mow for no reason to mow. And it might be hilly or whatever, we don't really get a lot of use out of it. Well, now if we let it grow a little bit, let it natural, get some paths through it, and add to our opportunities out there. So again, these are my personnel requests. I've already gone through those with you both of them. Hopefully that's something that will really help out our department. Notable changes in operating budget. We've got a special equipment line. We're looking for a skid steer bucket to make us a little bit more able to do all the projects and not have to drive John nuts all the time every time I need a piece of equipment. Thank God for John, because he never says no. Benches for Harris Depot, we've had this request for a couple years. We had a couple that we didn't like the looks of them, and we weren't sure we were going to get them down permanent, so we want to get some permanent benches in Harris Depot. It's becoming a much more popular park. In events, again, as I spoke earlier, you'll see an increase for events for the opportunity to get some new ones there. And then we talked earlier at length about Pop Warner football, but the idea is to increase it to 300 and max. This will be the first program that we would cap because it gets some point where we can't really even facilitate it more than that. In speaking with their leaders, we sat down and came up with that number that we thought that's probably the best we can do. So that's why the budget increase reflects the opportunity for that to move up to 300. And most of that cost is for the equipment and, of course, officials' costs associated with the increase. And also, we've asked for some extra budget for those programs we talked about for reintroducing the old programs and some new ones. Some notable changes. These are decreases in chemicals, which is where is our paint and some of our fertilizers located there. Because of the turf, we're going to have a lot less paint and a lot less fertilizer and sand and those kind of things. We need to take care of that. And the turf doesn't need any chemicals, just needs us to take care of it every 40 hours and run the machine over it and perk it up a little bit. So, and I believe we did put in our M&R in an area to have them come in and clean it once a year, have it professionally cleaned, where they come in with a machine, steam it up, and go do that. And then in M&R buildings and grounds, we have a big decrease in fertilizer and weed control products there, again, due to the addition of the turf. So the turf kind of impact is about almost $30,000 in maintenance costs that we should be able to save. Of course, that's in theory because we haven't used it, we haven't seen this total, but that's a pretty good guess from our maintenance staff as far as what they've used in the past on fields 1 and 2. CIP requests, shade trees shelter 2 at Harrisburg Park. Right here, you can see where we're trying to put some trees in and some shade and get that area. That's the concession stand. We call it shelter 2, but it's actually the concession stand. And the bathroom entrance is right up here. A monument sign at Harris Depot Park. It is the only park we have that doesn't have, well, outside of veterans, the only other park we have that doesn't have any kind of monument sign. And so we want to do one similar to what we see here at Holcomb Woods. And then the big project for us is down here is Stallings Park infield renovations. It's been well over 10 years since we've actually gone in there, got it all out of there, get the stuff we've put in, get it out, get the new infield mix. It'll be all laser graded so that water runs off better. We'll get rid of some lips, it'll be like 6 brand-new fields for us, and we're really excited. Hopefully, we can get that, you guys to support that for us.
You won't need bricks at home plate anymore?
Well, we hope, right? And the good part about that is there's new technology now, Ron, with when they fill those, when they fix those areas around home plate, they're doing different things that you're still gonna get holes there, you know how the kids are gonna dig out and they're gonna dig away, but it'll be a little harder for them to do that.
Okay.
So, and with that,
Stallings Park, with that land where you guys filled it in, are you gonna be able to put more parking spots or something with that?
yeah, the plan there, and we haven't come up with a final number there. Devin's still trying to figure out the layout of it, but the part you see where the old pond was, that's gonna be all parking. And so that'll be all brand-new parking. We'll still have the area outside of right field and the grass area to potentially, at some point, Stallings Park is gonna need a little renovation, some additions and things that gives us that area to do that. But we hope to we're gonna pick up at least 50 new spots, at least, maybe a few more. And another entrance out, so we can they don't have to go back through that parking lot,
That's
which
a great idea.
scares the crap out of me because it's so tight as it is.
Yeah.
So if we can get them out a different way, maybe make that one way in, one way out, we'll see if that works. Anything else?
Yeah, that's fine. Any other questions? for Jim?
You better
Run, Jim, run.
No, seriously, thank you all, appreciate it. I
Thank you.
enjoy, every year, I get a lot of good stuff out of this, I appreciate it.
Sounds like you want more questions, Jim.
I don't mind questions, I love talking about it, I really do. Yeah, Rob,
Stop it.
different subject.
Out of order, out of order.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Before we take a break, because we've got one scheduled at 2:30, Ryan, are you okay jumping in? Keep the train moving.
Yeah, we're gonna work on this rehearsing a couple of times.
He's between us and a break.
And we gotta have enough apparatus up there, or not create background stuff to do it the first time. We all know bad experience when we see it.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, my first one. Let me pass through the break here. Everybody okay in the back? I'm making sure that the other staff members are okay with that. But thanks for the opportunity to be here, Mayor, members of the council. Wanted to give you an update on the newest department here at the town, the Economic Development Department. Update on our budget. Not a lot of changes, you can imagine, but to let you know where what we're doing in this current fiscal year and then plans for the next fiscal year. So our 5-year trend, really we're still in the first year, fiscal 26 of having half of a staff at the full staff. So we brought on a new person in the beginning of this year in January. So we're now completely fully staffed. So you'll see our budget start to transition and be more representative of what will be in the years moving forward now. So pretty consistent. You'll see, I imagine, in next year's moving forward. Capital Projects Fund, thanks for Brian for our dry run. To explain what that bump was in 25, that was actually tied to the train station project. So we don't anticipate any additional increases that I'm aware of moving forward out of the ED budget. And capital improvement plan, pretty simple. The only real asset we have is a Explorer, which we utilize to drive around town and meet with businesses, so no short-term plans there as well. I alluded to our organizational chart. Now we have myself, the director, and then we have a manager, Stephanie Burleson, who joined us in January from the County Economic Development Group and has hit the ground running here. Very knowledgeable about economic development and already knows a lot of people in the community, so it's been a really great fit. Our sort of task list when I started was the Strategic Economic Development Plan. I read it before I got here, and it was very well done. I'm actually meeting with the consultants virtually on Monday just to get I think they're curious what we've done, and I'm curious, what their thoughts were when they put it together. But I've used this as my dashboard, my checklist of what we need to accomplish as a department. So really quickly going through these, I'm pretty conservative with the figures. I'd say, a BRNE program or existing industry program, we're up and running. I mean, we've probably made 25 calls this year already, and that's just the ones we've formalized. So we're in good shape there. You can go ahead and put 100 there, but I'll be conservative and leave it at 4.5 out of 6. And Brian, I double-checked my numbers for you. I knew you'd be looking, and Lee too. Strategy 1.2 is just evaluating the business climate. So that's something we do proactively, meeting with other departments here in town, meeting with planning, for example. If we see something that's a trend that we're hearing from other communities, other businesses that we may need to update or implement in our strategy, we'll pass that along. So I don't know if we'll ever reach 100% on that as it's more continuing, but we'll continue to push forward. 1.3 is something that's probably going to be a little bit more long-term, more of a strategy in case we hit major economic disruption. I won't mention the pandemic word or something like that, but a strategy in place if something were to happen to the state, to the region, to the town. I have had discussions with a consultant who actually does this kind of guidance or provides this guidance for ED groups, and she's offered to do it at the state level. So if we're interested, that's something I could have her present to our state economic development group and we could participate in. But probably, for the next year, 18 months, probably not going to be very high on our radar unless council advises me to change that. And then economic development marketing and business traction, we're full steam ahead on that. That's the efforts to promote the town at the regional and state and national level. And to build on that, making steps to make sure we have the facilities and sites and buildings ready in 2.2. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. 3.1, small business ecosystem in Harrisburg, making a lot of progress on that as well, trying to have a support network for these companies as they, from startup to large business, to help them grow in our community. 3.2, it's very similar, entrepreneur support. We know we have a lot of folks that work from home or on a hybrid schedule here in Harrisburg. So we want to learn more about those business owners and entrepreneurs and help them grow their businesses here in town and allow them to grow to 2 to 5 to 10 to 15 employees. And then 4.1 sort of builds off of what we're talking about with 1.2, sort of just making sure we're in contact with all the other departments. I really appreciate how well we've been able to incorporate with the other departments, and I'm in touch with all the department heads pretty much daily across all the different town sectors. And then finally, we talked about a little bit about town center or downtown. Once we get a new planning director on staff, that'll be a big charge, and some of the efforts to make sure we're refocusing some efforts. And there's other departments working on other initiatives here as well. But continuing to grow the town center, because it is our downtown, it is our home, and we're going to see more potential activities there. We've got some properties that are coming online as well. So that's going to be really exciting for us.
Brian, I'll try to get you before you switch. When I think it was 1.2 where you mentioned with this mode of measurement, we would probably never reach 100%. Like, what's a better way to measure success or progress there? I mean, because if we've put a lot of focus and intentionality behind economic development. So I'm curious, like, how do we look at that and see progress?
I think for business climate, one of the things we could do is look at regulations that we've adjusted. A great example could be signage. I've heard from some companies, that our sign regulations are too restrictive. But then when you have a discussion with them, they'll tell us, well, yes. But we also don't want our neighbor having a sign up for 12 months, 18 months. So that's a good balance that we've been able to make. So maybe trying to quantify those hits and say, hey, here's an issue we addressed, made sure we protected the property rights of our citizens, but also kept the aesthetics of the town where we want them to be. But that's a great one to try to quantify. That climate, I'm not sure. Maybe we measure actions. I'm not sure. Data expert, is there a benchmark for business climate? I don't even know. So it's a great question. I'm not sure how to answer that at this point. All right, I will move along to projects. This could be, like a 6-hour work session, but I thought it'd be curious because sometimes folks at council, especially some of our new council members, have questions. When would we involve the council with the economic development project? So, going quickly through the different phases here, project definition could be at the C-suite level. It could be the board of directors level, where a company defines where they want to relocate their business. Normally, we're not involved at the practitioner level at that discussion point, but they're really defining Southeast United States, large metro, near a major airport. We're in play there. We need to have be within 5 miles of an interstate. Well, we're still in play. So those are the sort of project thoughts and considerations that are made and we're not involved with. Pre-selection and initial assessment, that's where we can be brought in. So sometimes the state will reach out and say, hey, we've found inventory on your system. Does that building, says 36-foot clear ceiling heights? Is that true? Is that correct? What's your floor thickness? Things of that nature. That's where we can become involved. When we get into the advanced assessment, that's where we'll bring council in. Maybe it's a zoning variance for a building height that we might want to adjust, or if there are incentives to be discussed at the town level, that's where we would have that dialogue with the council. So it really is, it's more of an art than a science. So there's not specifically, we'll have you at stage 3 or something, but we do want to make sure the council's involved with projects as they come through, especially major projects. And we will be working with our friends at the county and state level as well. So don't feel like you're not being excluded by any means if you're not hearing about projects. It's just there's so many in the system that we could really just overwhelm you with data. So we want to get you to a point where it's really relevant to bring the council in and the management as well. So I try not to bore Rob with every project that comes through, but if it's one that's significant, definitely get his attention. And speaking of projects, we've had some nice wins here in the past year. The largest being what's now Wheelhouse, but formerly Ford Performance Driving School. So they have acquired a building in Harrisburg with their move from Concord. We understand they're going to be in discussions or already moving forward with their second building on the adjacent site. But we also work with some other projects sort of in the healthcare as well as retail. You'll see some of those projects we assisted with or also coordinated with ribbon cutting. So that's something, it seemed pretty logical for our department to handle some of the ribbon cuttings. It was previously in communications, but we need to have these connections to the businesses. So we've taken the lead now with ribbon cutting, and that's working really well for us. So hopefully you'll be invited to more ribbon cuttings. We did have InReach that didn't make it on the slides, but that's another one we had fairly recently. So always good to celebrate those hits. And sorry, allergies are kicking in. Always glad to include those hits for us because those wins build and success breeds more success. So Placer AI, what is without cheating, what's the most popular restaurant in town? Does anyone know?
Chick-fil-A.
Rob knows. It's Family
Hardee's.
House. It's on your slide.
Yeah. You said don't cheat.
Yeah, I know, don't cheat, yeah. But so we have a great opportunity to utilize technology called Placer AI. We share the cost with Parks and Rec. But this is a real-time snapshot as of a couple of days ago of the most active restaurant activity in town. So just a little example of what we can delve into with Placer. If you're ever curious about what's happening with our businesses, feel free to reach out. We also provide this to our businesses as well. So this provides foot traffic information. You can see month-to-month trends, year-to-year trends, visits per square foot. We can also utilize this information to delve into where are our folks going for lunch. Imagine you can do the quick analysis. A lot of folks in our area are going to lunch in Harrisburg. We also lose a good portion in the Concord Mills. The Concord Mills area, I've actually ran into a few council people there myself, having lunch there. That was a little awkward. Yes, we were like, why are we out of Harrisburg? Yeah, but it is a reality. Concord Mills and that cluster of restaurants are very nearby. So We know that as we target particular brands and different restaurants, we need to make sure they're not cannibalizing those stores in the Concord Mills area. So we use this placer data to really delve into what makes sense for us. It's been a real great asset for us. We can also get ahead of trends. If we have time, before we go meet with the company, I'll go in and look at their foot traffics, and we can sometimes get an indication if they're seeing increase in employment or a decrease, and it's pretty accurate. It's really a little scary. When the YMCA left upstairs, I did do an analysis of some of the businesses here in the town center, and actually everyone's holding on. I was really worried that we'd see some decrease with the, lots of folks we used to have above us. But
Ryan, do you proactively share this with the businesses
absolutely,
in the area?
Yeah.
I mean, when I look at this, I see some of our other restaurants not listed, and I'm just curious. I mean, you don't see stuff like Pub 49, you don't see Bubba's and AJ's and all that, and how those stack up against the others.
Yeah, this was just the top 5. So in terms of that particular month. So yeah, anytime any businesses reach out, or if we're going out to meet with them, we'll provide this information as well. And if they ask specific information, like for instance, we talked about July 4th, how many customers may visit on July 3rd and July 4th? The Publix, for example, how many folks are going from Publix to July 4th? We can track that as well. So it's not as easy to use as we would all hope, but we can figure out how to use it. So we're getting better daily with the capabilities of Placer. So really a tremendous asset for us to have at the town level. Another resource we've allocated funds towards is our building and site database. So what you're seeing here is actually just a snapshot of all the properties in our inventory at this time. So obviously we don't have this many active or available properties in town, but this is a great resource for us. It's live, it's active on the town website. So you can actually go in and determine if I'm a business owner, I need 1,500 square feet of space, I can quickly pull that up. If for some reason it's 3 a.m. and you're searching for this, you have the broker's information, so you can reach out to them directly. And this is also populated by the broker, so it's on that broker. It's their responsibility to keep the information up to date, and they get pinged. I think it's every 90 days or maybe 30 days that they have to just go in and verify that that information is correct. So great resource for us. And the nice thing about the particular system we use, which is Moody's, it uploads to our county friends and the state system as well. So as some of the buildings we have in town that are going to be coming online, we're actually pushing the brokers right now. Go ahead and get that listed so it'll be on the state database. So we had to motivate them to move a little quicker than they were moving this past week. So we're getting there, and this has been a really great resource for us. We've actually heard it from a couple business owners that they've used it, which is well worth the cost, which I think is around $5,000 annually. So we have a couple of, 1 or 2 business owners use it. It pays for itself. So we talked, some of the discussion when we were, council was meeting with planning was about how do we track what happens to a business when they're considering looking at our area. So we do have a CRM. It's one of the more innovative ones in the state, I believe. I was at our state convention 2 weeks ago. No one else is using this to the level we are. For a community of our size and a staff of 2 people, I was pretty proud to say that. So we're actually, please don't get me in trouble with this, Lex. We're using Dynamics with Microsoft. That's as far as I'm going to go. Yeah, but it's good. Yeah, James has helped out tremendously. But basically, what that means is everything integrates with our Outlook. So as we get inquiries from folks, that pings to our CRM. So when we track activity, so say we meet with. We meet with Family House. When we come out of that meeting, we have a digital tablet we can write our information into. We created a custom PDF. Our AI will read that, scan it into our CRM for us. So we're doing it once instead of coming back to the office and writing that. So we sort of blew their minds when we mentioned that we were using. They were like, "What? You did what?" So what we're trying to do is data. So what we can do is, as projects come through our office, you can see the activity when we logged it into the system, what kind of response we had. Yesterday, we went through and just made sure all of our projects were up to date, so we can see this one's been in for 87 days. What did we do? Did we email? We can track, are we emailing more, calling more, text messaging more, in-person visits? So it's just data. So the next step is to be able to present that in a format that the council wants. So that's where I'll be asking questions. What do you want to know? And that's where I'm going to look to Ellie, but I always go, why do we want the council to track? That's the information we need to input into the system. So if you don't care if we're emailing or texting, I won't track it. But if you need to know like how long it takes for a project from entering into the system to potentially go into planning, we can track that. So just let us know. It tracks all of our activities. It's a really strong piece of, I guess, software is not the best way to call it. Just out of curiosity, in April we'll bring up, I'll have a more project-focused list or presentation, excuse me, but we're up to 32 active projects right now. If you remember this past January, I think we were 20-ish. So our activity has grown. Now we are tracking more projects. They're smaller sometimes than the larger projects that the EDC might, but our activity is very, very strong at this time. So we're excited by that. And then you'll see this leads dashboard. I put this up because this is where our system's unique. So if I get a call and it's just someone saying, hey, XYZ company may be interested in the area, we can quickly log that as a lead. That takes about 30 seconds. And the great thing about that is leads can grow in the project. So this is what the consultant really pushed for us. The only other community that's using this leads system is Austin, Texas. So it's Austin and Harrisburg. So that's pretty good company to be in terms of technology. But we're trying to grow this, and it's really helpful for us to quickly log something, log where it came from, and then keep track of that. So this should become more robust. There's only 2 of us, and neither one of us are very good at programming and that kind of type of thing, but we can enter data. So we'll grow this and make it better, and I'm excited to see how that's going to turn out in the future for you. Product development, we talked about side-by-sides earlier with some of the departments. We were kind enough to have John let us borrow some of his side-by-sides last fall. Rob dialed up some perfect weather, as you can see. We had sunny skies, beautiful blue skies. But what this was, and you remember we've talked about it before, we took a consultant out, took him to Moorhead West, drove him around the site and went through like a preseason game for a site visit. So great exercise. The gentleman in the side-by-side on the left with me was the site consultant, Dewey. The folks in John's green side-by-side there to the far right, those are all consulting engineers. And the gentleman with you, Rob, I think he was an engineer as well. So we had all the engineers riding around, and it's a great way to see a piece of property, but also I was able to get some quiet time with Dewey and just sort of ask him what trends you're seeing. He was able to ask sort of off-the-record questions about the site, and I gave him pretty honest answers. So we know more about that site than we did when we started, especially back in April. But also we have we used to have 3-ring binders, but now we have a Excel spreadsheet with all the information about the property. So we know water capacity, we know sewer capacity. So we've used that real data on active projects and be able to turn that around really quickly. So, we were very fortunate to get into this Duke Energy Site Readiness Program, especially for a startup, so to speak, department. So that was a big undertaking for us, and we're really proud, and it went exceptionally well. A little known program in town. Raise your hand if you knew we had a facade improvement program. Yes, a couple of folks. So we've had one. Apparently it was somewhat dormant. So you'll see, I know Chief Dunn is very familiar with the Moorhead Center sign. He used to look across the street and see. But that was a great example of a sign that needed some TLC here in town, needed some improvements. So the property owner of that building complex reached out, and I explained to her that we have this facade improvement program. And she was really excited. She's investing more money back in the complex, and we took it to our management team, and it has to meet parameters. It has to be visible from the street. We're not going to offer assistance to, interior improvements. But if it's something like the new Moorhead Plaza sign, something that makes a lot of sense, I think we have some opportunities there. So the far upper left, that's the previous sign in all its glory. And the sign in the middle is the current sign as it exists today. They are scheduled to put some nice flowers and mulch along the base layer of that sign. But we also took a picture of the other, you'll see the wealth management sign there as well. So the property owner went ahead and, because they made the improvement to the existing, or the monument sign, wanted to match some of that look interior of the building complex. And at our one of our comp open houses, a business owner came up and said, "Hey, I'm actually considering moving my business here now because that sign looks so much better." And it just raised the level for the town. So in our budget, we have about $50,000 for this program. The way it works is you make for this great example, $16,000 for the cost of the sign. Build the sign, make it up to town standards. Actually, show us the cost, and we have a grant that'll cover 50% back of to the developer or business owner. So it is capped at $50,000. Not sure what we do if we hit that. Maybe we'd go back to council, but I'm glad to see one facade improvement go through. Hopefully in the next fiscal we'll have many more, but it's just an easy way for us at the town level to help folks make our town just look a little bit better and make it more business friendly.
Clarification.
Yeah.
How do people, I didn't know about this,
Mm-hmm.
but how do people know about that? How do you advertise this program?
So we, it's been really word of mouth, I think, until now, or I guess it was through a different department, but as I went out and met with more building owners, I bring it up, and we're cautious. So if it's, probably shouldn't say this in a public session, but like the Publix building across the street, they put a new sign up. So I guess technically, if you look at our parameters, they could have qualified. But is that really the true spirit of the program? I think this is more of the spirit. So we're trying to reach out to folks who are reinvesting in the existing buildings. So some of the folks on 49 who have those facilities.
Yeah, I was speaking about, I know a couple companies on 49, and they have been dealing with the cost of coming up to standard.
Yep.
And so I'm about 100% sure they didn't know about this.
Yes, yep.
So that's why.
Send them my way. I'll be glad.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So Ryan, for clarification, you initially said sign grant, and then you said facade. I was aware of the facade. Is it the same or is it separate?
Yeah, it's any improvement to the outside of the building. So we have some flexibility built in there, but if you made, a fresh coat of paint, new gutters, new shutters, something like that, that could be viewed. So it is reviewed by town staff. So it has to be something that we deem up to town standards, meets planning code.
Well, yeah, so initially it was created for Killian Plaza.
Yeah.
And we encouraged, and Killian's like, yep, absolutely. Where council got bit was the florist said, well, okay, by the letter of the law, they did what they were supposed to do, but they put in an ADA ramp, and that's not what we were asking for this to be, but because they met the letter of the law, we had to approve it. But yeah, it was exactly what you said. It was meant to encourage those blighted locations to, hey, we want to invest in you if you would invest in yourself, right?
Absolutely.
So did we clean up that language? So
Yeah,
that
it was resolved that night, I promise you.
Okay.
Because they realized that there was several holes in it, and yeah, they
New
locked it
loading
down.
dock.
Yeah. But Ryan, while I've got you for a moment, when we were talking about businesses and getting more information, are there shows or events that we go to now to market Harrisburg in a way? I mean, in the past, I don't think we had the capacity. So
There are. So actually two on our radar right now. One's local. One's going to be an international. So it's International Council of Shopping Centers. So it's a retail focused show. So that was something in my previous world I attended this show, but it's something that I've sort of pivoted to in Harrisburg, as well as Now, that'll be more of a retail focus, so we'll have, we've already got some meetings set up with folks in particular segments that have been brought up. So it's, I don't want to get too, I guess I need to be sort of quiet with who we're talking with. But retailers that we've identified that are a good fit for town. Also, there are opportunities now that the county has a executive director and she's starting to get her feet wet. Working with that group as well as the regional alliance, if there's particular segments that make a lot of sense. One for us is motorsports, and trying to save money. So there's a show in Charlotte, I think in June. That makes a lot of sense to go to because we have some suppliers for motorsports teams here in the area. So we will be targeted. You could go to a show every week. If you wanted to. So we're going to try to target what makes sense for our town and what makes sense for our real estate mix. But we are starting to identify some of those. And if you're aware of any, feel free to let me know.
Is there something on the national level as well that you can attend?
Yeah, so we'll be at an international, one of the shows will have about 25,000 real estate folks attending. So there's national shows. There's also an event, may not work for the calendar this year. It's called Select USA. It's actually an international event. They hold it in DC. So it's set up by our federal government to encourage international companies to invest in the United States. So depending on what the county and the regional alliance do, we have an opportunity to partner there and have a presence. So as we continue to grow out, and now I have another person who, if I'm on the road, they can be here and not, provide some other, assistance. Something pops up in town. Glad to do that. That was a good portion of my time here in Cabarrus was spent attending those shows. So, and I try to be, we can be hyper focused at the town level. When I was at the county level, you had Kannapolis with the NCRC, so they had biotech research and food science, and then I had Concord Airport, so I attend aviation shows. Well, I attended shows on behalf of Harrisburg as well. So here I can just be hyper focused on what's a target sector for us.
Thank you. To build on, since you can't be all places at all times, one of the things I think we need to do is enhance our digital reputation.
Yes.
And maybe that's when Casey gets back.
Mm-hmm.
And increasingly, you're not marketing to people, you're marketing to AI.
Yes.
Show me motorsports within 30 miles of Charlotte. Oh, my
Right.
gosh, look, here's
Yep.
Harrisburg. Low tax rate, easy
Yep.
to deal with. And that could be in the form of you writing a blog or doing a news release,
Yep.
or you've got a restaurant that's doing 17,000 visits a month, or with 5 miles of F1, or, all of that. As much as we can push, a lot of this is pull. Like, we have the information,
Yeah.
just ask us. No, go ahead and push it out there. And it may not, again, be a human consuming it. Show me great places to do business.
Yeah.
Wow, this guy's got 50 articles on why Harrisburg is
Yep.
number one. But I think, and by the way, I'm such a fan of everything you're doing. You're self-funding, and it's all wonderful. But, how do we increase and put that on steroids and have Ryan everywhere at all times, 24/7?
Yeah. One of the things I've thought about, and it may be easy, it may be not, is actually creating something that you talked about, a separate entity that connects back to the town website, but I don't know what the domain is, but feeding that information.
Mm-hmm.
And you brought up AI, which is a great point. How do we feed those resources? We're going to have to get there. And I think because we're so driven by technology and data here in town, I think we can really take advantage of that. So I'd love to have those discussions. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense. I know, jokingly, I was reading this morning that they're now placing ads in digital e-books. Which, so maybe we put a Harrisburg ad in an ebook or something. But it's amazing what technology is capable of now. So it's something that we need to think about.
Actually, that's really effective, though. When
Yeah.
you do the geo, that's really
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah, so it allows us, and that's one of the things, in the olden days, so to speak, when we used to run like magazine ads, we were really getting pressure.
old.
Yeah. So I went to our CEO at the time. I was like, we've got to measure this. If we just blast out this ad, who knows if we're getting any traction? So I created a special email address that we put on the ad. And I was like, all right, here's a special domain, special email address, so we can actually quantify the traction we're getting. We had one person go to the actual link, and it was me when I tested it. So that was a quick, all right, we're getting ROI 0 on this. We're actually getting, but now with digital, it's so easy to track. So we can get real-time information. So we need to take advantage of that, and I think we have the resources here at the town to do it. So, and especially experts on the other side of the room here that we can take advantage. So yeah, absolutely, it makes sense. Great questions. Anything else on facade or?
Well,
Yep.
and I
Or
love the
just
middle
general?
sign. This is huge, but I look at the cookout sign, I look at the Welcome Harrisburg signs and the stonework we're doing on the restroom we talked about last week. And this is such a huge step forward.
Yeah.
It's great, but anything that can be done within that motif and that, and I know staff works on that, that's, I love it.
Yeah, it's, and we really pushed quality when we had this discussion with them. And I think this helps. I mean, instead of them potentially putting an $8,000 sign, they were able to get a $16,000 sign, or whatever the true cost would be. So, great program. Shifting gears completely to workforce development. So that was one of the, as we grow out our program here at the town level, we want to continue to get more involved with our schools and our businesses to help identify skilled workers. We know that this is a vital issue, not just for Harrisburg, but Cabarrus County, the Charlotte region, and nationwide. So really hyper-focused here on helping our local businesses connect to the school system. And we literally brought the person from the county who was doing this, so we could not do any better. So lots of discussion already on Student Track. That's a week-long program at the county level, where they're going to be going around meeting with different businesses in the county. Harrisburg is getting more involved with that. We'll be a huge player in that moving forward. So that's another, our manager is helping lead that effort. So we could not be more involved with Student Track. We talked about C4 Day and some of the other discussions. I think our department has sort of taken that over with Casey being out, but it makes sense to house that within ED because that's our sweet spot. We want to make that even better. We've had discussions with T and her team at HR. How can we get our HR folks at the town level in discussions with our schools as well? So we're just at the tip of the iceberg on this, but once the school system starts to the school year starts to wind down, exams get through, well, it'll be easier for us to get communication with our schools. But we're going to continue to push that forward. We've already had some great discussions. We're going to be taking the CT coordinator for the county over to meet with a trade school in another county coming up here in April, so she can see that. Maybe that's the potential for a trade school in Cabarrus County. So just continuing to grow this. But Harrisburg's going to be a leader in workforce development in the county and moving forward. So anytime any of the council wants to participate, feel free. Any questions you may have, I know it's a very passionate subject for some folks. It's very important. My wife's in education, so it's very passionate for our family as well. But just creating opportunities for students to see options, be it, is it high school graduate, is it technical school, is it military, or is it the 4-year path? There are tons of good jobs out there paying really strong wages right now. We need to open up those opportunities for those students. And then entrepreneurship, and one of the last things we talked about on our dashboard. So as we meet with small business startups, there's actually an intake center at the Cabarrus Center, which is located in Concord, but it does serve the entire county. So we had an intake request that came in to the Cabarrus Center. So Stephanie on our team went back to her old office and met with that gentleman who's from Harrisburg. He's at the startup stage of his business, but provided assistance connecting with the community college system. The EDPNC has a whole SBA. You see the Small Business Advisors Program. There's Small Business Network through the community college. So there are tons of resources out there, but the hardest part is navigating that. So we have the staff time now to help folks navigate. So anyone who's listening or at the council, if you know someone who wants to start up a business, let us know. We can provide that resource for them. And then we want to help them, not just for maybe working out of their garage or their home office, but as we talked about previously with the sites and buildings, allowing them to grow into space. Maybe it's shared space, if we have that coming online here in town. So lots of opportunities there with entrepreneurship. These are actually much more time consuming, as you can imagine, than the larger projects. So it's a lot of one-on-one time, just answering questions, providing resources. But all of that's here now at the town level, and we're really proud to provide that. So with that, I hopefully kept us, I'm a little over, but hopefully we'll keep moving, and I'm glad to answer any more questions that you may have.
I'll just say, I'm really excited about this and the work that you're doing.
thanks.
Like, it's super exciting. I appreciate the conversation we had about school choice
Yeah.
and not, Harrisburg, not necessarily going to school in Harrisburg.
Yes.
And just so everybody knows, like, no sooner than we had that conversation and the need was shared, a text message was sent in less than 3 minutes with all of the requested information so that we could get our Harrisburg businesses plugged in. It's very helpful.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Glad to help.
Yeah. Thank you.
And that's something with our workforce, I'm paid by the town, I focus on the town, but we know our companies draw from outside of the town of Harrisburg. We know our students go to schools outside. We have some folks at JMR, we have folks around early colleges. So we're looking at workforce development countywide, even though we're working on behalf of the town.
Yeah, I'll just echo that. I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks so much, Ryan.
All right, thank you.
Ryan.
Thank you.
10-minute break.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
10-minute. Welcome back from the break. So we will keep this moving, and next up we have our finance reports with Brian Lee.
Good afternoon, Council. So here is the finance budget presentation for FY27. Start with the Finance Department org chart. So we have the Finance Director position at the top, Assistant Finance Director, who we just appointed as a Finance Officer at the last council meeting, so thank you for that. One of the divisions of finance is customer service, and so we've got one customer service supervisor and 2 customer service reps. On the accounting side of the finance department, we have a financial analyst who is a new position this year, and we just hired him on in January. And I'm really excited about him. He came with some experience from other municipalities and has already hit the ground running with all sorts of analytics for us and pulling together some really good data for us that we haven't really had access to before. So I think we'll really see the benefit of that position pretty quickly. And then we have our 2 accounting technicians as well. Here's the finance department history by the numbers a little bit. You might recognize this from previous years and also our Citizens Academy and pretty much any other time I'm getting in front of people talking about the history of the finance department. We like to show this 2009 when Lee started the finance department here for the town of Harrisburg and how simple things were back then.
He still has the abacus from the...
I had to flip it. So that's when Lee was visionary. He started the department back in 2009. We've done, I've put a 10-year marker in there with fiscal year 2019 to show you how the department grew over the first 10 years, and then this year as well, so that you can see kind of how growth is ramping up across the department. So total employees for the town grew from 65 to 141 over that 17-year period. Accounting staff went from 1 to 5. In customer service, we went from 3.5 to 3 in 2019, and we've maintained that. And I think that speaks a lot to our efficiencies and automation. That's a really great area of town where if you can automate a process, you can prevent hiring additional half-time employees and maybe even reducing the size of the employee base there. So we've seen some really good results from some of those efficiencies that we've added in customer service. One stat that I really like to look at as an efficiency metric for the department is what is our percentage of the overall account staff. Since we're an internal service department for the most part, how much account staff do we make up? And so from about 6.9% in 2009 to now 5.7 in 2026, we're able to help the departments while utilizing fewer resources. The number of utility customers that we're serving over that time period, we're approaching doubling, going from 5,000 to 9,200, so a lot of growth there. And that comes with a lot more work than just signing up somebody for their account. That's a lot more meters breaking, that's trash cans going out to their homes now, work orders for all the services at those homes. So it really requires a lot more work to maintain that level of, or that number of customers. The total budget for the town has grown from about 10 million in 2009 to now about 130 million in this year's proposed budget. The number of funds went from 2, which was general fund and water and sewer, and now we're up at 20. So we're tracking a lot of things. We have a lot of capital projects, reserve funds, a lot of mechanisms to report this stuff and break it out and show it in its proper area.
Does
I'm sorry.
Sorry, does that breakout, the 13, what is happening? With the 13, does that include the breakouts that are for you?
No, that's actually just the revenue sources on those projects. So this 20 here, the 13 and 20, they represent general fund, water, sewer, stormwater, then all of the capital project funds, so transportation, parks and rec, general government, public safety, all have their own functional capital project fund. And then we have our capital reserve fund that are saving up for those projects. So the layers are just adding up here.
Thank you.
And so our capital improvement plan was non-existent in the first year and has grown to about $100 million 10-year capital improvement plan over that time period. A couple other metrics here. We started to collect and report on this as part of our quarterly reporting and benchmarking project. But you see the last year and then the current year with its projected finish year. So townwide contracts, a little over 200. We're on pace for about 200 again this year. Customer service calls were nearly 40,000 in fiscal year 2025, and we're on pace for about 30,000 now. And so I think that speaks to a lot of different things that we're doing right now. I'd love to say that C-Click-Fix was a huge part of this. The numbers haven't reduced our cost 10,000 by any means. So that makes me look elsewhere. And we have better forms online. We have better automation. We have more people signed up on e-bills and Bankdraft. Those are all calls that don't have to happen now when a bill is missing, a payment is late. You know, all those opportunities for something to go wrong in somebody's utility relationship with us are coming down. When you need a leak adjustment now, or you fill your pool, you search pool on our website, it's going to take you to our pool adjustment form, which has very clear instructions of what you need to do. Electronically submit it, your account is adjusted, no phone call required. 2 years ago, that was a phone call. So we're implementing things like that and trying to make that resident experience a lot simpler, a lot easier to navigate, and I think it's really showing here in the service calls. And then the last little bit of credit I'll give to that is I think our website has improved considerably. And if you're getting the answers to what you need on the website from an easy search or easy, you're able to navigate the website really easily, you don't have to call and ask those questions. So we're seeing a lot of benefit from the improvements across many departments here. New utility service requests are pretty much right on par at about 1,100 or 1,200 a year, and that is both new properties coming online as well as the turnover of existing homes. Our 5-year trend, we aim to be pretty flat, and we've had 2 years, 25 and 27, where we had a little bit of a bump up, and those are personnel related. When you have a decently small department and you add a person, it's going to show a pretty big increase year over year. The one that you see from 26 to 27 in this graph is bringing the full year effect of our financial analyst position. So it was a half year in the current year, now we've got a full year, and so that impacts our budget there. Real quickly on the customer service duties, they reconcile the payments in cash across the town daily, collect and process all the town revenue, so that is utilities, water, sewer, stormwater, and solid waste. All permits, fees, penalties are accepted through customer service, and then any sort of miscellaneous receipts that we're not receiving by ACH directly to our account comes through customer service. And then the big part of their job is assisting residents in person, over the phone, or by email, or by responding in work orders. You can see all of the services there, and there's a lot more that they handle. But they're welcoming the resident when they come to town, and they're the first people that they talk to. And the first experience they have at the town of Harrisburg is setting up your utilities and getting everything in order. So it's really important that we have a good impact when we meet that resident, and then all the way through any concerns they have, we want to be there to help. For the finance side of the house, some of the duties include budget, revenue and expenditures, the financial statements and the audit, capital, investing our idle funds, debt management, and then contracts and reporting. So real quickly on revenues here, we've gone over a lot of our revenue sources in budget season already, but we're projecting, for 26, we have about 49.1 million of external revenue coming in. That number is probably 52 million for fiscal year 27. And that consists mostly of property taxes and sales and franchise taxes as the second largest group. And then utilities are also a large portion of that revenue. We are always going for grants and trying to outpace our property taxes with grant revenue that's coming from federal government or the state. Then we also have sales and services related to sports, rentals of our facilities, and other sales like that. And then compliance permits and plan review fees attached to planning and zoning and the engineering department. On the expenditure side of the house, this is where our internal control system is most important. We're looking at purchase orders, the pre-audit certification on every contract and every payment that we make. The budget is obviously very important, and then developing and maintaining a purchasing policy that supports a healthy internal control framework has been developed and implemented for some time now. What are we looking for when we're evaluating transactions? We need to know that it's been properly authorized and budgeted, so that's the first step. Properly authorized may be coming to council for approval of a contract, or it could be our internal management thresholds, but we make sure that that process never fails. It must be budgeted, obviously. It needs to be properly coded on the front end in the financial system, which ensures that it's ultimately reflected correctly in the financial statements. So that's the life cycle of an expense, and there are a lot of internal control steps in there to make sure that that's successful every single time. You can see our FY25 to 26 to date comparisons there. Kind of interesting information here. We've already paid out $2 million more than we did in all of last year. The number of checks that we're writing is about cut in half, but the dollar amount is about the same. So we've gotten rid of a lot of those small check payments, which I'm really happy about, and we will make a push to get rid of the rest of those in the next year. And then you can see our EFT and bank drafts at the bottom of the page there. About 1,500 in the prior year, totaling 30 million. We're at 1,900 this year to date, and that's about 32 million of payments there. And we know at the end of the year, there's usually a rush to get a lot of things taken care of, so this number will jump up considerably in the next couple months. The financial statements are a huge part of the finance department's duties, and that is the end result of the audit. So it is a big part of our year. The goal is that unmodified opinion that we heard about in the most recent audit presentation. They test our internal controls very thoroughly. They're looking for compliance with laws and regulations, local, state, federal laws, and those around any sort of grants. And then, we're looking for that assurance that our financial reporting is free of a material misstatement. We always submit, and we're required to submit our financial statements to the local government commission. They review and approve those, and we have received that approval this year on the statements. And then, as a reminder, we did submit to the GFOA Excellence Program, and I still haven't heard back. But the first one, and actually all of them, take months to get the results on. So it's not a bad sign or anything, but I am checking in on it all the time. Another function of the finance department is capital planning. So we maintain the 10-year capital improvement plan. We also maintain 10-year personnel plans and workstation plans and uniform plans and all sorts of things. If we can put it in a 10-year schedule, we will definitely do that. We ensure that those capital purchases are properly recorded. Examples of our capital classifications are equipment, vehicles, infrastructure, facilities, and labor. We have about 152 million in gross capital assets and a net book value of 110 million, which signals a young community. You'd see a lot bigger spread in an older community. Investments are something that we've really been focused on the last couple of years, and making sure that we're putting our idle funds to use. We have very limited options, but we've done pretty well over the past couple of years of maximizing that. Sometimes it's a matter of you only have a couple options, so you have to move money really frequently to get, squeeze every little game that you can out. And so we put effort into making sure that our interest returns are really good. We have the North Carolina Capital Management Trust that gives us a steady guaranteed rate. We have interest-bearing checking accounts, which are probably as bad as your personal account at 0.01%. But where we really win is our commercial paper and government securities. We've put a lot of focus there in the past couple of years. So that resulted in about $2.5 million of interest income in fiscal year 25. That is equivalent to 5 pennies on the tax rate. And for fiscal year 26, we are on pace for over $3 million. And that's despite a declining rate environment. So I'm really happy with how we're doing. We have a considerable amount of money locked in for up to 3 years at about 3.7%. So that's really good. If interest rates drop suddenly, we have a lot of protection on that risk. Here's a look at the town's debt service for the next 15 or so years. You can see the town's total outstanding debt at $26 million, and the upcoming debt service, which includes principal and interest payments, is about $3.2 million for 27. You can see some of the different buckets there of debt and what it's related to. And I'll point out the gold band in the middle. They grew this year. That's where we issued the transportation bonds. So you can see that debt service for the second set of bonds being laid into the schedule there. But without any more issued debt, we're well on our way to this chart decreasing and getting to really, really low levels. So we talked about in our previous retreat that we have a lot of debt capacity if we have the appetite for that. We have one year-over-year
Actually,
budget change.
we could accelerate that, but you're saying it's not in our financial interest to accelerate paying that off?
No, we have really great rates. So it's going to be, a considerable amount of that 26 million it has a 1 in front of it for the interest rate.
Okay.
So I consider that free money.
Okay. So the wolf's not at the door.
Right. We have one minor operational change, and that is an increase in our tax administration and collection fees from the county, mostly related to our rural collection. So not much we can do about that, but it's also a small change for us. Moving over to our initiatives, innovations, and efficiencies. Most of mine this year are focused on the resident experience or the staff experience, and looking at why are we doing things, and do we actually get the benefit from them that we thought we would when it was set up. So one of those is the utility account security deposits. Most people have a $45 security deposit on their utility account. Does anyone know how many times the town has ever claimed one of those?
None.
0. So why do we go through the effort of collecting it from residents up front, keeping it in our system, refunding it to them? The most common issue that we have is someone's final bill is $43.21. And we apply their deposit, and now we owe them $1.79. And we send that $1.79 to them 5 times because they won't cash it. And then we send them the state-required letter that they need to come claim their money, and they don't respond to that. So we send their money to the state, to the where's my cash that the state runs, and it sits there forever. Not worth the effort, and we don't get any benefit from it whatsoever. So our idea this year is to stop collecting that security deposit. It relieves a tiny bit of a burden when someone's moving to a new community. It's, you have to set up your power, you have to set up all your utilities. Let's not take a deposit on this one. We can immediately refund all the deposits that we're holding, which is kind of a half month to a full month of relief for everybody. So we think that'll be a really big win. But it just really improves our efficiency on the entire utility billing setup process. My next one is going cashless. We have concerns with security and risk, having cash in our parks, in our concessions, splash pads, and at the events. Most concert venues and other sort of events are completely cashless. All of our food truck vendors and those guys are set up to be cashless, so it's the direction that we want to move. We will still accept cash in town hall for utility payments and other fees, but we want to get the cash out of the other facilities and out from the parks. I have here the penny policy as well. A lot of people are overcomplicating the penny policy and setting up policies and doing all sorts of stuff. We're going to take the path of just letting, if someone pays in cash and would be due pennies back, we'll let them choose. Do you want to round up or down your payment? You can carry that 3-cent credit on your account to the next month, or you can carry a 2-cent deficit if you would like. No one's bothered by that, but we're not going to go through setting up a bunch of policies around this. We're just going to say, you would have got 57 cents back in change. Where do you want that to go? So we can make that pretty easy. I mentioned EFT payments, moving people off of checks. So we will do a final push to convert our existing vendors on a encouraged voluntary basis December 31st, and then we will convert that over to a mandatory EFT relationship with us, and let's get rid of all the paper checks. Another purchasing efficiency that we're looking at is the 3 thresholds that you see here. Moving the purchase order threshold from 1,000 to 1,500. I will support it, I guess. I know that all the staff really wants that. It does reflect the inflation that we've been under. The 1,000 was set probably back in the 9. I know it was dropped to 500. Oh, was it? So it made it to 1,000. It was dropped to 500 at some point. It's been back at 1,000 for a long time, but we know that there's been a lot of inflation since then, and so moving that threshold up a little bit, indexing it with inflation is probably smart. Along those same lines, the capitalization threshold for our assets, moving that from $5,000 to $10,000, that just means that these $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 pieces of equipment don't need to go through the entire capital justification process with you all. Now, it still goes, we still go through that process, and we still make sure it's a valid purchase, a warranted purchase. So it doesn't change anything like that, but those items don't need to be capitalized and tracked to the level that our big equipment needs to be. And then the last one is council approved contracts and commitments. Our level right now is $50,000. That doesn't get you what it used to by any means, and so we're looking at moving that, of course, with your support, to $75,000, just to reflect inflation and what you can get for that dollar amount now. And with that,
We'll need 5 fingerprints on the 75,000.
As far as I'm fine with moving them up, but like, as far as the state, do we have any sort of requirement? Like, is there a ceiling that has to be on these numbers?
no, there's not on any of those. The state actually recommends that everyone moves from 5 to 10 on the capitalization threshold. That was at my last state conference, but that's a recommendation, and the other two are just up to the local jurisdictions. Okay, well, I'm also doing your council budget. So let's jump into that.
So we have questions for you guys.
Here is the organizational chart, starting with mayor and council at the top, and then showing the department heads as well. And then, of course, the town council org chart. Here's the 5-year trend. Once we found $281,250, we knew that that was the right number. And so that's been the budget for the last 3 years, and it works. So what's in that number? Two pretty big things, and then other than that, a lot of dues and subscriptions, townwide dues. But the big items are the state budget, advocacy, and travel or facilitation. Very easy for me to say. At $85,000, we just signed that contract, and it works out to $66,000 a year. So there's a little money here for meetings or other things that might need to take place with that. And then we have our council identified projects. This number started a lot bigger a couple years ago. It was to give you the ability to react quickly to something and approve it in a meeting, and we had a bucket of money to use. As we've implemented other identified items like the state advocacy, we've pulled that from that number so to not exceed the $281,250. So that's at $68,000 now, so we've taken a couple things out of that, but it remains in the council department. So. Now, that's it.
That might be Janet's
I might
time.
have. Any questions on either of the departments? Pass it to Lee for administration.
Thank you, everyone. I don't know that I can go quite as fast as Brian or Janet, but I'm going to see if I can do it. So, Rob and I were talking earlier, and it's interesting as time is going on, and we've gotten bigger. It's caused us to have to more departmentalize what used to be in administration. You know, Brian talks about, back whenever I started, and we just had general government and administration. Everything was under administration. And as we've taken on things like economic development and communications and formalized the HR department, all that stuff has come out of administration and gone into its own bucket. So as we go through, you're going to see a relatively, I don't want to say flat, but not a lot of movement there over time. And obviously that doesn't track with how the town has grown. And a lot of that is because of this situation where we're divvying stuff out to the departments. The last big thing that impacted that we mentioned last year was whenever we created the Buildings and Grounds Department, as far as funding a lot of or moving a lot of the actual buildings and grounds costs that used to be under administration out there. So just to kind of explain, I think we do a great job on trying to hold the line for the administrative costs as much as we can, but that is part of the reason why you don't see a lot of fluctuation in this over time. The organizational chart, these are always one of the most challenging things to show. As you see throughout your books, there's multiple different versions of the org charts. In the very beginning, we have more of a functional organizational chart. This is more of an actual operational, but the relationship with Robin and myself and how we operate over all the department heads, and as we were talking earlier, bringing in these assistant town managers, get it very difficult to try to represent it graphically on this chart. But suffice to say that everybody under me, Rob handles all the visionary strategic stuff for everybody, and then I take that and make sure operationally everything's plugged in and able to meet those strategies and visions. And so Rob and I actually jointly oversee every one of these departments. It's just any given day, what do we do? So that's kind of the way you see it as it is. We all have direct reports that we handle specifically, but wanted just to give you a little bit of understanding on how that's all broken up. Capital improvement plan, this is yet another one, and this is actually one that's kind of going opposite, where we're trying to show you all of the general government capital. So some of what you've seen in individual departments like communications and planning and economic development, you're going to see again here. This is the entire list of all of that kind of falls within general government. Budget changes, and not a lot going on as far as dollars and cents, but as you know, tremendous work that's coming in between economic development. Ellie is keeping us so busy, it's hard for us to keep our heads straight, but therein lies a lot of the reason that I need to get some more of my time available to take a lot of the information that her and Rob are coming up with from all these benchmarking data. Those are good data points, but how do you use that to make your operations more efficient and effective? And so therein lies some of the succession and help planning with the assistant managers to be able to handle more of the one-on-one with their own departments, as well as some of the other departments around town. And I can help direct that better of how do we really make Harrisburg better and better. We're getting all the data in place for it. So that's kind of how all that's coming together. As far as capital goes, it's really the town hall renovations and the downtown park in front of town hall. Those are two main things that we're continuing to work through. Those are two very big projects that have taken some time, but we're really excited on how they're going to be moving forward. I couldn't get off of administration completely without Ellie. Do you want to explain your slide? She's proud of it.
No, I have a dead battery over here.
Switch.
Thank you. Okay, you heard a lot about data today. I love data. So we have this emphasis on data and reporting. This past, or in the current fiscal year, we did free participation with the School of Government benchmarking program. And while it's not reflected in the budget, we're considering going in full paid participation with the School of Government benchmarking program in the next fiscal year, which is why it's here on the budget changes slide. We appreciate being part of an external formal partnership with School of Government with this benchmarking program, because it connects us to other jurisdictions in a peer-to-peer format where we can compare strategy and data and understand what works and what doesn't. And then secondly, Ryan, kudos to Ryan for connecting us with the Urban Institute up in UNCC. They operate the Charlotte Explorer the Data Explorer. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the Chetty study from like 20 years ago that looked at economic mobility in Charlotte. So they run that mobility map. They are creating a 14-county regional data explorer, and Harrisburg is the first entity to partner with them, and I'm so excited. Yes, you know we like to be first, we like to be cutting edge, so we are number one on that project, and so we would like to go all in with your support with the Urban Institute and partner with them on regional data, quality of life, benchmarking, how is our community a community of choice compared to the rest of the 14-county region. Any questions?
So we could potentially use that data against what the
Yes.
One Harrisburg says, is like as a measurement tool?
So the Regional Explorer uses a lot of census data, which is out of date. So a lot of the boots on the ground information that we get will be the most up-to-date information compared to what the other counties are collecting. However, what they need our help with is some of the quality of life that's not collected by the census, so like our crime data, some of our school data, and our quality of environmental quality and quality of life information that the federal government does not track across the board. So it will be a little bit more customized to our area and some of the things that the Charlotte region is focused on.
Has this process started already?
They are in the pilot stages, and we're actually meeting with them next month for them to sort of pitch the new interface. They're working with a couple of data scientists from Denmark to create the interface. So we're going to get a first look at it in April, and with your support, we could sign a contract with them to move forward in a data sharing model.
I'm asking because the Chetty study was not a good look for
No, it was
County
not.
at all. And I'm excited to know that we're going to be a part of it, but we just got to tread very, because it was not for years for Mecklenburg County. So it's good that we're doing things right here in Harrisburg, and we'll continue to do that. But that will shine a huge light on us because that Chetty study had such a global, market in terms of people knowing what happened and the problems that are going on and currently still going on in Mecklenburg County. So I'll be interested to see how that works out.
Happy to answer any other questions for administration.
Can you go back to the org chart for just 1 second? Just food for thought, you guys can divide it up any way you want. But if there were natural groupings to sort of eliminate that deputy right to town hall and put more responsibility of the Bryans of the world to say, okay, you've got, fire, police, and IT, and then you've got HR. It just seems unwieldy for you guys to have such subject matter expertise across 11 disciplines here. And it's also a grooming technique. I mean, you run your staff the way you want to run it, but it just seems like a lot of direct reports.
We can show you more of a direct report. I think the issue, and we hit on this a little bit, right at the beginning of the day, is that as we've grown, what does the organization look like? And people that have lived here or been council members here for many years remember us as a small town. Well, you have to go through stages, right? So, one of the stages was our first town manager, right? And so he just did strategy and operations for every department across the town, period. 5 years ago, when I came on, we split that into, vision and strategy, executive function, and operation function. So every department that we have, be it HR or whoever, I'm dealing with them on vision and strategy as set by the community and you guys, and then I'm saying, okay, now go. Well, how are they operating on a day-to-day? How do they get, from point A to point B? Which offices are they occupying? What does their quality of work look like coming in? I'm not reviewing quality of work. I'm reviewing the end goal summary. And so we split that into, chief operating officer, chief executive officer. So that's still kind of how we see it on an org chart. Now with kind of having a slash role with Brian and then potentially with John here at the end of this budget season, you have some more ability to have some more portfolios, but I don't think at any point we're gonna, not in any time soon, in the next 2 cycles or 3 cycles, are we gonna see kind of the executive function taken out of those. I wouldn't want Jim and somebody 3 steps away from council saying, this is our vision and our executive function.
I agree with that. I think you set the tone up high, but then what you're articulating is perfect. But the operational, who's my boss and who do I see about getting a new chair in my office and all that, you know.
Yeah, I think we need to, and I took some notes on it here, show some of these kind of like portfolios that are more assignments throughout on the management team. Now that we have a management team, right? That's a relatively new thing. I was sitting here thinking as we were kind of going through this benchmarking, and everybody in this room is like, yeah, like we're really used to data, and we're really used to being measured, and we really stack up well against everybody. And I was thinking of a conversation the mayor and I had 6 months into my role here, and our staff was not having an easy time. And some of the folks that have been here a long time with us remember the cultural change that we had here. And the mayor's quote to me was, we're just not ready. We're just not used to being put up against a measuring stick yet. And you know, fast forward 5 years, and we're very much used to it. I mean, our staff embraces it. They love to be measured against everybody and anybody that, you know, bring all comers. We'd love to see how we perform. But that was a scary task at the time to say, you know, what do you mean you're going to compare me to other people? What do you mean we're going to have measured outcomes? What do you mean we have to, you know, have some type of data at the end of this to prove we're doing our jobs? We work hard, and the answer to that's always been, yeah, we know. But through that evolution, we've also seen an entire management team build out. Now we have this kind of data analytics function. We have this benchmarking function. We have, you know, now technology jumping in. We have, you know, where does that land? So we just operate a lot differently, and it's happening quicker. So we can get that. I don't know that it belongs in the budget as much as it belongs in your guys' pack to understand how are things put out, because these are a little different. It's easier for the departments and in the management function. It just kind of moves around a little bit, and we're just always going to share employees to some extent as you get up there.
Makes sense.
Any other questions? Last one.
Thank you, Lee.
But I am here. He trusted me with this presentation. While Casey is loving on her sweet baby girl, she's having more fun than we are. Okay, communications. So here is communications 5-year trend. Very steady, nothing here to report unless I don't know something. Excellent. Org chart, very streamlined. We have the communications director, who is Casey Nestor, and the communications manager, which is Jared Berger. So communications core functions. We have this broken up into 4 buckets: public information. The communications team is responsible for all of the internal and external communications on behalf of the town. They're also responsible for all the digital and social media accessibility. This includes Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, and QuickFix. While QuickFix work orders are generally handled by our Public Works team or by our Parks team, the communications team is the point of contact for residents when it comes to the QuickFix interface, as well as any messaging that comes out of that system. The communications team is heavily involved in engagement in community programs, of course, like our Citizens Academy and our Youth Council, but they were really strong partners with our One Harrisburg public engagement this fall and on the social media and online, and I'm very grateful for Casey's partnership in that, because she really pushed that initiative out far beyond what we had expected. And then communications also works on emergency and crisis communication, which we tend to see more and more of lately. Some of the core strategic goals for the department include transparency, such as providing timely and accurate information, engagement, particularly creating a two-way dialogue between residents and the town. Innovation, particularly with videography and digital platforms, and then fiscal responsibility by using efficient technology. So the primary audience for our communications team is town council and town residents, but an interesting secondary audience are visitors, businesses, and regional partners. A core goal is helping those who do not feel connected to the town of Harrisburg feel connected through sharing the town's functions efficiently and creating a reason to get involved with Harrisburg. And the goal here is to establish Harrisburg as a premier, family-friendly community through engaging and transparent communication that fosters a community of pride, strengthens relationships, and promotes a high quality of life. So we've got a few strategic initiatives that the Communications Department is presenting today, all around the goal of strengthening community trust. We've got a brand refresh, some print materials, and then community engagement. Our first item here, a brand refresh. So the purpose of refreshing the brand, which has been here at the town of Harrisburg for quite some time, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the brand. We just want to establish a consistent visual identity that aligns the town's vision, mission, values, and goals, strengthens residents' pride in the town that they live, work, or play in, and support business attraction and economic development. So the brand refresh will be led by the Communications Department in collaboration with a third-party municipal branding service, town leadership, department directors, and of course our biggest stakeholders, which are you and the residents. Some of the key deliverables of this project include a brand audit, stakeholder engagement, a brand identity system, some messaging framework, and then a brand implementation toolkit, which the end goal here is to reduce duplication and inconsistency in our brand across the town and in our branding styles. We want more professional, consistent brand presence across all of our platforms, and we need to increase the ability to compete regionally for business recruitment. We had really great success with the One Harrisburg brand. Not only did that logo really resonate with folks, but it's very memorable and it's very fresh and upbeat. So this is the kind of vibe we're going for with our brand refresh. Not necessarily the colors and the style, but we want to re-energize the brand and make sure people are aware that, hey, this is the town that they live, work, and play in. So we have two very popular community engagement programs, the Youth Council and the Citizens Academy. High participation and high engagement through both of these programs, and KC has worked really hard to build them up. Our Youth Council has seen some huge strides. In the 2023-2024 year, it started with 21 students. We saw a 48% increase in the following year with 31 students, 22.5% increase to 38, and then this past year we had 100 plus applicants. So that really speaks volumes to the work that the department is putting in and engaging the youth in our school system, and then just the word of mouth of kids coming back and asking their friends to join. Similarly, with our Citizens Academy, started out with 8 participants, that increased to 14, that increased to 20, and so on and so forth. The final strategy here is a print engagement plan. So we want to look at softening the digital fatigue that we see by being constantly on our phones all of the time. We would like to strategically invest in printed materials to increase accessibility and encourage civic participation. The idea here is that by placing print materials in the hands of residents and stakeholders, with the strategic approach of using a QR code to direct back to a digital resource, we can maximize the engagement with the hopes of softening this digital fatigue. A case study here would be the One Harrisburg print material. We had the brochures, the cards, the QR codes, yes, including the welcome packet, and we saw great success, especially with the One Harrisburg pamphlet. You hold on to it, you kind of can't avoid it. It's always sitting on your kitchen table or on your counter. You can pass it out. But then we always have that digital element with the QR code to bring it back to our website, to our social media, so on and so forth. I'm going to go a little rogue here for a second. I know.
We made it really good today.
No, I think with a digital format, Google will translate for you. And I do wonder if you have a printed material, it's not translated, is that something you're seeing? I apologize, Rob, for going over on this. But do you foresee the impact of needing a Spanish or Hindi translated print material in the absence of a digital copy?
Potentially. Potentially, and also just ensuring, because I don't know the answer to this, if our web features are ADA compliant. So then that'll allow that translation feature.
The website is ADA compliant,
Yeah.
and it does have the Google Translate option in it, so
Yeah.
the website covers all the bases.
Okay.
But it's an interesting thought I have to do. In prepping, apologies.
You
What if we
know,
just-
I'm just thinking about what Ron said earlier, and we still have time before July 4th, so this could be bubble. I mean, if you got a mailer in and it had a QR code that said, get my wristband now, you know, I'm going to do that more than, didn't you see our website? Yeah, well, no, I'm not on your website every day, I didn't see that. But if you stick something in my mailbox and it's red, white, and blue, and scan here, go now, void the line, it's on your phone, it'll go to your Google Wallet, you know, it's not an either or. So, and I don't know what the cost of these mailers is, or if we're already doing bills, or whatever it is. It could be a one card, and every resident. Doesn't sound like a lot of money.
It's not. Speaking for Brian, it's not.
Speaking of like, I don't know if it's print or not, but like the big banner that we usually have, like 49 and like veterans, or like by the park, like I find that those are very useful. Even though I know something is coming up, I may forget, and then I see it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, it's this Saturday. Yeah, I find them highly useful.
Like the ones we see now, or the movie in the park, or
Yeah,
something
like-
like that.
yeah.
That's a good one.
Hot to the Baby, yeah.
Yeah. Hot, yeah. So it's like, oh.
We have new frames being built right now for
Okay.
those, and that'll also increase the number of spots that we have.
They're already up. They're already up, right?
Oh, are they? Okay,
Oh,
good. They're
okay.
being used right now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
They're
you'll see
just
some-
like big, visual, you know, clear, yeah.
Yeah. And to Casey's point here, it's hard to ignore the physical items, right? Having that visual reminder. Yes, ma'am.
Before we get on this subject, I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, just as we're gearing up for applications for youth council and the other things, especially for youth council, I would encourage a briefing on eligibility criteria for students that are involved in sports and their ability to attend the meetings. They're like, the youth councils are speaking to each other, and there seems to be much more flexibility with that than the other municipalities. Because you're missing out on, like, people are saying, well, you play football and you play basketball, don't apply.
Yeah, we
Because our students are more than athletics, like, you know, and the seasons aren't.
I think that's a double-edged sword, though, because if you're in sports, you don't get to miss sports to go to another meeting. And that's, you know, that was a problem early on with youth council, is you have people sign up, and whatever the reason was, they weren't there. The attendance was not great, trying to get people in, and they're meeting once a month. Sometimes they have the committee meetings if they're working on their big project, but that was some of the feedback we got from the kids directly, was if you signed up to do this, you really need to be an integral part and be here for the actual meetings and participate.
But I also think, just to add, sports are seasonal, right? This is youth council is what, a year-long commitment?
It's August to May.
Okay, right.
It's the school year.
So football season isn't the whole year, neither is basketball. So I think it's somewhere to kind of meet in the middle, you know, because I have heard the same thing with some kids. Either they do it and they drop because they can't, or they have to feel that they have to make a tough choice. And we, you know, as a person who looked at applications in the college side, we want to see students who are well-rounded, right, and not just one thing. Because it's easy just to go to school and do one, you know, a thing, but to balance all of that says a lot about you as a person. So I think it will be great just to at least consider kids who want to do sports and want to do, you know, because I think it's great that they want to do youth council, right? But I think it shows responsibility on their part, but we could just have some flexibility, because no sport is year-round.
Maybe I'm confused. What is the ask? Because you can join youth council and be in a sport, right? And there's no prohibition on that.
Let me tell you what the message is among the youth. The message is, I'm sorry. Are we done? Okay. The message is, if you play a sport, you can't do it because you're not available. And I work in the schools. I hear the conversation.
Yeah, they're not picking.
Well, agreed. But if that is their perception, that if I play a sport, there's no reason for me to even apply or consider.
Well, there's
then
attendance
there's
requirements. There is attendance requirements.
What I'm hearing is that there is attendance requirement, and also, otherwise what you're gonna have is the few kids that are involved do most of the heavy lifting, and some of the other kids are just half the time are not there, so I don't think it's for that. I think it's really for people that wanna dedicate themselves. Like, for example, there's the Beta Club in middle school, that takes a lot of, time commitment, and if they can't commit to it, they don't, they shouldn't be signing up, so.
Yeah, I feel with 75 applicants and 35 seats, you're taking somebody's seat who said, man,
Yeah.
I would have been there for every meeting.
And we do want to keep it contained, because you can't keep exploding the numbers. I think that was one of the issues we had before, was way too many kids signing up and nothing's organized.
Well, I guess the other way to look at it is, you're not saying not to apply if you play sports, but I think we can encourage those who play sports to know that they can apply, because they can still make it work, right?
It's the first I've ever heard of it.
It's not just to say because you play sports you shouldn't, even if that's their perception. So I think we should change the perception to say we welcome all students, even if you're an athlete, you can still do both.
Yeah,
I don't think that that's been articulated clearly, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
Was it more about Concord program? Because I don't know if Harrisburg program,
it was
Youth
specific
Council
to
has
Harrisburg.
been, because we've only modified it the last couple of years, so
it was specific to Harrisburg.
Well, our current youth council, they are also tasked with recruiting and getting the word out in their schools. That has come up in youth council meetings, that attendance is critically important. So maybe that could be just in the message on how they're delivering. Anybody can apply for it, but you have to be able to meet the attendance requirements for this, regardless of what your other activities are.
yeah. And some kids, they do basketball in the winter, then they do spring, soccer. They're involved in different things all year long, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. You can do it, though, and that's the type of
That's
kid
my
that
point,
we're looking
is that
at.
it can be done. But if the students are hearing from each other or otherwise, if you play a sport, don't apply, that's a problem.
Well, maybe
For
is what I'm
sure.
saying.
No, we can
But
talk,
you need to
we'll
be
talk
intentional
internally.
about how we are messaging that.
We'll talk
so that you don't
internally
limit
about that
your applicant
reputation,
pool.
because it isn't accurate. I mean, you can do it, but, it takes a special student athlete to also be in youth council and keep their grades up and do everything. But, hey, that's what it's about. So.
The whole child, yeah.
We're back.
It's not working.
All right, we're almost done. 2 more slides. Okay, I wanted to give a huge shout out to Casey and her team, because she's made huge progress in the last 2 years. And these are her words, but I'll echo them. In the past, there was fragmented branding, manual resident outreach, static content, and a very basic digital presence, and she's really elevated it to a professionally executed content, storytelling, a unified brand identity, some integrated digital resources with the QR codes, and then a pipeline of resident leaders through our youth council and our civic engagement Citizens Academy. So in summary, the goal here is to have a unified, engaged Harrisburg through civic participation, transparency, and equitable access to information. Any questions that I can answer on behalf of communications?
Thank you, Ellie.
Thank you. There you go. Back to Brian.
Oh, yes, I do have one more slide. Wouldn't be a meeting if this slide weren't in the slide deck at some point. So we have now made it through workshop 2, and so all we have left are two-hour workshops during the week. So April 9th is a Thursday, 6 to 8 for workshop 3. And that is where you'll get the balanced budget. Any feedback we've gotten from you today, which very well could result in some changes to the budget detail, will be implemented and shown to you there. But we'll also go over the revenues in detail, show you the financial models. And when we leave that meeting, you'll have the council exercise to make all of your slides. We'll incorporate all of that back into the manager's recommended budget preview, which happens at workshop number 4. And if all is good at that meeting, then we roll right into the May 11th public hearing and on to the June 8th re-presentation and adoption of the budget. Any questions on our final steps there? All right, with that, I will give it back to Rob. Close it out.
So since we're ahead of schedule, I'm going to take another hour here and say what I didn't get to say earlier. No, we'll certainly wrap it up here very quickly. I wanted to go over some of the notes that I'd put down first, just to make sure we're getting back. We'd stopped earlier on some action items, so I'll pick up there. Councilman Fald asked kind of about that council guide and just going back through that and making sure it's up to date, which we'll certainly go do. I needed to dig on this a little bit more, the pre-app metrics and review metrics and why things are denied. We already do track a lot of that, and we can make that a little bit more available on applications. On pre-applications, I think there's a little bit more of a difficulty there, because pre-applications can be anything from an informal ice cream vendor coming in and saying, hey, is there a shanty shack I can set up somewhere? And Shelley's saying, nah, it doesn't really meet. And then it goes way up to, major industrial developments. And they always don't have to give us a reason why they don't come back in. So I think we'll put our heads together on what we can do with that. But was there something more to because I don't want to over-glorify a pre-application. It really is that. It's a conversation before an application's ever put in. So those can kind of fizzle away pretty easy. The application, that's one that we can get you really good, hard data on.
I think my ask was around tailoring it more to if it's available, if we're measuring or looking at trends of a rationale one way or the other.
Okay. Yeah, we can.
Right, a no
Is
is
a no,
fine.
yeah.
If you get a no in 2 weeks, that's great.
Yeah.
Well, and sometimes it's people come in and inquire about something, so Shelley will track it as kind of a pre-application. So why don't you come in for a pre-application before you do an application and waste everybody's time on this? Come in for a pre-application. They come in, she gives them info, and they just never come back. Or they may come back 2 years later and they go, hey, remember when we met 2 years ago? It's like, not really, but let me get my notes out. And so it becomes a really disjointed process. I don't want to create the false impression that we have a lot of really hard information there, but we'll think about what we can do on the pre-app side. Now, once it gets to an application, there we can really get that data into trends and show that really well of where they ran into a wall, or what is constantly not making it through and why. That's a little bit easier because we have a form that they fill out, and we really have a lot of data we can track on that. Pre-app, it's a lot of ghosts that we chase on those things.
In line with that, is there also a number on how many they applied and we've approved, but they just went on, decided to do something else, like maybe their business model changed or something?
Shelley said yes.
It's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and at what point do we know they've moved on a year, a week?
Well, I think that's why I said, good question, and Shelley really quickly nodded yes, because it's like, well, we don't know. And they take Sam's Express Car Wash, right? Did they move on? Right? It was like a 9-year car wash application process. I would classify that they moved on, but then all of a sudden they came back in the past year and got serious with it, and supposedly we're getting a car wash there at some point. But it's been through 4 town engineers. So
And a lot of times
fair
we don't
point
get
taken.
reasons why.
Yeah, no, I mean, the vast majority of pre-applications, we don't get reasons why, even on some of these conditional rezonings. We've had this issue out there with, was it Magnolia Corners, I think is, again, predates, I think it's a 25 or 30 year rezoning that always comes back up, and why didn't it happen when it happened? I don't know.
Why did you pick that example?
And why because it's the one that comes, it's the gift that keeps on giving. But there's just always these rezonings that live out there that we don't know why they don't get built. They can't market them. It might be free markets. It might have been recessions. It might be owners aren't ready. It might just be they don't have resource. And we don't really, that's not our business. We just wait for them to build on a property. There's plenty of property that's zoned by right that doesn't develop, and we're never curious, why hasn't that developed? Why hasn't that developed? Conditional rezonings are no different in that regard. They got a condition, and they're allowed to do a certain thing, but they don't have to build, and they may never build. And 10, 15 years down the road, they may come in and ask for some other zoning change, and that's okay. That happens all the time.
Rob, let me just add that. I was just gonna say, I think I was asking Shelley a lot of those questions during that time. And I don't know if it's the pre-app or the application, but somewhere in that phase or somewhere during that time period, just to understand the trends, the themes. Because if there's something within our control, it'll be good to be able to identify that as a group, right?
Mhm.
And I know you may have we may have some outliers or some other things that we can't control. But if we are intentional about collecting that data, we can say, you know what, we've seen this a lot, and these projects they keep stopping and going for these reasons. Maybe we can come back to the table and say, well, why? What can we do within our purview to be able to fix that? So so I don't know if it's necessarily the pre-app or the app, or it's somewhere in between, right? It's somewhere during that process just to understand what's happening.
Yeah,
And a no is a no, right? But just to kind of start collecting those things.
Yeah, we'll put our heads together and figure out what we can come, and I'll work with you guys individually as well on those. I don't know that necessarily those are budget related, but I think they're operationally related to things that we can figure out.
I think for me though, and Ryan did a really good job of explaining, like with the leads and all of that, but my thought process was along the lines of economic development. If we're investing in that, well, the way we have already invested in that, but we want to continue to see that grow.
Mhm.
If we're not measuring something that we could potentially be doing differently, then we're not doing it well.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why I asked.
Yeah, that helps. Yeah, because the things that we want, that we've identified as a group, hey, these commercial, these kind of low-impact industrial, these things that add to the tax base, we track those differently than we track everything else, because we want to know that from a staff, what is prohibiting those and how do we improve those processes. So if that's what we're looking for in that regard, I think that simplifies it a lot.
I don't know if that's Dr. Banks' question. But
Yeah,
that's not,
I think the other ones get weird, right? They got, the people with 6-acre parcel that keeps coming in and saying, hey, what can I do on this parcel? And we say, well, nothing. Like, that's not what we do. You tell us what you want to do, and we'll review it, but we're not your engineers or planners or business folks. Now we have at least Ryan to send them to, but a lot of times they would just go to planning and say, what can I do here? We don't know. So, all right, well, let's wrap our head around that. I also have IT vulnerability testing, and actually to have a report on something like that. Get the ETJ split out on football percentage numbers. Ron and I had lively discussion on 4th of July crowd control. And I think the solution to that was just, we need to get that information in April. That way you all have something in your hands, so that when the public starts beating your door down on what does this mean, you have something to give back to them and answer that with details. Chris had asked for, Councilman Fald asked for enhanced online ED marketing footprint. Did I capture that correctly? So I think I know what you meant there, and I actually, my brain was going to how I get marketed to all the time, and I was thinking, there's always this hot stock pick that gets in your feed, right? And it's like one of these fake sponsored things by Zacks or whoever does the analysis, and I'm like, why couldn't we have these sponsored, targeted, best town in the universe, fly here, sponsored at? So let me bounce that off our communications folks. I'm sure they've dealt with that a little bit more. And then finally, the athletes, making sure that they know they can apply for youth council, that it's a big lift, but if it's something that they're interested in, that's certainly something we're interested in having them here.
Rob, I do have one that I didn't bring up earlier. I was going to wait till we got to the end. And it was around when Shelley was up presenting. It's her slide 120 in our deck, but she shows the development statistics, right? And you look at it and you see 2024, 2025, and then current, and it just falls off. The approvals and such. And I know our focus has been economic development. We'd rather see retail than we would rather see, rather retail and commercial than residential. We've gone through a period of time where we've been very selective on what we've approved. And my question is, can we continue to function in that space, or what's on the books today? Is that enough to float us for a while?
I'm very. I think our housing is very sustainable at the numbers that we have, and our by right ones that are coming through. I think we saw a trough and then a stabilization. I would caution slide 120. That's a year. That's a year to date number. So if you look at like 24 and 5, like 25 was higher than.
I mean, I even think if you did residential on a 7-year plan, it would be it's a steep downslope, and I'm not against that. I've advocated for that, but at the same time, I want to know that we're not setting future.
No, I think that law was a transition into a quality standard. Really, sometimes you have to hold the line before the market realizes you're serious, and then when it says, okay, you are okay, I understand what you're going for here. I think we have just as many folks that come in interested now, but the amount that I feel like can get through the process is a much higher percentage than 2 years ago, and certainly 3 years ago. I think a lot of folks were still coming in here 3-4 years ago and saying, hey, we're large tract builders. We'd like to build 600 homes on 1/10 of an acre, all 10-foot wall-to-wall in between them. And, we don't want to follow any standards of yours and expect us to be like, oh, thank goodness you're here. And I think after a few years of just saying we're not bluffing, we are very happy to take a pause and catch up with our infrastructure and get our house in order while you guys decide whether you can make money in Harrisburg with a high quality product or not. And I think we've turned that corner, so we do see a lot of high quality product come in, and there's still a very high demand for at least what I say is a very high demand for townhome additions into these uses. But we really have been trying to focus on the mixed uses and the commercial and industrial from a sewer capacity standpoint. And I really think that is our biggest choke point if we talk about future growth and setting future councils up and future staffs up and making sure that we don't really have an extended period of very low growth. It's making sure that we have the capacity to treat the sewer, and once we can get there, then a lot of this other growth issue goes away.
And in that same space, when you talk about sewer, it had previously been understood that when the new plant comes online, that we're gonna be out of capacity by the time it gets online. Is that still about where we're gonna be? They're gonna need another facility, or?
We won't be out of capacity when it comes online. But we're not going to be out of, we're not going to be out of an allocation process then either. It's still going to be, if we were to just do a first come, first serve, we would run out probably within a year. And so every community is still going to have a very targeted allocation process until I think you get to a phase that has not been approved yet, which is another 9 million gallons per day at the plant. And so going from 36 to 45, I think really when we can approve something like that and put that on a calendar and understand what that looks like, then I think this all gets a little bit easier for all the jurisdictions. But I think, you know, when you look at Concord and Kannapolis, the two other kind of high growth jurisdictions in Wausau, they're having their own, you know, conversations with their communities of how much are they willing to invest in future growth in their community. A lot of their communities are pushing back against their growth. They're where we're at 4 or 5 years ago, and they're saying, why am I paying for a capacity at your plant? Hold on. So their councils are listening to that and trying to figure out what is that right amount. We've already crossed that Rubicon, so we kind of understand what our future looks like and how we'll pay for it. And so we're in much better shape. We just need to get the entire Water and Sewer Authority in that same vein.
Thank you.
Yep. Mayor?
All done?
All done.
Well, thanks to all of our department heads that were here today. That was an enormous amount of work. And for our 2 new council members, I know you guys were drinking from a fire hose today. That was a lot of information. It's always nice to hear directly from the department managers as we go through this line item by line item. Just a reminder for those that were joining us today, whether in person or online, this is not a recommended or a final budget. There are no tax rate recommendations. However, everything that we talked about and you saw today in this is balanced, and there is funding in there with the current tax rate. We did not get a chance to open it up to public comments at the last meeting because we had a couple things going up, but I know Jim had spoken to me before. So if anybody wants to speak directly to our budget that we went through today, we're happy to hear some comments if you would like. Yeah.
Thank you. It's all good. Yeah, appreciate it. Jim Eskew, 8010 Wacomic Court. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to be here and speak. Always learn quite a bit at these meetings. Last time it was about Tenet X. We actually just got a grant from Tenet X for some of our programming, so continue to shop there if you want to support us. I'm here on behalf of Friends of Harrisburg Greenways. Our goal is to support you in promoting greenways for Harrisburg. Our goal is to, we are a 501c3 nonprofit, and our board is made up of really a dream team. We have a former town councilman who you heard from at the council meeting last month. He knows our town as well as just about anybody, understands the budget process. An attorney who helps us navigate discussions around easements and tax credits, and retired folks who have the time to put into our programming, like the story walk, a GIS expert, folks who are on various HOA boards sprinkled within the community, also the Parks and Rec community, volunteers who just handle social media. These are all people who are very passionate and who all are united under one purpose. And that is to bring the enthusiasm that we've seen from our community in front of you guys so that you can prioritize greenways. One way we think that you can help with that is to bring a dedicated greenway planner onto town staff who can match the energy that we're bringing from the community. So this role would be responsible for the overall vision and direction, coordinating right-of-way acquisition, writing grants, overseeing construction, and integrating public art. In fact, we are pretty confident that the cost for this position could be entirely offset if it helped us win just one major grant. So why should we consider this? As Devin pointed out earlier, when you look at the comprehensive plan survey, only 50% of those who had an opinion were satisfied or very satisfied with Harrisburg's current trail and multi-use path system. But yet, over 88% said it was important or very important to them. And 88% is huge. How often do you get 88% people agree on anything? All the comments, I read every single one of them, 100% for Greenway, asking for more. Now, humor me for just one moment. I want you to close your eyes. Do you see nothing? That's how much progress has been made on the Fuda Creek Greenway since it was approved 2 years ago. So the opportunity in front of us is really huge. Imagine being able to get from Caldwell all the way to Far Mill on a greenway, and we're not that far from it, but it doesn't happen by itself. So I've asked each of you that's sitting up here if you support greenways, but it's really the wrong question. A better question is, what will you do to advocate for them? Because that's where we need your help in the upcoming workshops. And thank you, Councilmember Patel, for what you've already done to advocate for those. I brought with me a sample job description for a Greenway planner, which I'll pass around to take a look at. And we'll also have t-shirts coming soon for anyone on council, on town staff, on youth council. Just give me your size and we'll get you a t-shirt. Thank you for your time and looking forward to your partnership.
Thank you, Jim. Are there any other comments? Appreciate everybody's time today. I guess we will see you back at our next budget meeting. We've already gone through that calendar several times. So with that, the meeting